Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Look at us starting these streams up on time, everybody. Well, pretty close anyway. Put a 1 in the chat if you can. See and hear me. Going to show up right over there. Welcome, everybody. We're back for some more fun. Holy mackerel. We've been having a lot of fun here in the stream, everybody. Bringing you all of these games and so many more. Just having a great time here on the stream with all of you. I hope you guys have been enjoying the journey. The journey only gets more crazy from here, so get on the Kismet love train. Hold on tight because we're going to go full steam ahead, everybody. Tonight we're going to play, of course, some Satisfactory, a really fantastic game, one of my favorite games of all time, and I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody. If you're somehow just wandered into my stream, you're new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've played all of these games and thousands more over the last 50 years in gaming. And really had a great time, everybody. Gaming is my favorite pastime. I do love trying out different games and doing that kind of stuff. Hopefully you enjoy that kind of thing too. Or just like hanging out with great peeps in the chat, because we got a lot of awesome peeps chilling out in the chat, ready to get into it here tonight. Now we're going to play around with some choo-choos today, everybody. We're going to try to get our coal squared away, where we go ahead and decommission our coal plants now that we have our fuel depots. And we're going to go ahead and take all that coal and use it for compacted coal so that we could basically get our turbo fuel going. And then as we get our turbo fuel going, we're going to be scaling up even more of our resources as we go along. And then just kind of repeat that process over and over again. We're going to start working toward our next phase, which I believe is phase 3. Try to get phase 3 done. So that we can move into the next tier, which is your, I call it the aluminum tier, because you can make aluminum belts and that kind of stuff. And those aluminum belts really scale up versus your level 4 belts. They massively scale up, meaning you could do more, transfer more, so on and so forth, more. You get the idea. So we're going to get into that, and we're going to scale up our power, which allows us to scale up our factory. Power is always the root of everything else in these type of games. So get your power squared away, and everything else will just fall into place usually, unless it goes off the rails, which it also does. Which it does quite often in this stream, that is for sure. Now, I saw Paul at the top of the stream, ready to rock and roll while I was getting everything set up there. I do appreciate you, Paul. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And we also got Dragon Wolf in there as well. 1,000 kiss caps, all the peeps I see right at the top of the stream right there. There you go. Goes out to everybody. Rotisserie G coming in, showing some love. What's up? That's Mr. Nanu bringing that love lurker train. I love it every time. That's Mr. Nanu. Thanks for coming in. And thanks for the one as well. We got Paul bringing in the one. We got Dragon Wolf. We got Jay, Rotisserie G as well. Thanks for letting me know everything is working in the chat. We'll go ahead and double whammy. Another couple thousand kids caps. You guys will be styling for these giveaways, man. I got so many to do. I'm going to try to get back around to them on Wednesday when we get back to Fallout 4. And, of course, always working on that Vault Van Life project. As we, of course, progress through that Vault Van Life project, more giveaways and more fun stuff like that. And I can also help the stream for free by going over there and clicking that link. Go up there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. The more retweets I see there, the more kiss caps I can give to you. And, of course, it's 5 times right now, everybody. So, again, it counts a lot more if you go over there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button, because everybody in the chat gets those kiss caps. And I greatly appreciate all that love over there. It really does help the stream, everybody. Every time you go to Twitter and hit the like button, every time you go to YouTube and you hit the like button over there, or the subscribe button, or the bell over there, it really does help the stream massively. And it's free, and it just takes a second. You're done. That's it. That's as hard as it is. That's it. So let's get into it. And again, if you are watching this video in the future, also hit that like button on YouTube or wherever. Hit that like button. That helps as well. So we're ready to get into it, everybody. I'm pretty excited. I love this part of the game when you start like scaling up all of your power and your fuel power. I actually think that fuel power is probably my favorite power in Satisfactory because it requires a lot less steps to make it happen. Once you get your regular fuel going, it then's very easy to go to turbo fuel. And then, of course, the last part is a bit harder, but we'll get to that later on. Let's get into it. Let's get hydrated. There we go. Also, I want to let you guys know that I did fix the pop-ups. Feel free to say hi in there, and we'll see that the pop-ups are there again. They got messed up probably when I was trying to fix something else. They got messed up, but I fixed them as... yeah, say, there he is. Little icons are back now. They were just shrunk down really small for some reason, so I went in and I reset it. And now my little icon should show back up again. So very cool. Okay, where did we leave off? Okay, so we were working on our fuel over here, our turbo fuel and whatnot. And we also did a bit of explosives and things of that nature. You can see over here that we are, turn my sound on, that we are doing a bit of manufacturing. We're doing some iron rebar over here, just kind of doing some offline production. You can see we got a lot in there. That iron rebar is making its way into this box, and then, of course, being combined with some pipes over there, and actually making one of my new favorite things, everybody, explosive rebar. This is really awesome. I can't wait to get crazy with those. And those right now are going into the Dimensional Depot, and we can actually just throw one of those on there. And that's for this weapon right here, everybody. Now, I had no idea that this weapon had an explosive thing. Now, I'd seen the explosive rebar in there, but I was imagining it just to shoot, and then you had to use the explosives to blow up the things that are typically blocking, like caves or over the top of nodes and things that you're looking for, like Mercer Spheres or the slugs. But actually, this is like the most precise way of blowing stuff up, including enemies that try to come and get you. So this makes this weapon like 1,000 times more useful. Just be careful when you're standing around with an explosive thing in there and you accidentally shoot it off. So we're going to just kind of switch that out for a second. Just to try to stay safe, because you've been in my stream long enough to know that that's going to happen. You know that's going to happen whether I wanted to or not. We're making a bunch of crystal oscillators over here as well. Running those crystal oscillators also in the Dimensional Depot. And down here, we are backlogging some of them for later. Now, over here, another thing we worked on last time, speaking of Dimensional Depot, is we went out and we got a bunch of Mercer Spheres, so all of our basics are always running into the Dimensional Depot. I think the Dimensional Depot is one of the biggest game-changing things in the game. You don't have to keep running back and forth, and I did it kind of on purpose earlier in the playthrough where I was running back and forth and back. Oh, I need some of these, and oh, I need some of that. I need some of that. So this is really an important moment in the game, is when you go and instead of paying for the upgrades, everybody, what I would do is I would go ahead and at least get your basics running in there. Great example is like your wire and your cable and all of that stuff. Now, this stuff is actually not in the factory itself yet. And eventually I will replace these from being over here in their own individual factories, much like you can see over there. That's the rods factory there. And each factory is dedicated to putting that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. Now, another thing I can do with that factory is I can use those rods also to make screws, and then it would be double the amount of things. So it would go not only rods, but also screws going in there. And then I make another factory for reinforced iron plates and so on and so forth. You get the idea. The first factories that I typically do is concrete is the first one I do, because you need a massive amount of concrete, and I do 4 Dimensional Depots on that in the very beginning. And this, instead of upgrading, I could make 7 Dimensional Depots, by the way, on the next upgrade. Now, the first one is 3. It only takes 3 Mercer Spheres to upgrade those. That's kind of worth it. But the next one is 7, and I could use those 7 to basically put 7 down over here. You see those 3, these 3, and 1 more there. I would have to get rid of those versus, making it go faster, which I don't think is worth it. I think it's much better, even if it's going slow, it's slow trickling that stuff in there. So if you're in the middle of nowhere and you need 10 more of something, well, guess what? You just wait a minute or 2, and then bam, it's already in there. And now you're ready to go in there. Very, very great change to the game, I think. Of course, you can always, if you don't like it, everybody, just don't use them. Remember that. That's always an easy way to change the game however you want it to be. I think it's a great change. I really like the fact that it does cut down on your need to have to run back every single time. I think that was a great addition to the game. So we got that going. And then the next thing, of course, is plates, also with 5 Dimensional Depots, so that it'll just keep running those plates and in there. And if I do upgrade the speed later, basically what we're going to do is be able to make it go faster automatically, and it will go 5 times faster because we have all 5 already there. See, that's a useful thing for thinking kind of way in the future. Now, the main thing that we want to work on today is, of course, scaling up our factories like we've been doing. What else we got working over here? I forgot what else we got working here. We got some plates and stuff going here. We got, some modular frames. Those are always good. Putting those in the Dimensional Depot as well. And then, of course, our explosive ammo over here. I think that's it. Now, these are what I call offline production, everybody. Offline production is, we're making some rotors here as well. Offline production where it's just running, and it's not actually tied into the larger factory. I'm a big fan of just running the stuff that you need in the moment, because it's much more efficient than spending 5 hours making 10,000 plates. I get that all the time. Hey, Kismet, I'm making 10,000 plates. Why? Why are you making 10,000 plates? Are you using 10,000 plates? No. Are you going to use 10,000 plates through the whole entire rest of the game? No. Well, okay, fine. Let's float your boat. You go right ahead. I'm more of an efficient player, everybody, and I like to mega build as well. But I like to earn it the old-fashioned way. I don't play creative modes. I like to earn that loot, build it up very, very efficiently, and then go in, and then that's when you get to go crazy with your giant mega builds. I love that moment, and that's the whole time while I work away at what I do, so I can have that moment. Now, back here, everybody, we've got ourselves a nice little sorter, so if we do have a bunch of stuff that we don't want to sort ourselves, like all of this stuff I have on me, I can very easily just say store, and I'm not going to store all, but I'll store most of this. Actually, I could say store all and very quickly bring that back. There we go. What this is going to do is go ahead and run that stuff down the line, and it's going to go ahead and automatically put it away. You can see right here, it's putting them rotors away right in there. And then those rotors, of course, going up to the Dimensional Depot, automatically going into the Dimensional Depot, nothing I need to do. So typically, I don't need to carry that many things around with me anymore. The only thing that's not going in the Dimensional Depot right now is screws. And screws is pretty easy to make because you can just use your rods to make screws. So if you're really hurting for screws, you can get it that way. Same thing with all the primary stuff that I use all the time, like computers and things like that. I'd love to get my heavy modular frames in there as well, but we got to run across some more immersive spheres while we're out and about. But again, our main thing is we want to basically get a train coming through here and bringing those resources back from over here. Now, I'm going to actually just keep my train running kind of off to the side around the back edge of what I'm doing over here. And we already have a train running down here. You can see it running right down here at the bottom there. Big, long train bringing in the oil. And that is, of course, running this. And a little bit of that oil is running our plastic and rubber as well. So we want to go ahead and set up a nice little train track along the back here. And we're going to have it kind of curve around and end up replacing the current line run that we have right now way out to that coal. So you can work it two ways. You can start at the beginning and then work it that way, or you can start it from the end. Now, what I'm going to do is go over here and run over here and grab myself some fuel, though I could have just grabbed it out of the Dimensional Depot for my little jetpack. There we go. And now, really, the only thing I have on me is the jetpack fuel and the explosive rebar. And then right over here, give you a little bird's eye view of what's going on over here. Extracting the coal or the oil down there, then running the oil underneath to the far side over here, then bringing it up, and of course running it into all of these machines. Now, if you notice in these machines, everybody, I'm running the fluid down. Always do that down. I have played with the fluids in this game. It's probably the most difficult and the kind of wonkiest thing in the game. They have a lot of mechanics like sloshing, hammering where it hits the end of the pipe, and things like that. And just some of the things just don't work well. So the thing I have found that makes it work the best is to elevate the incoming resources, right? So you'll go ahead and say run it from the factory, and then you'll run it up. Like you can see here, I've run the fuel up through a pump, and that pump has ended up into this. And then it transitions from this, and then it's going down. It transitions down, and then it transitions down again. And that keeps it from backflowing. What you don't want it to do is backflow back down the pipe again and end up back where it originally started. You only want it to go in that one direction into the machines. And you want to make sure that those pipes are completely full. So I suggest to leave a little bit of extra fluid in everything you do so that those pipes are always full and there's no issues with it sloshing around or going in the wrong direction or anything like that. I have found that works much better than anything else. And you can try to be really precise, 100% efficient. I have done that before. I kind of feel like in the long run, it's not really worth it. I find it's more efficient to not have it stopping and starting than it is to try to make it 100% efficient, if you know what I mean. It's better that it's running the whole entire time. Now, well, you know that your stuff is good if you go look at your power and you see a nice solid gray line like that. See? Way up at the top, everybody. Way at the top there, you see that line nice and solid. It's not going on and off and on and off and on and off all the time. You don't want that. You want a nice solid line just like that, right? Now, again, when we go from regular fuel to turbo fuel, that's going to massively scale up everything that we're doing. Now, one of the things is that we do have these fuel things here in the center. Now, what I'm going to do is actually replace all of these with turbo fuel flowing in there as well. So eventually, we will actually divert the fuel that's coming out of here into some other refineries, and those refineries will produce turbo fuel. So let's go take a look at how we're going to do that. Now, I'm not actually going to remove these. I'm going to leave them as is for now. But we do want to get our train back here. So let's go back to doing our train, and then we'll come back to setting up all of our turbo fuel stuff as well. Now, I feel like right here would be a great little place to run it right across here. Now, I do have some foundations specifically for trains. And I'm going to go ahead and put those down. These are 5x5s. I also have smaller ones that I do. But you can see that they are colored red, right? And so we're going to go ahead and get this going. We're also going to snap blueprints just to make this go a little faster. It's hard to see the edge when that's still filling in. There we go. Doesn't really matter which way the arrow is, but I usually try to point it toward me. It always tries to choose some odd opposite direction of where I am. All right. Now we need a nice long space for our trains because we are going to try to line these all up. Oh, that does not look lined up to me. Something very, very wrong happened there. Look at that. Holy mackerel. All right, that went real bad. All right, let's fix that for sure. All right, so you get one wrong, and all the rest of them are going to be wrong as well. Here's what happened, everybody. The first one was wrong, and then I went to the blueprints and snapped it to the blueprints, but it snapped it underneath these other foundations. But that's okay, because if you do make a mistake, or if I had done that on purpose, it would have been a great example, but I didn't. I actually made that mistake. Basically what I did was I took out the foundations really, really quick because you can see I could use the blueprint mode to take them out. So kind of weird that that snapped like that, but I think it's because the first one was not snapped to blueprints, and that's why that did not snap well. Let's go ahead and now it's good. All right, there we go. Now we got it. And again, sometimes, you know, you got to double check yourself before you wreck yourself. Look how easy it is to just do it again. It's so awesome, everybody. Again, I'm using the Mark II blueprinter here. And this is 25 foundations at the same time. Again, we're going to make this nice and long here so we have lots of space for a really long train station. And the reason why we're going to do that is because we might not only just bring the coal, we might bring other resources with us as well. Now, I suggest, even though your belts can go much higher, that I'm setting in this particular playthrough a 300 limit. So whatever it is, whether it's oil in this case, or if it's coal or whatever it is, a 300 limit going into the actual train station, right? Even if, say, I have 600 oil. Well, I bring the 600 oil in, I split it in half, 300 in this train car, 300 in this train car. I have learned that trying to do it at 600 just doesn't work. It doesn't have the throughput to manage that 600 most of the time. And you want to have extra leftover throughput on your trains so that you're being very, very efficient, right? So you're backlogging some of it, and then that backlog is always ready to completely fill the train every single time it comes in. So it's not waiting around for those resources to show up. And you also have a lot of nodes, everybody. So you don't have to be 100% efficient on every single node. You have thousands and thousands of nodes worth of resources, or thousands of resources worth of nodes. There we go, better way of saying that. And you just have a lot, everybody, a lot. Just what I've done so far, you can see. And this is only a portion of the total map as well. We got a really big map. So we got a lot more all the way around. And these are my radar towers, which is how you're seeing all of the nodes. Those radar towers are incredibly useful, not only for letting you know what's in that area, but also for letting you know what other items are there, like your Mercerspheres, your Summer Sloops, and so on. And so we're going to hunt all of that down, everybody. We're going to try to get every single one of those in this particular playthrough if we have enough time. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, you can see where I'm at. I'm over here in this area right here, which is toward where my oil is. You can see my train running there, oil train running over there, picking it up. You can see our oil's coming from there to here. And then also we have some more oil nodes over here, which are not showing up on the map yet because I haven't put a radar tower over there yet. But we got some more oil coming from over there, running here. And then over here is actually some more oil. I think it's actually over here somewhere, where we're going to actually run that oil across over as well. And that's why we've left some train cars for that oil as well. So we're going to have even more oil once we get to our geyser extraction and stuff. So pretty cool. And again, you can see how well I have gone in and overlapped my radar towers there so that they are getting the maximum radar scanning area over there as well. So we want our station to end up over here. Now, this is mainly for coal. So we want to bring coal over here, and then we're going to have our coal manufacturing over here on the side. Because we already have stuff running over here, including my personal storage and stuff like that, and some offline production as whatnot. And again, I kind of combine all the different techniques, the modular style at the node, the central base style, the offline and online production, where you have it either coming directly from the node, making the thing, or you have a bunch of that thing, and you're like, hey, if I take this thing and throw it in a box and run it into the machine, bam, I can make the thing without all of the time and infrastructure that you would have to build to make it an online thing. So you just do it offline, make the thing, bada bing, bada boom, you're done, right? You're good. Just like that. Hey, Talis, thank you for the bidding. I appreciate that. Hello, Tab. Hello, Dragon Wolf. Thanks for helping testing that out. And thanks for bringing in that Kismet Love Trade. Tell us how you been doing. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get things going on over here, everybody. Now, what we're going to do is kind of set the end of our train line here. And actually, I'm just going to use my little bar down here. I already got it all set up. We want to think about which direction do we want the train station to be, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of tuck it back just a little bit here. I like it to go down the center. I'm going to hit H so you can look at it. I like it to go down the center of the tracks. And the reason why I like it to go down the center is because then I can center it between two foundations going one way and the other way. Now, in this particular train line, I'm going to do what's known as a looped train. So a train that goes and then kind of loops around and goes back, as opposed to a push-pull train, which is what I'm using on my oil right now. So we need to leave some room between here and there so that we have a loop back, which I have already built, which we'll go ahead and use here. We've already made that blueprint in a previous playthrough. Now remember, if you are one of my Patreon supporters, you're going to get all of these blueprints as well. I'm going to be posting them once per month in the kind of end of the month. On a Friday, if I get enough time. That's what I typically doing on Fridays, doing all the posts and backing up videos and working with sponsors and all that kind of fun stuff. Very, very busy guy. I'm always trying to get some stuff going on over here. Okay. Now, we need to get some of our train stuff. Where did our train stuff go here? Yes, there's our 5-wide turnaround right here. With no foundations. Yes. Okay, there it is. Now, right now, we're in blueprint mode, so we want to go ahead and switch to default mode so we can go ahead and put this the other way. Hard for me to see it. Too close. There we go. Arrow toward me. Now, what I'm going to do is just hit H. And then what it will do now in 1.1, everybody, is you can nudge it as far as you want. It is a godsend. I don't know why they made it where you couldn't just nudge it as far as you want to start with, but whatever. Whatevs, everybody. So, again, you can see that I can just pre-make this turnaround. I like to leave like a foundation gap about that far. And then this is, you can make it a little tighter, but I feel like this is a really good amount of space that it will let you turn that around. Now notice that it is actually going beyond the foundations. That's okay. We can go in, we can go ahead and middle mouse button this here. We can turn on our zooping, which is also another amazing feature. And then we can go ahead and just zoop in a bit of this here, and then we'll turn our zooping off and we'll put one there. There we go. And now we have basically a turnaround really easily. And the way I did that was I went in the blueprinter and I made a straight line and then an arc and then a straight line and then saved it, and then bam, we have our ability to turn that around. Very, very nice. And then we can try to connect these. You can see it says tracks are too short. And actually, I don't really want to do a short track. I want to make sure that I am maximizing the length of my tracks, because it's just easier to manage the tracks if you have one piece as opposed to a bunch of smaller pieces. The same thing with your belts. If you have a bunch of smaller pieces, when you come back later to upgrade it or to work on it, it's all going to be all these little, you know, hodgepodge of smaller pieces. Good to have one solid piece. So I only put that piece in there just to help me align it, and then I'll take that piece out, make it into one piece that comes out of there. Much better way of doing it. So this is going to be our coal drop off, right? Coal drop off. Now, how many cars do we need behind here? I have no idea. We have not figured that out yet. But what we're going to do is we're going to just put some down anyway. And we're going to think about the direction of the output of our coal. So we're going to go ahead and put it on this side. And let's say it's going to be, I'm going to take a rough guess. Let me think about how much coal is there. Let's see, 600. So there's 2 there. 600 again. There's 2 there. So let's say 4 right over there. So we've got, oh, this one's going the wrong way. There we go. Loves to try to troll me. All right, 2, 3, and 4. All right, so we'll assume 4 for right now. Now again, I've left myself some space, right? Always be thinking toward the future. What if I want to bring also some quartz over here, or I want to bring some copper or iron or whatever it is I want to bring back over here on my train? Be leaving a lot of room for you to expand your train. It's much easier to expand it in the back than it is to expand it in the front, because the front is coming to a stop, right? There's a bunch of fuel refineries right in front of it. So you don't want to have to expand it forward, you want to expand it backwards. And then you got to do the reverse on the other side, typically when you're doing a push-pull train. But when you're not doing a push-pull train and you're doing a round circle train, as I like to call it, or a rounded train where you go all the way around and it just keeps going around, then you don't have to reverse it anymore, because your train's going to be going always in the same direction. It doesn't go this way and then go back the other way, right? Because there's engines on both sides. So it'll go this way and then stop, and then back that way and stop. That's how push-pull trains work. The 2 engines going in 2 separate directions, and 2 stations aiming in 2 separate directions. But if you are using a circle train, everything's in the same direction, and you never have to worry about the reverse of doing stuff in reverse. So it is much easier in that way. You can also have the train come off of here, go back onto the same track, and you could have just a single track, but just circle it around at the end, so that it's going back the other way, and then it circles around, it comes back this way. Now I like to have 2 separate lines, because on this particular one, we are going to be doing multiple trains doing different things, right? So we might have multiple stations, multiple trains, multiple stops, all that kind of stuff in there as well. We're going to be making much larger trains in this particular playthrough as well. I'm going to show you how to do much bigger trains and manage them effectively. Now, one of the things we're going to be doing, though, is we're going to be outputting a bunch of stuff over here, right? Now, what we want to do is actually utilize both of our outputs. So before we put down our train tracks over here and we impede our outputs here, I'm going to go ahead and just bring this output out just a little bit like this. Now, I want this to come out of here and actually be storing these resources so that it has its own secondary storage on top of the first storage that it has. And so what we want to do is just have that come out a little bit, but what we can do instead is just make an individual storage right over here, and make sure that you are obviously going to the output, because this is going to come out of here, and then we're going to double run that into a storage. So again, look how nicely that's above there. Now that's just to get it out of the train station as fast as possible, so that when the next train comes through, it can continue to run it out. Because here's the problem with keeping it in the train station, and I've made this mistake so many times, everybody, where you are just letting it come out of the train station to go wherever it needs to go. Well, the problem is when the train comes in, it stops. Oh, make it rain. All right, here we go. 1,000 kids caps. Basically, what it does is it stops outputting. It stops outputting your fluids. It stops outputting your thing when your train is in the station. So if you make too many trains, and I've made this mistake, where the trains are constantly stopping the output, which is constantly stopping your fuel, constantly stopping your resources, and stuff like that. So get that stuff out of there as quick as possible. And the best way to do that is to run it into some sort of container, whether it's fluid or whether it is an item like this. So we're going to go ahead and run that first item out. Now, we'll come back and we'll work on the rest of this later. We're just going to work on the one, and you get the one down how you want it to be, and then the rest of it, you can worry about that later. Now we have our train track right over here. So we're going to go ahead and extend our train track to the maximum distance. And I'm going to go ahead and see how far we can run a single track. We can run it all this way right here, everybody. Real far away. Now, we're going to make it curve like that? Absolutely not. We're just going to go ahead and add some more of these. And again, middle mouse button. Then R to switch modes to the zoop mode, and we're going to run a little bit more right over there. Like that. Now, I do have a foundations that I can use blueprinting to do that, but just as easy to go ahead and run those sometimes. And again, use a combination of both techniques, blueprinting, zooping, whatever you need to do. We're going to be using all the techniques in this particular playthrough. Now, one of my favorite things also to do is to run the train by the side that is actually outputting. And the reason why I do that is a lot of times, especially with your pipes and stuff, where you're running your pipes up, you can actually run your train under the pipes because you're running the pipes up and over the train. And in this case, same thing. We're going to take the resources and we're going to run them up and over the train to the next section, which is going to make it look really cool because we're going to have the things going over the top. So not only do you have the practical factor, but you have the cool factor as well. And so we're going to try to make this nice and straight. Now, again, the more curves you put in your train tracks, the slower that your trains are going to go. We don't want our trains to go slow. We want our trains to always go at maximum speed. And there we go. All right, we've got that figured out pretty nicely. I think we're just going to go ahead and zoop in another row here. Again, I like to use a great combination of techniques. Why just do one when you can use them for what they're best for? I'm the same way with technology, everybody. I don't care what kind of computer you have. I don't care what kind of console you have. If it's the one that has the games or the features that you need, then it's exactly the right one. It's just a tool to me, everybody, like a screwdriver and a wrench. It's just a tool. It's an ends to a means. I don't get all wrapped up in the advertising and being a fanboy of this or that other thing. Just use it as a tool, everybody. That's what I do. And everything has its pluses and minuses, that is for sure. Pretty sure. All right, now that's going to go around with a nice perfect circle there. Looks really, really good. Love it, love it. And then, of course, we'll want to check our train height here, and we'll see that our actual train is a bit taller than if we just had taken this. And we run this straight out, it's going to run right into the train. And I'll run it out over here just to show you. You can see that's going to go right through the train itself. So we don't want to do that. Of course, we want to go ahead and lift it up and over the train. And it just so happens that that perfectly goes right up over the train here. And we'll, once again, try to grab that. There we go. Now, if I just go like this, everybody, it's not going to be at the same height, but it does show you that you can do it that way, and it will go up over the train like that. Now, of course, I'll make mine nice and straight, but you get the idea that that is perfect for running your trains right underneath there. So very, very nice. And again, and get out of there as fast as possible and get into the box, and we won't have to worry about those resources. So again, we want to figure all that stuff out before we start to build a whole bunch of infrastructure. So there we go. We've got that going. Now on this side, we want to go ahead and have our primary train line running. And so we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of fun train tracks today. So we're going to go ahead and run this to the maximum distance. Way over here. I got to get me out of the way. There we go. And then we're going to go right down the center. Is that not centered? There we go. That is centered now. There we go. So, trying to center it right down the middle of the foundation. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is because what I want to do is use the minimum amount of space if I can get away from it. And then also, if I need to, I can also move the train tracks around if I need to add more stations and things of that nature. So, I'm going to go ahead and put that just like that. There we go. Now, what it's going to allow me to do is to go ahead and take this and just automatically connect it to that, right? Easy. Done. It never works that way, everybody. It never works out that way. Because trains lines are also very tricky to do as well. Now, here's a cool thing you can do, by the way. You can hold down Control. Put this way down here now. And you can hit H, and then I'm going to hold down the bottom arrow. And we can nudge it as far as we want now. So if I want to just put in the last one here, I can nudge it all the way to the end. Ah, such another great change. It was very torturous the other way because sometimes you couldn't align your stuff over longer distances. There we go. Okay, so now we got that there. Now the train line only really needs to go to right here where this end piece is. We're going to take the train off of there and then take this off, and this tells us where we want our train line to end. Right here. So now we're going to take this, and we want our train line to come on down nice and straight along this edge. There we go. And stop about right there. And what that's going to do is allow us to then better connect this one into this one. And you can see that now it has done the work for us. You can see how perfectly that comes around, and it also looks cool. That's important as well. And now we're only using 2 lines as opposed to using all 5 lines. But the 5 foundations are there for expansion when I expand it later. But right now, we want to go ahead and do this. And again, if we add more, we can just go ahead and move this curve further and further down the line as we go. And we'll just add some more on the side there, no big deal. And that looks fantastico. Okay, let's go ahead and keep this going. Now we're going to go ahead and run our primary line over here and see if we make it before it does it. Okay, so this one doesn't run out yet, so we want to go ahead and keep going. Now, I need to go ahead and realign how we're doing this over here. So we want to go ahead and just kind of finish this off right to there, like that. And then we're going to have this go forward and then, of course, curve around the train. Now, normally I build my trains way up above all of the mountains because I can just make them perfectly straight and they go directly where I need them to go and come directly back. But here we're going to have some more fun where we actually make the trains go, go through the terrain. There we go, as we go. So we're going to go ahead and work with some of our other blueprints here, which is our 3x5s and our 1x5s. So we have our 1x5, which is 5 long, and it's only 1 wide. And then we also have our 3s. Now, the reason why I use a 3 and not a 2 is because a lot of times I don't want to basically fall off the side of the train. When you're using it only as 2s, what happens is you're right on the edge. So when you get off, it's very easy just to right off the side of the thing. So I prefer 3s personally myself. So I'm going to go ahead and go with the 3 here. And you can see I've lined it up to the edge of what we're already going to do. And so we're going to actually change the way that the train lines or the train tracks run on the foundations when we get them over here. As opposed to running them down the middle of the foundation, it's going to run it in between the 2 foundations, which is giving it enough room to basically put in block signals and all of that stuff we're going to need later on. And then we're going to need to, of course, offset it over here as well. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of do this. And then see our blue foundations here. Our blue foundations are our typical factory foundations, and we're going to go ahead and get those going right over here. We're going to hit H this time just to make sure that we've got them all lined up perfect this time. There we go. And then over here, how we looking good there. And again, if there's any that we need to kind of fill in, I just middle mouse button fill those in. And now we are doing a fantastic job of our replacement of all of our foundations, by the way. I took all the foundations out and replaced them mostly with blueprints. Now we need to get this to transition to over there. So we need to go ahead and think about, okay, how do we want this to go? We want this to go like this. Over here, and turn this way. There we go. We want to have this going down there. Oh, we actually need our other ones here. We're going to use a lot of our 3s now, so I'm going to set that to 0. There we go. And now we want to go ahead and have this line up. Now, I would go ahead and really offset this kind of off to the side here, and then we'll make a transition from over there to over here. Like this, and again, just kind of running this away from what I've already have, kind of having its own little space here. Now, there are these little trees here, and we've got ways to take care of nature if we've got to. Over here, we can go ahead and get our novelists, which are always fun. Get some of those out of there. And we can see that we can say, take this, nature! This is what Fix-It thinks of nature. Blow that stuff up. Or we have also learned that we can do this, which is even more fun. We could use our, of course, explosive ammo to very specifically take stuff out. Take this, tree. Like that, which is my new favorite thing in the game, everybody. It is so incredibly effective way of just taking that stuff instead of having to go down there and use your chainsaw. Of course, you lose those resources. Keep that in mind. But it's a great way to just kind of clear the area of where you're working. You like take that tree. You're like, yeah, I gotta make an expressway through here. I'm just gonna take out all of these trees over here. Get that one way over there. Oh, I missed it. Oh my God, it's a tree. I missed a tree, everybody. It's not like it dodged. You know what I mean? There we go. We got it. Again, much more precise way of just blowing things up and getting it out of your way. I don't like trees or bushes or anything to go through my foundations. Reminds me, it gives me flashbacks of Fallout 4. Oh, look at this. Our foundations are not looking good here. Hold on. Let's just take that blueprint out. Put this back in again. Make sure we're in blueprint mode so that it does snap properly. Get that in very nicely. How are we doing back here? Wow, this one's offset too. Oh, man. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? Too much fun with our thing here. All right, let's get this properly lined up this time. There we go. And then like this. Like this. And then we're actually going to go this way. And we're going to turn this off. And we're going to hit H. And we're going to nudge this into position. Now, as you can see, we have a primary road over here. Now, this primary road is typically where I consider to be a driving road, right? Like you drive along that particular road. And anything that's on this road right now will eventually is just temporary. That stuff will be taken down. And this is for me as the human being to run back and forth or to drive a vehicle or to use hypertubes or whatever it is. Whatever transport mode I want to use, that's why I always leave a road. Now, the road also is my power transfer. So I can just go ahead and keep running those roads and transfer that power to wherever I need it to go. But if you are running trains, you can use your train lines to transfer that power. So you don't have to actually make a bunch of foundations like this and transfer that power anymore. So what we want to do is we want to bring our trains over here and then replace what we've got over here with our train lines, right? So our train lines, very difficultly, we're going to have to raise it up just a little bit through there, are going to replace all of this. So we're going to need to raise it up just a little bit to get it through this particular part if we want. Or we could try to squeeze it in here, and you can see it's very close in here. We could also try to bring the tracks together on a single foundation, which is never a good idea because you have a lot of rail signals and whatnot. They also could collide with each other when they're going around a corner, so watch out for that. So I typically would not put them as a 1. I would definitely try to get them to a 2 or a 3. Now, in this particular section right here, we could try to widen this out a little bit and adjust the way that we're doing our trains here. You can see we can get a 2 in right there. And if we're going this way, we could go, let's say, 1 here, across to there. So we could go ahead and do a 3 line there. And again, we want it to line up to what we already have. So again, this is what's difficult about doing it at this lower level, is that you need to go up and down along the train. Now for me, I typically don't do that at all. I will just go up and just go up, 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 like up over this and up over this. So it's up above everything and it never runs into stuff. So I can just go straight this way, straight that way, and I just bring the resources all the way up. And you can see me do that in many other playthroughs, everybody. Absolutely. You can see it in many other playthroughs of me bringing that up. But in this playthrough, we're going to show you how to navigate. Sorry. We're going to show you how to navigate. There we go. Choking a little bit. Navigate around these terrain things here. So the smart thing for us to do is to try to straighten this track out as much as we can and go up over this terrain and then have it going up into this terrain up here. And then it will be nice and flat and we can run it down and then run it wherever we need it to go. But the problem with a train that goes up and down is it starts to slow down when it goes up and then it will speed up when it's going down. But I try to keep it as flat as possible. So we're going to try to run it into the canyon here because that's fun, one, and we want to try to see if we can work it through there. So we're going to go ahead and just backtrack and see if we can at least get it up over this part here and get it through here and then have it switch and change. Now, we're on the world grid right now, everybody, so that world grid is going to kind of define how we're going to be doing our ups and downs here. Now, I'm not going to use a regular ramp like this because this is way too steep for your train. You want your ramps to be much further out, and that's why I've kind of left some space here. I have my hypertube here, but I'm going to be moving that out of the way. But you want this to be as low a slope as possible, more like this. More of it like that, right? More of that low slope. So we'll start the slope way further back, and we'll see how it works out. But we can see right here that if we use the world grid, even if we do bring it up, it's going to go right into the side of the mountain, which is not what we want, right? We want it to go over a little bit. And you want to figure all this stuff out before you start running your train lines, everybody. You absolutely do. And then we'll bring this through. Like this. Okay, so now let's just go ahead and put these extras in here. Like this. So now we've got the train. Say the train's coming through. We've got it running on the center of both of these as a 2. Then we have to turn the tracks, right? We have to turn the tracks and we have to go this way. So what we might have to do is to go at an angle. Angles are a lot more difficult, and we will tell you all about some gaming secrets about going at angles as well. And then we'll want to probably just take the same line that we already have here because we've already got it kind of pre-thought out. So we'll say 1, 2, and 3 there. So that we can come out of here, and of course we'll have this out of the way. Come out of here as 2, and those 2 will then widen back out and then run down as 3s. All the way along like this. And then, again, since we already have this area cleared and whatnot, we could have it going like that. Now, I would keep it probably up at this level and leave all of my other mechanics down below here, except for this thing, which is going to be in my way. But this way, I don't have to take out all the infrastructure down here, including my hypertube right there. I'll take the hypertube over there and move it out of the way. But down here, I can leave that infrastructure and add more infrastructure over the top of it. And basically just create another level where the train's going to be running as opposed to using this part down below. Now, the thing is when I run the train line, I will no longer need the power lines. All of these will be obsolete because the power is going to run along the actual train tracks. So not only are you running train tracks, but you're also running power simultaneously. And that is a really powerful thing, everybody, because you no longer have to run these big wires. You can just run the train tracks out there and then connect the power, and you're good. So all of this will eventually become obsolete because I will also no longer need the hypertube, which I will be replacing with a train line. Now, you can go in and make it much more embellished. You could put edges and lights and all sorts of stuff on your train tracks and really embellish it. And, of course, change the coloring and all of that stuff as well. That's kind of more of the in-game stuff that I like to do, where I go in and we can make, suspension bridges and all that kind of fun stuff for our trains. But we are trying to be efficient first, right? Efficiency first, always, everybody. That is the mandate from Fix-It Corporate, and I'm your official Fix-It Corporate trainer for Satisfactory. So I'm going to show you the best ways of doing all the things and being very efficient at it. All right, we're going to go ahead and check this corner as well. We can see that this kind of runs into this, so we're going to say that this is going to be our corner. And again, we're going to go ahead and widen it out to 3. And then we have a clear shot all the way down there, do whatever we need to do. And actually ends up very nicely centering itself off what we already have, right? So we have this side. Not that I did that on purpose, everybody. That just happened to happen along there as well. So very nice. Okay, so we've got that kind of figured out a bit. We definitely need to move our line here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and grab the lower part of this, and I'm going to run this underneath here. Just some power poles for right now. And then I'm going to run this here. Run that over to there. Is it too far? Or too long? Okay, fine. We'll go over here first. Again, this is only temporary so that we can continue to use the power that we're already using way over here. And good to establish that power, because we're going to need some power later on down here. Now, most of this stuff's going to get replaced as we bring the train through. But we're just, instead of using this one here, we're going to just pass the power through over there. I always like to have a backup plan before I start to remove stuff. See, now that power is running underneath. And we can get our train organized over here. All right, this looks good. Maybe even go a third one just to try to block that off nicely. Okay, that's good. Now we've got that part figured out. Now we want to figure out the angle of our trains over here. So we're going to reverse engineer this, where we go ahead and say, okay, where can we do it without running into the wall here? Try right there. And then we're going to use our smaller ramps, and we're going to turn it this way, and we're going to run it way back like this. And we're going to see if it's going through the terrain. No, it is actually not. That was perfect. Again, that was just a guess, everybody. That was not, I pre-thought that out. I mean, I thought it out in the fact that we're going to run it, but not the fact that it was going to work out perfectly like that. And the same thing over here. Look at that. Wow. Okay, that's really, really nice. That is perfect because, again, we're not crowding too much over here. And, again, we'll readjust our hypertubes here. We'll go ahead and just take all these out. We can add all these back in later. Right over here. And we'll take out this junction. Again, once you get to trains, I find hypertubes to be quite expensive. And you're like, what do you mean expensive? Well, every time you make a hypertube, everybody, especially in entrance, and you have it on all the time, it is using power 24/7. Just think of it turning a light on in your house and then leaving. And then just that light is on every minute of every day. And that's your money and your time that it is on. And if you have children, you know what I'm talking about. I feel like my dad every time I go around and turn the lights off. But he was right, and I give him a huge credit for that. He was right, everybody. That money does add up. That's one of the things he tells me. He says, those lights add up. Turn those things off. And I'm like, you're right. Okay, turn them off. Turn them off. Because, you know, that's money that could go toward, you know, food or toward the power bill or toward whatever, right? Those money that could go toward other stuff. So there you go. They don't add up if they're LED. Well, LED is the same thing. It just uses less power, but it still uses power. I think the best type of lights, everybody, that come on when you need them, right? They come on, say, for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. You can set it to whatever you want. And then they automatically go off. I have some in the hallway now. So when my kids come in, it automatically turns on the lights. 5-10 minutes it's on, and then it automatically turns itself off because they have the inability to realize, hey, I need to flip this switch. They have the inability to flip the switch off, everybody. It's really aggravating because, again, it adds up. It really does. If you think it over a month, it's not that much, maybe $50. And then if you think over a year, $50, that's, you know, a lot of money, everybody. That's $600 that you wasted, and no one was there to use that light. And I don't consider myself cheap, everybody, but I do consider myself sensible. I mean, $600 is $600, right? I mean, especially when you're, you know, you don't got that much money. That's even more so. Even more so. So again, saving that money, and I already have $400 electric bills. I don't need it to be $600, if you know what I mean. I have really expensive electric bills. I don't know what the heck, why it's so expensive, but it's probably because the weather here sucks. That's why. That's a big why. Okay, so we need to move this back just a little bit. I think we can get away with going back over here. Oof, going through those foundations. I really don't like that. What can we do? I guess we could have it start to go up there a little bit before we go into the corner. And so what I'm doing is I'm moving it back to this way. Now, we'll replace all these foundations with red foundations and stuff because it'll signify my trains. And we're going to go 3 wide over here as well. So what we wanted to do is to turn as it's going up the thing, because it's going to slow down anyway. And we're going to go ahead and run this down. And we're going to run this down. And we're going to take this out of our way while we're working. Okay, so yeah, we want this to go up. And then we're going to need it to move over. Actually, this line is not useful, because we're going to have it moved where the line runs are anyway, down to a 2 line. So we're going to transition from a 3 line to a 2 line. They're going to run back down the center so that we can navigate through the canyon here. And then we'll get to probably here, and then we'll have to go a bit at an angle. And we'll get all that figured out as we go. Let's hide this thing out of my hands. There we go. So we want to transition from a 3 line to a 2 line. And this is where things get really tough, because when you're doing stuff at an angle and you're also going into a turn, this is where things get tricky and they get kind of wonky as well, right? Like the curvature of that gets real wonky. So what I like to do is to get an idea of it, right? So this is basically what I want to do. I want to go like this and transition up so it ends up in the center, right? Now, I would not do it that way. I would not actually do the curve first. I would go ahead and do it like this, and then run it this way, like this. And I would run it one or a half a foundation back, not one foundation, a half a foundation. You run it one back, it's going to be really high, but about a half foundation back, say right there. And then when you transition over this, it won't have such a big gap underneath where the train is, right? I'm telling you all my gamer secrets right now, everybody. Check these secrets out. And then when you transition, see, just a beautiful low transition instead of that big, gigantic gap that you already have. One of the few times that I do make smaller segments, just so I can make that better gap over there. It just makes it look much better. And so we're doing the straight piece first. And then over here, same thing. And you usually want to be back 2. So this is 1, this would be 2. And then we would be right here. Like this. This thing is always doing an awkward direction. And then this is going to be running down the center, actually like this. There we go. And it's going to transition to this center. So again, we'll go here, but then we'll go back by 2. So 1, 2, and that's going to help us also with both corners, both that corner and this corner over here. So again, we go this way. We'll count this as the 3rd one here, and then 1, 2 back, and then we'll rotate, put this down, and run it as far as we can this way. Now we're going to be replacing this also with the red transition as well. So we're going to come around this corner, and we're going to go down here. It's going to be right here is where it's going to make that transition. So 1, 2, and we now have the other side done too. So again, we're backwards engineering all of this as we go. So we're going to go ahead and run over here, and as you'll see, we can go ahead and just easily make that curve, and it makes the curve perfectly for us automatically because we had already done the straight pieces. Always better to do the straight pieces, in my personal opinion, than it is to do the rounded pieces. The rounded pieces should cue off of the straight pieces like that. Now, once you have that in position, you can then, of course, add back in your foundations or whatever you would like to do. In my case, I'm going to probably do something like this, and then we will use our smaller 1 meter foundation. Just give that a little cap off at the end there, and then I could also slide underneath there if I want to. So you're getting a little bit of lift off the thing, but you could go in and try to work in all those if you want. I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to be okay with that. Then also we go ahead and color this section as our trains here. We're just going to go ahead and transition this into trains. There we go. Very nice. And then same thing here. All of these is trains. And all of those as trains as well. We'll get them all, a couple more back there. All right, very nice. And then through here, again, we're just going to use the ones that we just put down. You can also make a blueprint for this. Actually, this part right here, we're going to blueprint. But this part here, do we need to blueprint that? Yeah, we could probably get away with a nice blueprint there. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take this part out here. And we'll take this out over here. Let's try to work in my blueprints where I can. Because again, if you want to take it out later, it just makes it easier. So we're going to go ahead and put in our 3x5 blueprint. And just kind of walk it over a little bit, like this. And the thing about a blueprint is you can go in. That is not lined up for some reason with this other one. Lined up with this one. Ah, that is not lined up. Maybe I'm just seeing things. No, it's lined up. All right. This is a visual trick there. Okay, we'll take all these out. And then we know what we're doing. Somewhat. And again, we'll transition this way. Now, again, if there's a little bit of extra that I need to add manually, then I just will. Just like this. And then add these by zooping. There we go. All right, so now we're using our blueprints to end up where we need to go. And also, it's going to color them in as well. So it does save me some time. And we can go into blueprint mode. There we go. And then this way. Oops, this way. Again, centering it off of the one down below like we did before, which is pretty nice. Hit H. Make sure that it's nice and lined up. It is. We don't need these here at the end. We can just take those out. So again, mix and matching your zooping and your blueprinting. Now, you can see what we're going to do there. But we're just going to blueprint the rest of that all the way out. We're just doing the hard parts first. And again, normally I do not build down at this level because it can be quite tricky. But we're going to go ahead and run it anyway. Now I'm just going to run one first, and you can see that we have a bit of a curve going on here, and not what I intended. It must have offset this a little bit. Let's go ahead and fix that little edge there. And I'm always checking and double checking my transitions and stuff. Now all I need to do is just do this, because this one here at the top should be somewhat aligned. No, see how it's curved like that? The reason why I did that is because the one at the top caused it to be a little bit bent. We do not want that to happen because that slows down your train. So definitely don't want that to happen. Again, this is 1, this is 2. So we're going to try this again. We're going to try to get it nice and straight this time. And I will do it as many times as it takes to make that straight. And then again, coming up the thing, you can see where the half of the foundation is. There's actually lines on the left side and on the right side. And then let's get that nice and straight. There we go. And then transition halfway up into this other one. There we go. Like that. Nice and straight. All right, looking good. And then, of course, our curve is going to try to go. Now, this is a little bit further down, so it's kind of blocking here. So I do need to make this back one more. Again, just keep working it. Because you need to count this as a separate one. So this is actually 1, and this is 2. And just keep doing it till you get it right, everybody. Again, just it takes some practice. And even I go through and say, oh, wait a minute, I clicked that incorrectly. And that's okay. That is okay. And then there. Nice and straight. We have the 2 on this side. We have the 2 on this side. And then this one here in the middle doesn't count. Let's count as your third one. And then you've got your beautiful transition there. Much better transition. Like that way better. And then nice and clean, straight curves. So it goes the fastest it can. It's going to start going up that incline. But the incline is very low. So that it's not going like this. It's going like this, right? So you're making a really clean incline there as well. So it won't reduce the speed too much. And then backtracking this way, we'll go ahead and work around these corners here. So we're going to go down the centers until we transition here. Now again, I want to make sure I leave lots of room for that transition. So right now they're coming down here, and we're going to go, say, right in the center. And eventually we're just going to go right across here and end up hitting this one right here. And the same thing over here on this one. Just going to go ahead and see where this is at. So 1, 2, and then we'll count this as a separate one right here. So 1, 2. So right about here is where we want to make this transition. This thing, I don't know what's wrong with this thing, man. It is very awkwardly always in the wrong direction. But we do what we got to do. Okay, some nice long train tracks here. We're going to go from the opposite direction this time. Like this, nice and straight. And then this into there. And then we're just going to do the opposite this way. These train tracks here most likely get taken out when we work on the rest of our train stations. And then again, have them end in the same spot. And then the outside one is pretty easy. We just let it do a bit of the work. And you can see it says, oh, it's too sharp. It won't turn that corner. And that's because we have it up a bit, right? And so we'll say, okay, well, this is 2 here, and we need 2 more back here. So we can just go ahead, back this up just a little bit. And we can use the other one as a reference. And we'll grab this one here. And this one's going to stop about here anyway, but we're going to move it back just a little bit so we can control this side. And then you just work it back by 1, right, like this. And then you try again. And you're like, okay, that's not working. Let's go ahead and back it up again. This one I'm just going to go ahead and take out now. And so we had it to here. And we'll go ahead and go back a couple. And then transition. And there we go. As we've got a nice perfect angle and perfect curve here. That's going to go ahead and transition it to the double line. And the same thing here. We just turned the wrong way for some reason. I don't know why. And then over here, this one is the same thing, but we need to back this one up also by 2. Consider this the first one, and then this would be 1, and then 2. So you want to back that up like that. And then, of course, this is going into this transition here. And we are going to do this. And we're going to do ahead and do the same length of these, right? Because this is where this starts here, and this is where the other part is here. And then, if we did it correct, it's going to go. Oh, no, it doesn't go. Why doesn't it go? Because, again, we didn't leave enough room for that transition. Now, you can just try to do this, everybody, and you can just try to straighten it out. Or at least see where the arc is going to kind of get straight. And that does help you a lot too, because then you can just say, okay, well, actually, I want it to start a little inset here and then end up at the same spot. Or you might want to bring it out a little bit more so that it ends up over there. And then you know that that's going to go ahead and transition there. Now, you can squeeze it a little bit more so these arcs are the same. I'm not always that worried about that because I typically am running through here or getting off the train to work on something or whatnot. So it does add a little bit of a padding there for you to get in and out of there. It's really what you want to do. And then over here, we're going to, again, do the same thing, and we know exactly where to start now. And we're just going to run our way all the way up. And we're going to try to sync the trains as often as we can, meaning that we have them start and stop in the same positions. Just like that. Really nice transition there over that edge. And then we're going to grab this and just simply run it over there. Again, if you want to make these nice and perfect like this, you absolutely can. Again, by syncing the 2 starts and stops. And you can make those edges nice and clean. That's why I did that one that way, and I did the other one the other way, so you can see the difference in those. And again, you can try to figure out that by trying to squeeze that starting point back a little bit, so it's kind of more matching up to this. You get the idea. You want that perfect edge. All right, so now we have our train tracks running really well. Oh, we need to add our train track over here. Now, another thing that we need to do before we get too far down the line is we need to add power to our train station. And the reason why I want to add power to the train station is, again, it's going to run that electricity along the tracks, right? You ain't going to get electrocuted from standing on the tracks or anything like that. At least not yet. They haven't added that to the game. Don't count on it in the future. Who knows what they're going to add? I don't have any insights, everybody, as to whether they're going to add that or not. But I say always be on the alert just in case. Now, right over here, we do have some power. We're going to go ahead and take that power. We're going to run it down, and we're going to attach it right here under our foundations. Then we're going to take this, and we're going to tie this into the primary power. That is way out over here. And we're going to see how far we can go. We can go to about right here. And we have some stuff already there, kind of blocking us a bit. This is offline production. This will all be removed at some point. And I can see that right here is a good spot. And we've got this right in the way. What about right here? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do it there. So what we're going to do is get up over here. I'm just going to take this out temporarily so I can see what I'm doing. We're going to go ahead and add one of our little wall outlets here. And actually, it's also a foundation outlet. And now we can go ahead and make a short little run here. I try to run the line down on whatever side it's on, so you get a nice straighter run. There we go. So we'll just transition there. And then up and over. This also helps us later, everybody, when we go to use some other equipment, which helps us a lot. And we're going to go ahead and tie right in here. That's a very central junction there. I've already upgraded that one. And so now our train station has power. How do we know it has power? Well, one thing we can do is put the train on there and see if the train actually runs. That's a dead giveaway. And there we go. Now, we actually have our train running the wrong direction, by the way, because it's actually going to run this way. But you get the idea. Does the train actually run? Watch what happens. In case you're used to the way it was before, everybody, it doesn't do that anymore. You have to actually have train stops when you're driving it, or it'll drive it right off the tracks now. Another thing I wanted to show you. That's no big deal. You just hit E and it goes back on the tracks. But I thought I would show you that so that you know that you can actually derail your trains now. It doesn't do it when it's automatically do it. That's for sure. For sure. You get that, says Cajun. Yeah, exactly. We're going ahead and again transition this one also over to here, and again it will do some nice perfect curves for us here into there. And again, this one we could bring forward just a little bit more if we want it to be perfect along there. I don't worry about the perfection of the edge lines here. Just want to make sure I have some good curves that are not slowing down my train. That's vitally important to what we're doing. And we'll get back on our train again here. We'll test out our track some more. And the train does kind of wind up to speed. And we got a nice transition there. Really close there. So we got to watch out for those trains in the future. And then, oh God. Off the rails. Just like this stream sometimes. Oh! Exclamation off the rails in the chat. Man, I've been forgetting to tell you. Perfect timing, though. Right what I'm doing right there. Exclamation off the rails, my subscribers. All one word, by the way. Perfect timing, man. I'm glad I thought of that. Let's see who does it first. New chat command for you. Did it work? Oh, it didn't work. Oh, of course. Oh, man. Such a good setup, too. Why did it not work? Hold on, everybody. Let me go over here and check the thing. I gotta go over here and see if it's... Oh, it's not off the rails. Hold on, I gotta get the thing. It's got a typo. All right, there we go. Typoed it. Try it again. No? Not gonna work? Huh. Ah, it's always something, everybody. Again, anticlimactic there. Come on, you. I'll just delete it and type the whole thing in again. All right, one more time. Let's go. Come on. My off the rails thing is going off the rails. It's kind of appropriate, I think. Let's go. Hey, there we go. Hope you guys like that. There you go. Look at that. Right off the rails we go. I hope you guys enjoy. That's a new command for my subscribers. There you go. Right off the rails we go. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a lot of work, by the way. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. Again, we want to transition. Now, again, always do, I think it's the easiest way to do this is to do the straight parts first. And so we're going to go here, and we're going to say, okay, this event is going to be here. This is one back, then you go two, and we'll say here, and then over here, same thing. And again, just keep trying, move it backwards or forwards until you get it the way you want it. I'm just going to speed up a little bit here. Hope you don't mind. I think you guys are getting the gist of this now. So back by one and then count two. So basically it's back three. And then this is going to transition, just keep going down the line here. So we want to go ahead and put in the rest of our stuff here so we can make one long piece. God, this blueprinting is so awesome. It is so nice on how fast you can get that in, get that done. See, the cool thing about this, we're running the power and the train lines simultaneously. So very, very cool. Again, working on this outer one. So this will be the first one, and we'll just go 1, 2, 3 back right here, and then run this as long as it will let me run it. And you'll see it'll just suddenly stop and turn red like that. And then I usually go back and just match it up to the foundation. Now we know this side's going to be the same. I'm just going to reverse it. It doesn't matter which way you're running these tracks, everybody, at least as far as I've noticed. They all go in the same direction usually. Ultimately, it's whatever the direction the train is. This should go here, and that should go... I might have to move this back just a little bit because this one is actually starting earlier. So we're going to end up moving that back. And then, again, this is 1, 2, and then this counts as 1, and then 1, 2 here. Thing is always the wrong direction. There we go. And even though this one can run longer than the other one, we're going to go ahead and actually have it match up to this. So all the other ones are just going to be straight. They're just going to be straight all the way down until it actually curves down and does that transition. And then over here, again, try to do this. This one needs to go back just a little bit on the other side. Again, I usually do a full foundation back and end out. Keep reworking that. Oh, little misclick there. And there we go. Very nice. All right, that's looking good. Now, let's see if we can get this to just go right over here. We sure can, but it's going to go right through the thing, which I don't like. I do not like that at all, and really what we want to do is we want to do this one here. By the way, that train might run through there. Let's go see what happens. Some of the terrain, it will transition through the terrain, but let's go see if it does. I haven't tried it in a long time. In the old days, it would just go right through here. Yeah, it still does. So you could, in theory, do that. I'm not going to, but you could. You gotta wait for it to completely come to a stop before you can take it out. All right. So we obviously don't want it to do that. We want it to come through and transition through here and then transition over to there. So we're going to go ahead and make a little track over here. A little track we can get right there. And then maybe we can work our magic into this track. Yes, we're definitely going to need to move this back just a little bit. And again, sometimes I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. You just kind of work it until you get it the way you want it. Oof, too close. We should probably go middle on that one. Let's go middle. Middle of the foundations. And then bring this back to there. And then transition that there. Much closer. But still don't like it. Feel like I should move this transition forward. Because this is going to be way too close. So we want to move this forward. And again, we can always move these foundations around. Like we want to go middle of the foundation here. And then just a small back here. And what's going to do is create less of a really harsh curve like that. And then same thing over here. Probably a little bit more forward though. Just something like that. And then again, just try to get it to do a lot of the work for you. Nope, definitely need to back a little bit more on that one. Too close, too close. Just keep reworking it. We'll get it. Sometimes you might have to go half foundation like this. The point is to get the curve right. Ooh, that's pretty good. Dang, that's good. All right, like that. Like that a bunch. All right, now let's see if it clips. Now again, you can see that it's just going to go through the thing. Wrong way. It'll go through the thing anyway, but I don't like it when it clips. I don't even like it when it touches the side of the thing. So we'll see if it touches the side of that rock. It does. Oh, look out! That's not good. Re-rail. It does touch the side of that rock. Don't like it. All right, let's work this outside first. So we're going to bring this back a little bit further.
Oh my God!
Yep. Right off the thing we went. That's why I jumped off, everybody. I didn't want to go off the rails there. Good timing on that one, though. Good timing. 1,000 kids caps for that, Paul. Oh, wrong button. There we go. 1,000 kids caps. There you go. Good timing on that one. All right. We want to get this to go here. We got to back this up again some more. Keep reworking this. Again, this is why I run it up nice and high, everybody. So I have to do these kind of things. But, you know, we'll get it figured out. I'll show you all my secrets on how to line all this stuff up. Like that. Yeah, it's going to be too much. It's going to block the other one. Let's go half foundation here. Say right there, and then straight. We want it to be coming in straight when it's going by this rock formation here. We don't want it to be curving into that. Something like this. Okay, and then what if we did this, but a little bit forward? Say half a foundation there. Get that to squeeze through there without hitting that edge. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Bring it forward just a little bit more. It's all about that curve. This side is no big deal, as long as it's straight. This way you don't have a weird angle over here. Totally feel like the train's going to touch that side, but we're getting real close now. Let's take this train. just ever so little. Need to bring these back forward again so I can make that transition. Let's go half there. Half the foundation here. And see if we can still get that curve. Widen out a little bit. Again, working the two flat sides. Get it to transition without touching the wall. Ah, ha, ha, ha! Perfection! Ram it! It's fun every time, everybody. Just crash those in. By the way, it used to be where you could just run these right through each other. They weren't solid objects. I actually love the collisions. I think they did a great job on the collisions and all that kind of fun stuff as well. All right, everybody. So there, showed you my technique of just kind of working that back and forth, back and forth. Now, when it's really close like this, you want to watch out because the trains may collide on each other when they're going around those edges. It does make me a little nervous that those edges are like that, but I could try to move this one on the left a little bit more forward. It may not be able to do the curve, but let's see what we can do. A little bit forward here. Just to give it a little bit more room in those curves. Yeah, much better. Much better. And then we'll, of course, check it in this direction. See how we're looking. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Train went in the water. Re-rail it. Luckily, I have my jetpack to save me. All right, very nice. Okay, so now we've got that whole curve figured out, and then it also tells us, hey, we need to push these foundations out a bit. So we're going to go ahead and take out all of these over here. We're going to have to redo all of our curves. But that's okay. We've got it figured out, and that's the important part. And again, we'll just take all that out over there. We're going to be reworking all of that. And we know that we want this to go out a bit further this way. So we're going to go ahead and put in some nice transition foundations here. And we'll take out any blueprints over there. And again, that's what's nice about blueprints is when you rework it, like I'm doing now, makes it much easier to rework all of that. Let's turn it this way, and we'll hit H. Nudgy, 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 nudge. Ooh, wow. I really just line up perfectly to that? It sure does. Wow, okay. Sometimes you just get lucky, everybody. It does line up pretty perfect. Oh, I nudged it too far one way. Wait a minute, that is not perfect. Why did those foundations not line up? Oh, over here. They made a mistake. Thing very off there. I do not leave that stuff. I go in and I fix it. Didn't nudge it far enough and wasn't being diligent enough to make sure that it was lined up. There we go. But again, great thing about blueprints, very easy, can take them out, readjust them. And this way. It's so cool it lines up to the front of that there. Oh, actually, here's a better idea. We can just do this, and we can go back to default mode. We can just take the end of this one out, and then we can just snap the blueprints over there. And that should line up our corners. Nice. Okay, there we go. Very good. And then, again, transitioning to the center lines again, because these are going to be center lines. And we'll say this is the center. So we'll go 1, 2, and then 3, which is right here. And then we have to do the same thing on this side, where we're going to be running center of the foundation. So we'll go back by 1, 2, and 3 right there. And in theory, it's something like that. All right, then we should be able to rotate. There we go. And then again, this one is going to this. And also a little easier to line these up, by the way. Back 1, and then 2, and then 3. And then this will be our main line running all along here. Once again, get a nice some straightaways here after all of this hard work of transitioning. Also going to be really fun to ride that train here back. It's going to make it through the canyon and stuff like that. Going to be very fun. And then this one here, we'll probably end up having to back that up, but we'll see how we do here first. Very nice. Okay, and then same thing over here. We're going to make these transition. And we are going down the center line now. And we'll go right there. See how we like that. Around there. Again, giving us that really nice curve there. And then match this one up with our other one here. And now we've made it through the tough part. Again, a lot of working and reworking and getting that stuff lined up. But I'm the ultimate problem solver. But I got the skills when it comes to problem solving. That's all I do really most of the day anyway. In game or in life, solving these type of problems. Look at that beautiful. That one's really nice curve there. Very nice. And look at how we made it go through the canyon there. Now the rest of this is just easy mode. We're just going to take out our towers as we go. In fact, we don't really need to run our power lines anymore. Again, this is going to replace our power lines here. So I'm just going to dip over this way a little bit and get that one too while we're at it, just to make it easier. Because we're actually going to be replacing all of this coal anyway. We're just going to be taking all the coal and bringing it back to our primary base. We're not going to be using any of this coal power. So if I cut off the coal power, it's no big deal because my actual power is coming from the fuel depot over there. But the coal power helped us get the fuel power going. And now we won't have to keep running over here all the time, which can be quite annoying to have to run over here all the time here. Now we want to transition down. And we want to go ahead and bring this right to the coal itself. So, do we want to transition down here, or do we want to go a little bit further? Now, we are going to add supports underneath here and all of that for the train line, which I rarely ever do. I usually just float the supports up above. But I kind of feel like we just want to go as straight as we can. Just make really tall supports for this. Like this. Figure out the foundation first, and we can always come back and rework the rest of this. Maybe one more here. Just trying to find the center of where all this is. Maybe back here. We're going to center this down. Yeah, right here. Looks like a good spot. And we'll cut this in piece off. And now we're going this way. And then we need to make sure that we have enough Choo angled down into that lower side. Or do we want to just follow the terrain? Kind of feel like maybe we should just follow the terrain in this particular playthrough. I could just as easily do that. That's normally what I would do, is just kind of rise above. But we're going to do the terrain here. I've changed my mind there. And try different things, different techniques each time you play through. I like to do that. I think it's very fun. Let's back up even more here. And we're going to go ahead and transition way back here, because we're going to transition pretty slowly. This one is very sharp transition, where it's just going straight down like that, because you can do that with belts and hypertubes. Actually, for hypertubes, it helps you. It actually accelerates. But on this, we want this, again, to be the smallest slope possible. And we want that to start really, really early, even further back from here. And we're going to just use this side over here. So it just lines up to that edge as it's going down. Like we could probably go back even more. Let's go way back here. And you always want to go and check where it's too far and then work your way forward from that. Ramp, yes. Even further back. And just want to use our 1 meter ramps, and they're going to work way back here. Still further back. You can see that when we get to the end here, the ramps are still pretty high, right? What we want to do is have these ramps end up where the actual ramp itself is just going over the top of this edge here. Now I could just do a thing that lifts it up, but I want it to be very much like this where it ends up right here. So you can see that, again, that long transition that we want to create. Using my little slide jump technique. And just keep working it back. Oh, I forgot to take these ones out. How many meters down does it need to go? Hold on, let's think this through. How many meters down? So there's 4. Let's do this vertical. 8, 12. So 12 block back would be, in theory, pretty close. By the way, you can run along these and dismantle them at the same time. Just hold down your control key and swipe across. I wouldn't do it while you're standing on it, though. Not the best idea. Unless you're like me and you have the jetpack. Like that. We got all of those in a quick sequence. Okay, so in theory, 12 back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops, blueprint. 5. This would be 10. And this would be 11, 12. But kind of feel like I might want to try 10. Definitely don't want it to go into the ground. We could set up a bunch of these on a blueprint as well. I don't think I've ever done ramps as a blueprint. I feel like it'd be faster just to do the ramp than it would be to blueprint it out. But if you were embellishing it with side stuff and you were coloring it all in or whatever, then definitely be a good idea. Leave a little bit of leeway whenever you're doing this so that it doesn't end up doing that. I was right. Okay. That's me, everybody. Sometimes I'm right. So again, it was 12 down, but it was a little too close to where, I mean, it still works. It's actually perfect. It's actually perfect where it is. I just don't like the stuff transitioning in there. So all I have to do is go up by 1 more, and that will get that where I don't have that stuff going through my foundations, which I do not like for any reason ever. I really feel like it should do what it does in Fallout 76, which is to automatically remove any foliage that is around your foundations, which is a great feature, by the way. Really, really good. Also, by the way, I saw that they did come through with a bunch of changes and updates and fixes for Fallout 76. If you haven't checked that out, feel free to check out 76 if you haven't seen that in a while. So what we want to do is just go forward by 1. And that's going to raise that up by 1. And then we'll do our ramps again. Again, you want to test all this stuff out. And the way I normally do it eliminates all of this kind of stuff I'm doing now. If you're transitioning up and down and all of that. But I think it's kind of fun to run with the terrain and then, you know, build up all the foundations and stuff. It takes a lot longer. Definitely going to take you a lot of your time to embellish it in this way. And that is beautiful. All right. And this is just going to keep going right over that edge there. Sits there very nicely. Probably add some supports under there. All the way up and all the way down. And then this is just going to keep on going down. Like this. Nice, long, easy slope. Go ahead and swipe all of these, because we no longer need any of that. And again, just kind of keep this going down along the terrain. And again, we'll add some supports down there. And again, kind of eyeball where the center of that is. Orange shade right about here. So we'll go ahead and flatten this out. This was called a landing, just like in a staircase. You'd have a landing here, and I'm going to make it wide. And probably just kind of flatten it out a little bit here, just so we have a good transition space. Now remember, this is going to be 3 wide this way as well. So we're going to have a nice space here. So actually, could do this instead. Put these here and take all this out. Get all these here in the background as well. Get those all out of there. We're going to be removing all of our coal stations. And we no longer need coal. We can do this, and then we can go in and just use our foundations here. Like this, our railroad foundations. Nudge this into position. Sometimes this is going weird directions. Okay. There we go. And we'll take these out. This should come down and hit this nicely. Then we can make that transition this way. And probably pretty cool that it's centered as well. Have our center line, and then 1, 2. Probably want to go one more. Just so it flattens out, and then it goes down. Gonna make this way easier, and then again we'll go center. And I think it should work out. Let's see. Again, don't need our coal plants anymore. That's perfectly okay. Wow, I think this is going to be absolutely perfect. Wow, okay. So now we get to have some fun. Not that I'm not already having fun, but a bunch of fun. Take this, nature. God, I love this gun now. My new favorite thing. Causing mayhem and destruction. You know how I like my explosions, everybody. Look at this. Isn't this awesome? Again, this is the explosive rail ammo. Great way to just kind of clear stuff out of your way. Get out of here, trees. Like, I wasn't even doing anything, Kismet. Too bad. Darn trees always in my build. Get out of here. Get out of here, you crazy trees. There we go. All right. Crazy trees, always in my builds. All right. Now we need to kind of transition here a little bit. Weird bird in our way there. And try to flatten that out where it kind of matches up to the level of what we're doing here. Yeah, and it doesn't go through our foundation. Perfect. All right. That is really nice. So we can come down and we can transition our train station here. Actually, here's what we'll do. We'll take this out. Is this the center or is this the side? This is the center. And we'll see if it'll let us put this here at the end of this. It feels like it's going to be awkward. All right. Here's what we'll do. We'll put those foundations back. That's why I was putting this foundation in the back here. Try to help it flatten out a little bit here in the front. Because we can just line it up on this and then hit H. Flatten that out. Like that. I see some stuff through my things. Don't like it. Don't like it. Not going to do it. Not gonna do it. Nope. Bring that up by one foundation there. And actually, let's go a little wider. We're going to go 5 wide this time. It's back. On that side. On this side. And we're going to go our 5 foundations. Here. Snap it over here. Hit H, nudge it in position. Things in the way, but that's okay. We'll deal with it later. And there we go. And if we have any bushes in our way, take that, bushes. Get out of my foundations, bushes. A little bit right there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that out of there. Oh, yeah. No, I got it. Yeah. Nice. Got them bushes out of my foundations. Again, this explosive ammo is awesome. Hey, Faybrain, what's up? Yeah, you like that, Paul? That was fun, right? Blowing up that stuff. Now, again, we're making a train station right through here. And again, we can remove all this other stuff later on. We're just going to make it right through here. Now, we also wanted to eventually go up in through here and get some quartz as well. But we want to go ahead and make it nice and straight here. So it's really easy. Well, maybe a little straighter than that. Ah. Trying to take it out. There we go. I'm going to get the blueprint dismantle mode. All right, there we go. And then snap this into the proper blueprint. There we go. Nice. I don't think I've ever bothered to bring it down this low in here. So again, train comes in. Now normally, again, I have it way above and I just run it up because that's the most efficient way of doing it. You don't have to work around the terrain. You don't have to do all of that. It takes way longer to do it this way. But we're going to do it. And it's going to be cool when we're driving back and forth and all of that on the train itself. Because I am going to take the train and I'm going to turn the train and run it this way. Now we're going to have to, of course, get rid of some of this nature. It's a terrible tragedy. This is just too fun, man. Now, of course, we could be using this all for biofuel, but you know what's more fun? Blowing it up. Much easier than Novelist. Look how easy that was. And then, you know, if you really want to pick all this up, you can just hold down E and run around. Pick up all this other random stuff. Really good in the beginning, too. You just kind of run around, hold down E. Gets all that stuff out of there. I wonder if I could just blast that stuff. Oh, it does take that out if you blast it. All right, cool. Cool. Now we know. All right. Now we want to go ahead and transition that away. So we're going to go here and we're going to kind of make a left. Like this. Easy foundation cleaner. Yeah, this definitely looks like it's going to go into the train a little bit here. No worries. But that came out before. Maybe it's not hitting it directly. Did that just disappear a minute ago? Apparently no. Alright, fine. Make me transition earlier. Let's go over here. See how we like this. Very picky about how my stuff runs, especially at the ground level. I don't like it showing stuff through the bottom of it. We're using our terrain modifier tool, aka explosive ammo. So we don't have to see the train going through our stuff. All right. Yeah. And best work this out. This is not aligned to the world grid. It absolutely is not. Oops. Wrong way. The easiest way to do this. Ah, that's stuff in the way. Log, like that. Ah, this stuff will not come out of my my foundations. Don't like it. I don't like it, but that's okay. We're probably going to end up adjusting how we're going to be doing these foundations anyway. And we're going to have to make a transition. Ooh, hello. You can't hide over there now, bro. You like to go hide in the bushes. Ha. So good. So good. No hiding in the bushes this time, sucker. Give me all that loot. Give me that loot. All right, so we're going to have to get off the world grid and definitely fix this. I don't like that. And try to align this so it goes up the hill. Let's see here. And we can remove all this stuff too. This is going to be in our way. So we're going to need to make a transition from the world grid to an off-grid angle. Oh, we dropping stuff? Oh, we sure are. Dropping stuff in that box right there. Again, low foundations, low level ramp. I feel like this ramp is going to be better used on the opposite side, on the top side first. All right. Okay. Weird stuff going on there. Run. Slide. And it's sliding up the hill. All right. We're going to try to on the top of this hill. What's up, Fred? That's Fred. Let's say, let's call it here. We're trying to go right through there. We should start with a 1 meter. Actually, let's start with a nice 4. Let's see what we're doing here. Doesn't look like the angle on which I want, because I can't see anything, because there's a bunch of trees in the way. This is my new favorite thing. Look out, Fred. Get out of here. This is a danger zone, bro. There's a crazy man on the loose. Oh, love it. All right. I love it. So again, something like this, aiming right toward down the center here. Let's just put this, say like this. Then she's definitely going to go right into the train. Yeah, not careful. Let's go ahead and let's do it 2. Now 2 meters only to help me kind of line this up to where to start and the angle at which I need to start it. Something like that. Take this out. Oh, guys! Bushes in my way. I always press it a whole bunch of times and then I realize while I'm doing that I don't need to do that. I can just hold it down. I do it so often from all the games I've played over the years. Natural reaction. Alright. So we're going to snap this here. Actually, I want this to be down just a little bit, I think. Something like that. Okay, and then we'll take all of these out. It should be high enough now that it'll just ramp down at a much slower scope. But, yeah, okay, so we need to bring it down. Something like this. Maybe even lower. Lower, Zooping off. It's one of the greatest things about this game, everybody. It's just so precise in your ability to tell it exactly what you want it to do. It's a brilliant move by them. Oh yeah. That's real good. Alright, I'm liking that. Yeah, it starts very low to the train, which is what I'm trying to do. Get out of there. You guys take a hike as well. Get out of my thing. Get out of my foundations. Don't like it. I don't want it. I don't like it. Get out of there. Don't make me blow up everything. Don't make me go crazy. I will get you out of my foundations. There we go. All right, so you can see that this slope is much shallower, but we need to get it in such a way that it is not going to clip through the ground. That's what we're trying to fix right now, is so that it's not going to clip through that ground. And it may still clip up here. Yeah, see, still got the problem of it clipping up there at the top. So we do have to bring it up a bit like we have it here. Again, just thought I'd try it there and see how we can get that going. But we can just put some ports under there and see how we like that. I can also start it back further here. Maybe even further back.
Prepared for the future.
Prepared for the future? Whoa! Holy mackerel! Look at those biddies! Holy mackerel! That's a lot of biddies. Big JP coming in with the 10,000 bits. Holy mackerel! Wow! 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 Oh, that reminds me of bits too. I got to go over here. I put this in here. I gotta make a note. You reminded me of something too, Big JP. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. I'm gonna shoot off some fireworks for you, bro. That's a lot of bits. Right over here. There you go. Right there, everybody. Sorry I've been around like I used to be. Been raising kiddos and buying my own business. Well, hey, big congrats, Big JP. I know both of those things are incredibly difficult. Getting older is more than I could have expected. I appreciate all the years of entertainment and friendship. Right back at you, Big JP. Right back at you, man. See, you're out there taking care of your IRL, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. You never need to apologize for taking care of that IRL. I know how it goes. But, man, that's a lot of biddies. Thank you so much. We're going to use that toward the Vault Van Life project. Now, of course, remember, you have unlocked the Vault Founder privilege as well, meaning that you're going to get your name inscribed on the Vault Van that I'm building. If you don't know about that project, everybody, is a project I'm putting together where I'm going to build myself a little mobile broadcast studio so I can go to places like TwitchCon and stuff like that. And travel around to conventions, to famous gaming locations like the White Spring, aka the Blackbriar, and to Boston, and all sorts of cool places like that, like in Fallout 4 or in California, Fallout, the other Fallouts, and so on. That's my big goal, everybody. I have one last thing in life, because my time is winding down. I am now a senior citizen. I'm 55, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're still young." No, you're not. No, you're not. Your time is running down. Remember, you have an expiration date. And so I would like to get around and do one last fun thing, unique thing to me before my time is done. Now that I've been working on my health for so long, I'm feeling strong enough that I think I could get it going. And this will allow me to, put a little bed in there or something like that where I could drive a couple hours and then stop, rest, drive another couple hours and so on, and go to all of these things. And of course, stream live to all of you and take you guys along on the journey when I go to TwitchCons and whatnot, because I could use the van just like it's kind of like a news van, broadcasting van, where I could have, say, a Starlink on it, and then be in the convention, walking around with an IRL backpack and showing you live the convention or whatever it is on my stream, which I think would be absolutely amazing, everybody. And of course, I'll make it look like a vault inside. Well, you just can't not do that. And again, try to get it built out to do that. So we're trying to get this bar from there all the way over there. So if you donate any bits or direct donations or tips, as they call it here on Twitch, you can go ahead and be part of that Vault Van Life project. So you did donate, where you can actually choose also a location, Big JP, for my Fallout 4 playthrough that I'm doing. I'm doing a mega run, the ultimate modded playthrough, the rise of the Tycoon Empire. So you get to pick a location. You can pick that location via my Overseer thing over here. I can show you. And also, I've already put what other people have picked in the Overseer 2.0. Right over here, and I'll pull it over here for you so you can see it. You can see I have it set right now to where everybody has chosen their different locations and whatnot. So your name will show up here. I usually just like every month or so, I'll put everybody's names in there. And then you with that, that's like $100 in bits. That's a lot of bits. So you can go ahead and choose claim a settlement. You can you'll be the founder of the settlement, as well as you get your name up there in lights, and of course get a robot named after you. And you can rename the settlement, by the way. You can name it Big JP's House of Fun or something like that. Whatever you want to call it, just go ahead and whisper me here on Twitch or on Discord, and let me know which one you'd like, and I will go ahead and add you in. So again, thank you for becoming a Vault founder. Thanks for coming in, showing that love. And I hope everything goes well with your business and with your kids as well. Hopefully they're still young where they haven't got to the attitude part yet. The attitude part is the stuff that makes your hair turn white, everybody. Because, you're working all the time. You're really, you spend all your time to the benefit of your children. That's typically what you do as parents, because you're working all the time. You're trying to pay for your kids' food, water, shelter, their cell phones, their insurance as they get older. In my case, I have three daughters who are in their teenage years on my insurance right now. My insurance is insane, and so on. So you know how it goes. Oh, 20-month-old and one on the way. That's the best time. It's going to be really hard though, because they're going to be crying and you're going to be up all night. And you're not going to be getting lots of sleep. But if I look back, everybody, those are the parts I like the most. You go in there and you look at them in their crib and they're just a little baby. And they can't do anything for themselves. Remember, everybody in the world at some point relied on someone else to keep them alive, because you could do nothing when you were born, everybody. They're like, you could eat and you could sleep and you could go to the bathroom, and that was about it. That's your maximum functions as an infant. But it's so awesome to watch them learn. You learn so much when you watch your kids learn. It is so amazing that everything is an amazing thing. They have a sense of wonder, everybody. And you lose that as you get older. A lot of people do. That sense of, wow, that's really cool. And wow, that's really neat. Me, I've never lost my sense of wonder. I enjoy all sorts of things. You can see it all the time when I'm playing games. Like, whoa, that's really cool. Oh, that's awesome. I don't lose my sense of wonder, but you can really see it in children when they discover. They're like the first person who ever discovered that if you take a ball and you roll it, or you throw it, it'll roll, and that's an amazing thing. They just learned that when they jump in puddles and it splashes. Hey, they just learned that. It's like a science experiment. That's why I let my kids jump in puddles. I let them jump in leaves and do all sorts of crazy things so they can learn those things. You don't want to, limit them from learning. And some people are like that. Don't jump in puddles. You're going to get your shoes wet or whatever. You know what? Get your shoes wet. You know what? Get your hands dirty. Go in there, get muddy. That's okay. It's okay to live and experience life instead of being so incredibly sheltered all the time. I grew up in an age, everybody, where it was like, go outside and play. And basically, we were feral children where we just ran wild in the streets, everybody. We did all sorts of crazy stuff. Some of the stuff, can't tell you unless we go into after dark mode. We did a lot of crazy things, and you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know you've done a few things in your life. You know, crazy things, parties at the river where people are wearing optional clothing. You know what I'm talking about. A little craziness in your life. I'm a pretty even-keeled guy, though, everybody. I don't really go too far off the rails. A little bit of teetering sometimes. But not really far off. I'm not a liar or cheat or steal. I don't do drugs. I don't do all of that stuff. Not because I'm better than anybody else. I just choose not to do that because that's like self-destructive, right? You're just destroying yourself, your body, and you only get the one. Mine already has enough issues anyway, everybody. Mine and everybody's does because, again, it's like a machine that wears out over time. That's your body is your container, basically, for the rest of you. And it will wear out over time. Just look at all the people who are in their 90s, everybody. You can see their faces all caved in. They got all the wrinkles. They got all the stuff. Because you know why? Because they had to go through a bunch of crap in life. That's why. And it drains you of your life essence over time. That's why, again, I've been watching a bunch of these things where it has AI reverse engineering people's life, so it goes backwards. So you have someone who's like 92 and there's some famous actor, and then it shows some of their parts as they go back, and they're actually getting younger because it's going backwards in time. I like backwards in time more than I like forward in time. And who invented getting older, everybody? What a stupid invention. I just realized that recently. Why do we get older? Why do we age? I guess so we can appreciate it more. You don't appreciate it until you're like in your 50s or 40s in my case. You don't appreciate it because I got ill. That's how I appreciate it, everybody. It's like life trying to teach you a lesson always. Every day life is trying to teach you a new lesson, and most of the time you don't care. You're like, don't teach me any more lessons. I'm just trying to keep learning from the last lessons I've been getting every day. And whatnot, just like when your kids are talking back to you and they're giving you the attitude, and meanwhile you're over there just grinding every day so you can pay their bills and keep them alive and try to, say, look, hey, be a decent human being in your life. And eventually they get over it, though. My oldest daughter is starting to get over it now because she's out in the world now. She's out at college. She's out doing her own stuff. She's out grinding a job and paying for her own stuff. That's a great way to learn that. That's what my parents did too, and I learned a good lesson from that, how to take care of myself. I don't need anybody, everybody. I don't need anybody to help me do anything. I can do anything and everything myself, except for maybe surgery. Surgery, you probably don't want to be doing that on yourself. I'm just saying, probably a bad idea. Reminds me of that movie where they go to Acapulco. What is that movie with the gladiator guy? What's his name? Russell Crowe. It was one of those ones they're going around, and the doctor, of course, gets injured, so he has to suture himself. I'm like, okay. Well, at least he knows what he's doing. Hopefully on himself. I mean, you're going to want to do that one, the best one, man. The best one you ever did is the one you want to do on yourself. I would say that to doctors, too. I say, make this the best one you've ever done. Whenever I go into a doctor, when I have my gallbladder taken out, when I have my LASIK done, my eyes, I'm like, make this the best one you've ever done. Do your best work. And they did, actually, which is funny. Because if you just say something, then it's in their head the whole time. They're going to try to do their best work on it as well. So yeah, they are great. They're great when they're little like that, especially when they're little babies and they're just wandering around and everything is an amazing thing. Because remember, they can only see this far when they're born. Everybody, they can only see about right here. And they start seeing faces, they start seeing stuff, and then their vision and basically their world is growing as their vision comes in, and then they can see more, and then they can interact with more things. That's what happens over time. Is that. And by the way, your frontal lobe right here doesn't come in until you're 25. Yeah. And that's why babies have soft spots on their head. You got to be real careful with any dropping them or anything, watching them banging their heads into the walls or banging their heads into sharp corners. That's why you want to make sure you got it all baby safe. Man, we went baby safe crazy on the first child. The other children, maybe a little less. You know, your first child, you just like totally, you know, new parent. You're just really overzealous a little bit. But on our other children, we still had all the things on any sharp corners. Of course, we covered all of the electrical sockets and whatnot. You want to make sure those kids don't learn the hard way on that stuff. And remember, when you're messing with electrical, you only learn that lesson once. That's why I don't ever do electrical, everybody, because if you touch that thing, zap, you're dead. That's it. That's game over, bro. Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But yeah, they're great when they're young, Big JP. And again, thank you so much for that love. Again, you're going to get your name inscribed on the van as a Vault founder. So thank you so much for coming in and showing that support. And again, I hope everything goes well for you. I know businesses can keep you busy as well. I've been trying to keep this stream going for 10 years, everybody. It's been nothing short of a miracle. Of course, thanks to all the love from all of you coming in here, keeping all this going, because it gets me up every day. It's something that I like to do. I enjoy hanging out with all of you and playing some games and kind of sharing my perspective on the type of games I love to play. Let's go back just a little bit more. I think we could kind of slide that a little lower. See how we're just kind of working that back until the first one is right here. Ooh, we're just touching that stuff a little much. Let's see if we can just blast it. No! Get out of my foundations! Get out of my foundations. How dare you? Alright, maybe up one here. Maybe just do it like that. Oh, turned it sideways. Nice. Maybe just go with that. This game is so good, everybody. It is so exceptionally good, too. Not like just a little good. It's exceptionally good. I mean, because, you know, we've had a lot of crappy games come out. And they're like, oh, this is a AAA game. It's like a minus A. So more like an F minus game. Some games. And this one is like, you know, Pirate's Gold. It's like the ultimate in an exceptionally great game. And again, we want this to be nice and angled. And it's going to go really, really far because of that top angle, see? And if we're lucky, we can get it to match up on this other side. Really slow angle. And then we'll work it out on this other end. Ooh, mama, that's going to go way over the top of our ramp. We're going to need some serious, look at that, everybody. Wow. Way further than I thought it was going to go. But, again, if we want that slow thing. Now, we can increase the slope if we want. But, we might want to have a separate train. Trees! I missed all three of those trees. That's funny, but literally trees in the way. Alright, get out of here, trees. You're always in my way. Oh, so satisfying to do that, though. Alright. Holy moly. Alright. We're going to have a separate train going here for sure. Getting there, though. Oh, this would be kind of fun to run it off on a sidetrack. Run it off on a side track. Have it match up. All right, here's what we want to do. We want to have this come down and run it on a side track where it matches up over here. So you want to run this forward just to kind of triangulate where this runs into this. Yeah. And that's literally just going to bypass all this lower part like this, and we'll make all that work later on. And work on that transition there as well. We can actually even make that curved if we wanted to. If we really want to get into it, we can make a bunch of curves. But basically that tells me that this whole part over here is unnecessary. So we're just going to take all of this out. Fred's like, I could have told you that, Kismet. Ah, well, hey, you should have told me earlier, Fred. Try to do my thing over here. Try to do my thing. Yeah, we'll just take this out. And that's why I put this stuff in like temporarily, so I can just kind of see how it's going to line up. And then I put the bottom part, and then I ran it down to see if it was in there. Now, I could run it the opposite way, but it's just going to run right into the side of the mountain like you saw. So you got to reverse run it so that you know it's running all the way down. And this is really fun, though, because this is like a massive suspension bridge. And we could build out some really cool stuff and make that look awesome as it's kind of going overhead. As we're working down here at the bottom. So a lot of really fun stuff you can do, and just let the terrain kind of guide you. And this will be my coal train down here, and this will be my train for our quartz that we need to get from back there. We need to move this over too. Hello there, Wes. Look, it's working now. I fixed it last night after the stream as well. And again, everybody, thanks for coming in and hanging out. Oh, hitting buttons. There we go. We need to actually move this over just a bit. Just a bit, because we're going to have our ramps here. Like so. So let's move this over, say like that. And then we're going to put our ramps in. Zoopity zoopity zoop. There we go. It doesn't auto-align to the one that's already there. I don't know, because that's what I would have it do, but that's just me. Kind of aiming at this one. If you're aiming at this one over here, sometimes it gets turned. One more over here. Okay. That's going to transition down into there. Take this back out. This one. And put this away. All right, that was a lot of fun with our little thing that goes pew pew. And now we have, again, a double line that we're going to run. So, again, we'll have one train that comes down and goes here, and then we'll have a track that goes off the side of this track. So it'll come down and go out wide, and then get that stuff, come back, and then get on the same track, and then run back, which is great. And I'll show you how to make transitions, block signals, all of that kind of stuff, so that the trains don't run into each other, which is why we're doing a circle train as opposed to a push-pull train. And we could also just run the resources from over there to over here and just plug it in over here if we want, but we're going to be running the trains through the terrain. And I'm going to show you how to match them all up, especially when they're not on the same grid. Like here, this one's on a different grid because I'm trying to angle it through that up edge. And again, when we go in, we're going to put it 3 wide, see if it ends up messing that up. We'll see how it goes. Again, we can always rework all of that. But we got our primary train going here, so we want to go back and bring our primary train down. I believe this is the center line. Let's go up here and just, we can start to remove all of this stuff now. This stuff is no longer necessary. Oh my god. Yeah. When I do that, I hit something that I don't want to get rid of. I can just hit control on it again to keep it if I want, but I find it's faster just to cancel and redo. Okay, all of this down here. Now, again, we have the jetpack as well. The reason why you have these ramps usually for you is because you don't have the jetpack yet. You don't have a way of getting up and down on these edges. But once you have the jetpack, you don't have to worry about that anymore. You should be all good. And again, move that back. Now, there are some mobs around here, so keep your eyes out for some craziness. Fred, of course, walking around, backing us up by being incredibly lazy and mostly in our way all the time. But other than that, he's awesome. And we'll zap all that out there. I always kind of look and see, yeah, there they are down there. Well, let's let them, let's go ahead and say hi. Oh, I'm out of them. Luckily, I got some more in the Dimensional Depot. They're like, we're out. Where are you going? Death from above! Whoa, okay. Old mouse fun there. Gotcha! Where's your friend? Man, those are fun. Take that tree! Totally missed it. Gotcha. Whee! Alright. I love those. Those are so fun, everybody. Wait till I get to the other ones, the bigger ones, too. Alright. Oh, this was on the side, too. So, glad we double-checked that before we started running all of these. Yes, this is on the left side. So let's go ahead and run these tracks back a bit. We're going to have to rework those a little bit. But we'll extend this just a bit. We'll get these. And we'll put them on Zoop and hope they don't end up going through the ground. So nice. Quick and easy terrain modifier. Fixit does not approve of nature and of being in the way of progress. We've got to make progress. We've got to save humanity. What? The retweets are good. Let's see, they are good. Look at you go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Nice. Make it, getting those retweets good. Now, again, everybody can earn even more retweets by following that link. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. Nope. Actually, they just got good there, Wiz. You guys just crushed it. Nice job. Nice job, everybody. All right, and there we go. And again, we'll color these in because we know these are going to be our trade tracks. Using the colorizer, which I like a lot better than collecting leaves and doing all of that stuff we used to have to do in the old days. Let's go ahead and use our jetpack. That's going to make this way easier. All right. Let's get right back to it. All right, we're going to bring this right out to the edge. Like this. Now, see, again, if you do this, see what happens over here? See how it does that big crappy stuff? I don't like it. I'm not doing it. You can't just put the edge in, by the way. You can start one foundation back. Just come in and go about half foundation down on this side. Yeah, let's say right there. And then, again, you have that nice low transition. And then you can go ahead and do this. Now, sometimes, because of the way that it is, it'll cause this to buckle up and down a little bit, which I don't really like. So I'm going to go ahead and just make sure that I make this right by doing the flat side first. Like this. And like that. There you go. What's that all about? Well, when the stream goes off the rails, there you go. We were just doing that earlier. That's what that's all about. Now you know what's up. Use it wisely. All right, down the edge we go. All right. Looks good. Use our slide technique. Just tap our jetpack. Easy mode. Keep them the same length. It's easier to know when where it's going to end, because you already figured it out on the first one, and then the second one, you just match it up. And the yellow means that it's slightly clipping into the foundation, and that's okay. It'll be fine. Okay, so we want to go and we want to turn that way. So we're going to go here, and then we go back by 1, and then 1, 2, right there. And here. And we'll color this in while we're thinking about it. There we go. And then same thing on this side. We're going to come down. It's going to be raised just a little bit. 2 there, and then this one's going to turn this way, and then 1, 2, 3. Back here, and then we're also going to transition down again, so we want to make sure that we go ahead and back that up so we can then make this transition here happen real nicely. There we go. And then connect this in for our curve. And we'll do the same thing over here. Beautiful transitions here. This game's not only about building factories, everybody. It's about building beautiful factories and beautiful train lines like that. Look at the beautiful angle there, everybody. See how that angle worked out really nice? Very symmetrical. And down the edge we go. Slide a little bit. Speed up. Whoa, okay. A little too far. Stay there. Here. I feel like we want to turn the sound up just a little bit. There we go. And then same thing down here. We're going to make this transition. We're going to be 1 foundation back. Go into this transition because it's going to make it a little nicer. So again, we don't have too much of a raise there. And we want to go kind of about a half foundation. And half foundation again, keeping that little part underneath there so it's not like a big old gap like that. I think those gaps look really bad personally. Don't like them myself, but that's just me. All right, why was I using 3s here? I don't want to use 3s. I want to use my 5x5s right over here. We'll put those back on 0 here. So go. And I guess we could run it that far, but I seriously doubt we're going to need that. Now, we're going to bring the train up. Now, what we want to do is think about which way the trains are going, right? So it's going to be coming in on the right, because we're in the United States, everybody. We don't do the whole other side of the road, which I think is kind of more dangerous than doing the other thing, because if someone's coming in at your car, you're sitting on the side where they could kill you. Where in the United States, everybody, we're on the other side of the road. So if somebody comes merging in, they're going to hit the passenger side and not the driver's side. Though maybe if you are driving on the driver's side, you're more aware of crazies and thus can save everybody from dying. I don't know. I didn't invent making wheels on the opposite side of cars. I don't know why they just made it all the same. Same thing with measurements and all the other stuff. Why not just unify it all? But, you know, everybody's hanging on to their different types of measurements. And there are different types of ways of driving. Hey, you do you. If you like it the way it is, then you do it that way. Me, I do it the way that is not going to get me killed. That's the most important part. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see if it works out. Let's go ahead and do our turnaround first. Over here, and we're going to hit H, and we are going to go ahead and say that probably going to end up somewhere about there. We're going to make sure that this turnaround is about at the end here. There we go. Fred, of course, always in the way. That's his job. I think we can nudge this forward a little bit like that. Just to give me an idea of how big that thing's going to be. And again, we can take out all of this now. In fact, we could just go crazy on all of this. Get all that in my inventory and then immediately throw it away. All this stuff out. Obsolete. Obsolete. Okay, so we're going to be coming in on this side, and now we want our train station. Now, I hadn't really lined it up to the train station yet. I'm just looking at the offset of where I want to offset this. Now, notice that the train station is aiming in the direction in which the train is going to be coming, right? So it can come in, stop, and then do whatever it needs to do. Now, we do have a bit of an issue of the amount of trains that we can put if we do it like that. So we definitely want to back this up a bit more, I think, or we'll just have a separate train with this. But you know what? Let's build in a bit of extra. Whoa! Look out! Put that away. Trying to take this out. Put that away. You're putting everyone's life in danger. Okay, we're gonna have to push this real far forward. And our incoming one is on this side, so we're gonna put this of our incoming one here, and we're gonna push this kind of forward a bit. And let's stay there. Real close to our extractor here. We can just turn it a little bit. It'll be fine. And then we're going to do our turnaround, which may or may not work perfect here. Let's see. Forward a little bit. And then lining up off of this. Oh, wow. That is perfect. Holy mackerel. All right. Good eyes. Good eyes. Actually, I could probably push it forward even more. Just get it right on the edge of that. Turn around there. Right on the edge of that. A little bit forward. I feel like it's going to touch it. I don't want it to touch it. I want it to get close, but not quite touch it. Alright, let's say there. That means we can move this up a bit. Trying to get the maximum space here, because again, we might add more trains later on. Not sure how many trains I'm going to need. But we're going to get this in here. Right now, it's approaching another object because our extractor is in the way. Fred! Out of here, Fred. Bad boy. Get out of there. Crazy Fred, always up in my business. All right. Barrel's pointing the right way. We've got one foundation gap here, which is what I like. We'll say that. Okay. Now, it seems like there's a lot of space there, everybody, but you'll see here in a second. All of a sudden, it'll be like, oh, I see. Because remember, we did 4 of these on the other side. Creature in the way. Don't make me do it. All right, he's out of there. I'm out of there. Kismet's gonna come get me. All right, this side. That side. Now, these ones over here are normal nodes. So they're going to be extracting right now at 150, right? Because they're tier 2s. But the most they're ever going to extract if as a tier 3 is going to be double whatever this is, right? So 300 is the maximum they're ever going to extract. So I'm going to think forward to that moment when we get the level 3s and we're extracting 300 out of there. So this particular one is going to eventually end up in there as well. Now this one over here is also a normal node. So both of these are going to extract and end up in there. Now obviously you probably want to put the thing back in there again. Hopefully we can get it turned and it will work. Oh, it might be too close. Too close. What a bummer. Too close to the edge of that station. I'm glad we looked that up first. Alright, so we're going to have to adjust our station. So we're going to go ahead, take our station here, and we're just going to move it over. And again, sometimes you just got to make it work. So we'll take our station. It was here. And we'll go ahead and move it a full line over. So we know that we have plenty of room for our extractor. In fact, I could probably aim it at the station behind. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Very cool. All right, let's do this. Little mouse button, that one. We're going to aim it right at the input. Yeah. That's cool. Let's go ahead and also put some foundations here a bit. Then we'll just have this do some fun stuff like this. And we'll have it go directly into the input. Yeah, that's fun. Actually, construction here. There we go. I don't think I've ever done that before. That's fun. Have that go directly in there. So again, eventually this one is going to be 300. This one over here, same thing, 300. Again, I'm just going to temporarily do this. We'll make all these lines work a bit better. So 300 there, 300 there is the ultimate in what that's going to extract. And right now it's 150. Then on this side, we have two more. This one over here being a normal node, and this one over here being a normal node. Again, we're extracting a maximum of 150 right now, even while overclocked. Because remember, it starts at 30, then it's 60, or it starts at 60 and then becomes 120, and then we have it overclocked as well. And these should be, oh, these are, that's not a Mark II. Oh, hold on a second. It's already at 3. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm miscalculating. Hold on. Let's upgrade this. Yes, this should already be 300. Oh, so it's going to be 600 eventually. Yes. Good to know. Take all this out and we'll run it a little bit. So yeah, this actually is going to be 600 as well. All right, and we'll work these over here. And again, they're going to be slightly turned in like this. going to create a nice smooth curve there. And then we'll have this go around and come back from the other side. Run our foundations in here. It's cool when you pick up foundations. It also picks up the color of the foundations now. And the same thing when you're picking up certain machinery and stuff. It will actually pick up the what the machinery is making and all of that. Hold on. Windows is doing something stupid over here as always. Windows. I don't care about your Windows 10 support. Stop sending me that crap. Microsoft, you suck at your job. Stop irritating people. Your Windows 10 support is in it. Your Windows 10 support sucked to start with. Windows Updater is the worst program ever made and still continues to hold that honor all of these years later. You'd think some worse programs would come out between then and now, but nope. Still the #1 worst program of all time. Windows Updater. Alright. Gonna put it in there. It's lined up here because we offset it. Do that before I forget. Foundations are running in the dirt. Do what we gotta do. Alright, I'm gonna have to live with some of these. Having a little bit there, but this one I think we could take out. Alright. Very nice. We'll take this out, make this into one piece there. Like that. Now, we're going to go ahead and work our power over here, actually on the other side. And we're going to run this power. Where am I feeling? I'm feeling right over there. You can start that up with it, but we're going to actually run this underneath here. And where do we got it? We got it right here, approximately. So we'll go this way. And we're going to run that across to this side. Run this down, say to there. Take this out. Don't need any of this anymore. All that out. And run this down to here just to have this start up. Okay, bringing that fuel power all the way over. Remember, our coal power is not on anymore. So there's no power being generated over here. This is all coming from our train tracks that are bringing the power all the way over here. And you can see that it has started up. There we go. Yes, these are 300, which means eventually they're going to double again. So they're going to be 600 as well. So this is 1, 2. These are still Mark 1s. Wow, okay. Wow, that's even better. That means we're going to have even more coal over here. We never came over here and bothered to upgrade these. So awesome. Yeah, let's get those going, baby. Get those a-rocking and a-rolling. Okay, we could also use our blueprints with these and try to make them fancy on our extractors. Where is our extractor foundations? We got our level 1. Did we do our Mark 2 one? I think we did. Yes, right here. Okay, how are we going to work this one? Let's figure it out. Alright, first thing we're going to do is take all of this out. That's going to be in the way. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put our miner down and we're going to transition from the world grid over there to the miner's grid. Now, I like to go in and align to the miner because I think that's cool and a pretty unique thing that I do. A lot of people, they just throw it down on whatever foundation they feel like doing. Hey, more power to you if that's your jam. But for me, 1, 2, 3, before with the beam. And then I'm going to go ahead and align a nice foundation there. One easy move, and that's a perfect alignment, by the way. Not just a kind of close, but that is perfection in the way that it lines up, and you can actually enclose the extractor inside that that thing, and it sits perfectly on the foundations, like so. Something unique that I do here in the stream. I've seen no one ever do it, so if you see anybody do it like that, you know you got it from me. I've never seen anybody do it that way. Most people do it with the barrier, the cement barrier, and then do it that way. That way is not as effective or as perfectly lined up, I find. All right, we're going to take that out. Now, I don't like it to actually have the resources in the way, so I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. And we're going to have to work these two things together. Take this out. Take all this stuff back for now. And we're going to try to get our miner in here first. Again, you want to really do the miner thing, you just aim at the bottom part here. And that will line that up a bit nicer. And we should be able to get that in there. All right, let's do it. And then, I can't remember if it's 2 or if it's 3. I can't remember. I think there might be a block behind there. I have several of these, so I have to try to remember. I'm going to say 1. Again, we might have to do a little clipping on the edge here to make that work. But I think we'll be fine. I'm going to take this out for now. And again, you want to put the extractor in first before you do the blueprint, because the blueprint will have... you can't put the extractor back down in there once you put the blueprint in, once you put the building in. So you want to do that first. Okay, then the extractor, foundation. These are Mark III ones here. We're going to just do Mark IIs. And we're going to try to line this up so it is going the right way. I don't remember if I put one in the back or not. Oh. Yeah, no, we don't have... Oh, these are the ones that we don't have. Right, right. Yes, we don't have those resources yet. All right, we'll just use the Mark I's then. Something very simple here. Yes. I've got to put them the other way. Come on, we didn't do Mark IIs. That seems weird. Did we not finish modifying those? Maybe they're here. The root level. Ah! Thought we had done this. Yes, we have. So yes, it does have one in the back. So we went in and we, the mini mega as I call it, we went in and reworked this for the level that we're at. Okay, I was right the first time. I'll put this back just a little bit. Because there is a foundation behind here. There we go. And then we'll get our extractor. Line this up off these foundations. Okay, just take a look that that's lined up nicely. The front of that is lined up there. Yep, that's a go. You can see it just building right around that extractor. And the extractor is now inside the building. Very cool, I think, everybody. Come on, that's some GGs right there. For sure. That is some cool stuff that you can do with blueprinting. Again, this is going to be just a little bit on that edge, but I think we'll live with it. That's fine. That is fine there. Okay. Now, we'll go ahead. Actually, we can just lower these ones back down. Like this. Get a little bit of a transition between those like that. Okay, very nice. We put this one back in here. Now these doors slide open and close like this. So we're just going to have this up by, it's actually up by one exact foundation there, and just kind of sitting a little higher. Then we're going to make the transition between the extractor and this part here, and then get a nice little 90 there. That's cool. We'll just say we cut out the foundation and it did the thing. Or we can take this foundation out and just run these foundations under. Like that. So far, so good. Like it, like it. Might want to readjust how this is, though. So we'll go in and actually rerun this again. From there. And we'll put this right in the center. This is going to end up here again. Got this running down. And we'll put that. Put it out. Put this to here. This side just to make sure that's all linked in. All right, all that good. Very nice. And then we want to connect the top part here. Go this way to there. There we go. So again, you can just say you cut a hole through the foundation, or you just leave the foundation open like I do there. But you can just say that you cut a hole through the foundation. So, yeah, we're not so crazy about it. And away we go. All right, nice. Again, trying to make an off-grid line up. And that actually just lined up pretty well, considering that was aligned to this. It doesn't always line up that well, because remember, it's on its own grid. Right now, this one is here. Now, eventually, though, this one is going to want to be the second one as well. So we'll run that one also to the second one. And then we're going to have a third one. Again, we're going to max our inputs. Something in the way. Oh, we've got our line in the way. Right there. So the second one will also be from here, and I'm just going to go ahead and split it for now, just to remind myself later that we will want to work on that. Or actually, even better, why don't we take this, run this to this one, square, and then we could go here, and we could hold down control and try to line that up. Not going to do it, are ya? Put this down, and then we can try to hold down control. Get a nice line up there. Oh, wait, even better idea. We could go ahead and do this. Take this out. Take that out. And then line it up ourselves, like this. A nice one at that level. We have this come down and transition down into there. Very nice. And then this splits off. It ends up in the second one. Oh, it's not lined up. How did that end up not lining up to that? Ah, that's a good question. Good question. There we go. And now it's not lined up the other way. Hey! You crazy little thing, you know. Feels so crazy. Now this one's not going to be perfectly lined up. It's going to be slightly at an angle. This one's actually probably the most lined up I've ever seen off of that kind of foundation. But again, this transitions it from the extractor grid to the world grid, which is how I have all this other stuff here. Again, we'll just fill in some of that. And there we go. So this is going to go ahead and run to both of those. This power has gone off. Why is that power turned off? Oh, because we disconnected the power back here. That's why. Okay, and then this next one's going to have 2 over there. Oh, man, we do not have enough space for this. Nope, not enough. If we're going to do 300 to each one, and we want to think in the long term, this is 2, 4, 6, 8. This is 8 cars. We have enough room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cars. I think we don't want to really mess with this transition up here because we want this to kind of flatten out and then turn. But we could move this transition back so it just transitions and goes down directly instead of flattening out. It would just curve down longer. Or curve down and start going down, so we could move this back. Yeah, I feel like maybe we should try that. Let's try that. I typically don't like it to curve around, go around a curve like that. But we need the room, so we're gonna try it, see what happens. See what happens. All this out down here that's going to probably be in our way. Don't need any of this. Obsolete. They're all out of here. Throw that coal away. It'll fill up your inventory really, really quickly. All that work got us where we are now. Okay, so we're gonna pick up one of those. We're just gonna straight transition. Or down angle. Just gonna leave that there in case I decide I want to put that back. I just dropped the box. Oh, right there. Almost perfect. Question is, can we get 8 of these in here? Remember, these are going to be 600 eventually, so it'll be 300 and 300. Right now, it's only 300, so it'll be 150 and 150. But all I have to do is come over here, update that thing, and bam, they're at 600. I don't even need to adjust the lines, by the way, because our line right now is for 480. So even if it's running at 300 right now, it'll be fine. Later on, I'll need to come back and upgrade it when it's running at 600 when we get to aluminum. But then beyond that, I don't even need to update it. I could just leave it at that. But I will eventually update them all to 1200 just because that's what you should do. Why not? You might as well let it run as fast as it possibly can. And again, we are trying to get a very long train in a very small spot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and these here. This might just be enough. Let's see. Get out of there. That's why I don't build at the ground level. Cards and stuff in my faces. One here. And we need one more. Oh, I think that's perfect. No, I think that's going to work out. Alright, let's take all this out. Work this back a bit. I think that might just work out. Alright, let's take this out. How's our blueprint? Our blueprint ends there. That's wild how that works out, just magically. Great. Makes me want to go around the entire game and just blow everything up. For every time these stupid things are in my foundations. I don't like them in my foundations. I don't like it. Alright. Yeah, weirdly, that works out pretty well. Go ahead and color code these, just to make this a little easier. We're gonna go ahead and put these two purple. I'm just picking them randomly, by the way. These two blue. Green. So that just lets me know that, okay, that's the purple group. This is the blue group. That side's going to be the green group, so I need to switch the direction of these to be the other way. By the way, if it was blue, it will actually pick up the color when you rotate it. When I middle mouse button there, it'll actually change that, keep that as a blue. Okay, green on that side. And then if we can get two more in here, we're styling and profiling. That's it. GG's, everybody. GG's all around. But now we can go the other way. So we want this to go around the corner. Say we can do this. And we'll do this. This. And this is going to make its way over here. We could just shift that over, maybe. That's where it transitions best, though. When it's hitting that flat point. Should work on that transition first. Yeah. But basically what it's going to do is come down this part here. Let's go ahead and back this up here. Yeah, I'm working forward and backwards at the same time. So this is going to end up like this. And then this is going to go back that way. And then we have to... This is why you don't give me explosives, everybody. It's too fun. Never bothered to use these explosive things. I had no idea they were so effective. Much easier than throwing your novelist at stuff. Again, there's a bunch of resources that we could be collecting. But what is even more cool is just to blow it up and get it out of the way. We get, speaking of getting stuff out of the way, we get that out of the way. We need to do our inputs as well. Backlog of inputs. Yep, do this. We should do a backlog of inputs. We have a backlog on both sides. So we could just circle this back. Let's take this out. Again, you want to think all these things through before you just go and you build out a whole bunch of stuff and then you realize, oh man, I wish I had done entered name of thing here. Like in this case, it's called backlog of input. So what I'm going to do is basically make this so it's going to input into this box first. Or raw or storage, you can call it that as well. So that's going to input into that box first, and then the output of this is then going to split into these, and probably easier just to do it like this, and then put a, actually just do it like this, this way, like that, and take this out. So we can line this up nicely. And the input's going to be this side. It's going to line up nicely with that. This is going to line up nicely with this. And this is going to go into there. So there we go. Now, what I just did, I can also do up here. So I don't have to have it at the ground level. Don't need these. And then same thing here. This here. This into there. And I don't even need to do this. This is old school here. I just did that to take a look at it. And then now that into there, and I can just set it straight, and it will automatically do the curve for me. And now we've got it elevated off the ground. We don't have to be right where we are. So very nice. All right, I like that. That is perfected. I'm enjoying that just a little too much. It is fun. Get out of my foundations. All right, now on this side, we can extend it out a little bit here. Like this, and then make this kind of more traditional, running straight toward the input here. And then backing it up just a bit here. And we'll make this just like we did the other one here, with an input on this side. Stack the first one up. Then this in here, and into there, and then this nicely into there. And again, we've got our backlog there. Take out all of this. All this other stuff that we were doing before. This we can just run around, pick all this stuff up. Get out of my way. All right, once again, we're gonna do the same thing with our Mark 1s, and I hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit more, because that's what we're gonna do. You already see me do it once. I think that's more than enough, and now I'm just going to do it real fast. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. Hey, Kismet, how'd you do that thing? I'll be happy to tell you. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we'll take some foundation, snap it right there very nicely. Take all this out and see if this foundation sits above the extraction. It sure does. Nice. I like to not be able to see the stuff underneath. That's why I do that, and then put that right there. And take out some more of these bushes. Then we're going to go back by 2. And then we'll put these in here. These are just for alignment to the extractor itself. And for the blueprint. And then take that out. Our mega extractor going the opposite way. Hitting H to make sure that it is actually lined up, and away you go. Very nice. Don't need these back ones here. And again, you can see that it does have different levels or whatnot. You can't just make it all flat. I find it an interesting challenge to try to figure out how to make those multiple grids work together. I find that fascinating myself, personally. And interesting on how you could make all that work. Okay, so this is going to go and automatically connect out here, and we can just connect that across into there. And now both of these are working. Very nice. And so we've got that figured out. Make sure to do that while we're thinking about it. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Now we want to kind of back this up. And we want to figure out this transition side here before we go and work that backwards from the end here. Because we do, again, want to put in inputs over here. So we're going to do this over here as well. Why we need to figure out all the inputs first before we get too far into it. Let's do this first. Put on the left side. Do this first, and then again, eventually these will be 600 each. H if it's hanging off the side, by the way, so you can fill that in. Like so, and then our train tracks have to go out just a little bit into that transition, or we could try to have the train go under. I think the train's going to be too tall for that right there. Yeah, too tall there. But we can have it go up over the train on this side. And what we want to do is widen this arc out now. So it widens out and runs right underneath that spot over there. Widen this out as well. Again, I like to build different ways because it helps you in the long run. I'm gonna bring those while I'm at it. I actually want to bring this out further. What's that power here? Yeah, we'll want to bring this part out further now. There. Okay, so this has got to go up and over, or really it's going to input up and over the tracks like this. And we're going to want to run those tracks right underneath there. Say right down here. Let's make a small little track to test it. And we're going to put our train right there. Oh yeah, perfect. Perfect, right along that edge. Very nice. Okay, so we want to run along this line here. Foundation in the ground. Let's see, this is running from here, so we'll want to go ahead and start it there. It'll automatically turn itself around, by the way. And we're going to make a very long train run. Like that. And we'll take this out. Oops, not that. This out. And this out. And you don't really need to worry about the curve now because it'll be wider, so it'll automatically do a really nice wide curve for us, like that. When you're doing half arcs when you want it to be smaller, but if it's wider, you can just do one arc, like I did, and that's one piece there. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And then again, we're trying to work out the return of the train because it's going to go this way. Now I could just send it the other way, by the way, and it would have less of these to run under. But we've got more room on this side. I usually like to let it run all the way to the end of which the last one is that we're doing. And we need to recount these again. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we can change this to another color. Let's change it to say like a darker blue. So we need a total of 8, 2, 4, 6, and 8. We have 4 of these. Each of these need 2 cars. That's 8. Okay. Nice. Okay, that's all good. So that's good there. And then we want this to transition to this line. And going backwards. Like this. And we want it to end up here. Running upwards. At an angle. Okay, we don't want to keep that. We want to get rid of all this up here. Get rid of all this and rearrange how that's all going to be. And we'll match all this back up to that other line as well later on. But for now, we'll take that out. Again, you can see we're trying different elevations, different angles to maximize the angles of when it's coming down and then maximizing the angle of when it's going back up again. Again, I want it to start right here to go back up again. So we're going to need to add some more. And while we're at it, we could take out all this and anything down here that's kind of easy to take out. Take it all out. Watch out for your inventory. It's going to fill up pretty quickly. Okay, and then all this up here. Take a bunch of that out. All right. And this back up this way. That back up that way. Again, we'll reverse engineer it so it matches up at the top. Again, working it up and down until we get it lined up. And we can go and count it all and figure out all the math ahead of time, how many steps and how many floors and how many of this. But I find the trial and error does just fine. You just kind of work it, okay, a little bit forward, a little bit up, a little bit down. Oh, wait, I don't have enough room. I got to back up the room, and then now I can adjust the angle. That's why I did that flat platform first, because it gives me that leeway of moving it back or forward or back or forward. Because I'm bringing down this angle and this angle at the same time, I want this to end up in between all of these things where I have enough room to build those out and run those in. Look at Fred in there. Fred, they're always in my way. They're always in my way. All right, and we're going to do this, and this guy's going to be in our way. Better get out of the way by the time I'm done running this, bird. I'm coming for you. All right, run that nice and straight. And then we're going to transition from here to over there. But that's a little sharp for this. Probably back by another one. Let's say right here. Snap that into there. See how we do there. Nope. Probably back on this side. Yeah, just go back by one foundation if it's not working out. That's typically what I do. Just kind of walk it both back on both sides. That's about to flatten out. So we want to leave ourselves a little room to flatten out. Fred, get off the tracks. Fred. Don't. Bad boy, Fred. Don't give me no lip. Get out of there. Get off the thing. This is why I don't build at the ground level. Fred. Okay, that's it. That's it. You've been a bad boy. Don't make me come down there. Don't make me come down there. That's right. Go on. Get out of there. All right. Get out of there, Fred. Bad boy. This is why I don't build at the ground level. Fred always up in my business. Wants to see what I'm doing. Reminds me of my darn settlers when I'm playing Fallout 4. They're always in my way every time I'm trying to build anything. Much easier to build a settlement when there's no settlers. Fred always up in my business here, trying to get this done. There we go. Very nice. Smooth. Ooh, look at that with the minimal raising there. I like that. This over here. I'm actually going to take this out first, so I can do this first. Because again, I like to connect the angled parts to the straight parts. Oh, this one's not long enough. Oh, okay. So you want to walk this one back so these are even. There we go. Just reconnect that. The funny thing is, sometimes you have that where it works, and then you take it out and you try to connect it again, and it doesn't work. It does do that. All right, there we go. And again, really embellishing it Spent a lot of time on this thing that I could have just ran straight and brought stuff up to me. But again, we're going to work it. We'll work our stuff here. We're going to have some fun. We're going to go down and take all this out later, but that's a low priority right now. All right, looks like we want to go maybe one more up here. All the way across. Let's see how that is. Oh, one more again. One more. Get that out of there. And there it is. And again, we have a nice little flat spot here where we can flatten that out nicely. And again, we could have left it where we have it back, where it come out and flatten out a lot more. Now I want to decide whether I want it to flatten out down there or I want it to flatten out up here. Flatten out and then go down, or do we want it just to transition down? I'm just looking at both of them because I had already done the other one before. And don't really like to go and curve and transition down at the same time. Usually doesn't look well when you're doing that. You have these big gaps that happen, big riser gaps when you're going around corners like that. I'll show you. Take this out. I'll show you what happens when you go around corners. Yeah, I already know what's going to happen. That's why I don't want to do it, but I'll just show you guys so you can see what happens when you transition into a corner. Or into a curve. And again, we'll go back. This is 1, 2, 3, say here. Just make a small straight segment here. There we go. It starts to cut through the foundation like that. It's not too bad. I think it's okay on that side. On that side, anyway. All right, let's show you the other side. Not my fave, if you know what I mean. And it cuts through even more into the foundation when it goes into a curve like that. Could have the transition happen further down, like this, and then curve. Flatten it out a little bit, but then you have this whole, like, push out like this. See where it pushes out, and then when you have to move this over or move this down, and it would kind of flare out a little bit when it goes into the corner. What happened to my jetpack fuel? Fuel. Ran out of fuel. There we go. So again, you can see what it looks like. Go ahead and jet back up. See, it flares out. It's not straight. So if we did kind of come into a flat side first and then curve. Now this side's not bad. I would probably go with that side, but this side I'm definitely not going to like. And I could transition this one back further, and then you could have them at 2 different levels or whatever. No, I'm not doing that. Nope, 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 nope. Don't like it. I mean, it'll work. It won't matter really in the end. That it will work no matter what. But I don't like it, and if I don't like it, I ain't doing it. Simple as that. Simple as that. All right, let's go ahead and do a nice transition here. Let's go. Let's get a sexy transition in. That's what we want. We want it to be sexy. Sexy, sexy. All right, here we go. Now we're going to go ahead and put this, how we want to put this, like this, and then just put in our transitions automatically. And then right here. You guys can see the difference of how much way easier that this is going to be. Like this, and then we can take these, and bam, bam. Okay. Would you have this, or would you like it to go through the foundations, right? I would much prefer having a nice edge there. Little lifted up off the edge there. But we are kind of constrained in this corner. We could try to bring it all the way down. And then try to flatten it out like this. And then go transition. Again, it's going to flare out a little bit, which I really don't like. I don't like that flare out. We could bring this down at least one more foundation. See how we like that. That's a little better. Again, look at that. Minimal clipping. Sits on the ground. See, it's sitting a little low here, which I don't like. I don't like it to go in the foundation like that, which is why I had it back a little bit further. Kind of like it better where it's kind of, you know, when it's coming down in the thing, it's raised enough to where it's still sitting flat. This is all cosmetic, everybody. It's like, not that big of a deal, but it's a big deal to me because I'm trying to build it nice the first time. All right, confirmed. We like that. We're going with it. Let's go. Run that power back down there. Now, the second I run that power and I connect it into my primary thing, everybody, it's going to start up those extractors. Those extractors are going to start extracting the resources and running those resources in there to be picked up. All right, let's go down here and finish all this stuff up. Get this all running. Right over here. Get to it. Bring that straight up. Run that right into there. All right, and then this one's going that way. Those are already ready. All right, those two gonna start up. It's okay, Fred. I know you were in my way. You can stay over there. You can sit over there. I'll let you sit there. Don't come over here, though. Don't come over here where I'm working. He always wants to be near me, everybody. He always wants to be a little too near me, like right here. This is where he wants to be. Right in my face. You got that clip of Fred? Good. 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 Check your Discord messages. I don't check Discord messages while I'm streaming. I'm forgiven. I've said it like, I don't know, 1,000 times. I don't check it, but I'll check it later. I don't do it because it interrupts the flow of the stream. I'm over here doing my thing. And again, if you send me a Discord message, you don't need to remind me to go look at a Discord message either, because it'll automatically send me a message on my phone and say, hey, somebody has sent you a Discord message. If you post anything on the Discord as well, also sends me a notification, says somebody has posted something on the Discord. So you don't need to double up on those notifications. I've got it all set up and ready to rock. All right, here we go. We're going to take all this out. No longer need this. We're getting a nice looking dealio going over here. We get rid of all this hypertube stuff. Hypertubes obsolete. Trains are the way to go. I think, well, you know, hypertubes still have good use. If you want to just have it where you just get in it and it just takes you wherever you need to go. Very good use of that. Now we're going to need to work this because it's a little close over here. And where we want to put this input. This one's going to input to this one. So this one's going to input to the last two. So that makes that nice. Well, we can go ahead and just rock it this way here. Try to line it up as good as we can to the world grid. These do not always line up to the world grid, by the way. They're very often off grid. No, no, no. I wanted to get that plant. We'll just blow it up instead, because that's even more fun. All right, back at it. Here we go. Over here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then this into here. That is not straight. That is very not straight. Try it again. Looks straight. Even my pole thing was not straight. Try that again, but how about a lot straighter this time? A lot straighter. I hope you guys don't mind if I speed up a little bit here. We got the general gist of this. Just pick it up from over there. Snap it there. There we go. Very nice. Put this away before I blow myself up. And then 3 across. Back here. I'm going to turn that one probably the other way just to get some room there. Take all of these out. And go ahead and put this in and rotate it this way. And then right in there it goes. Very nice. And again, I do the same thing on this one. Just bring this down. Just have these kind of go right underneath here. Which is actually a good thing because you can go here and put some stuff on these nodes. You'd have to take the foundations out first and then put those extractors on the nodes if you wanted to. But there we go. And probably take these, just alignment ones here. Definitely gonna have to do some work on that side. I should probably just leave this one here. This one we can flatten out. We'll embellish these later. Right now we want to pick a place in which we're going to connect this down to the world grid and run that back to there. There, and then we'll run this out. You notice I always do the one that is the more difficult of the ones so that I can figure that one out first and then figure the rest of these out afterwards. There. So, what they need half floors. They need half floors. That would be awesome. Or maybe I just don't have them unlocked. I can't remember if it was this game or the other game that has half floors. Half floors are great in Fallout 4 because then I could just do half a foundation there and just cover that foundation like it's sitting on top of there. That would be awesome. I'm sure there's a mod for that somewhere. Okay, now that's for this one, and we're gonna fill the rest of this in. There, right there. Now we're into that input. Again, we're going to do this over here. So we just do it way over there, hit H, and then walk it all the way over here. Again, color coding stuff really makes it easier to kind of remember what you're doing, so you have to keep recounting over and over and over again. Because that will save you some time. That goes this way. And then double click that, double click this, click that, GG. That is looking good. Again, we want this to go up a bit. We'll put this one in first. Not like that, though. Like this, and then this way. Then we can try to line that up. Now, there's lines on the side of the thing, like right here and right here, right there, that you can use to align the angle. You can also just get up at that height and eyeball it like this, and hope you got lucky. Like that. Nice. Nice, nice. Now that's already putting it in there. Backlog that coal. Now remember, all of these we want to run at maximum speed. We've got that going at 300. Basically, we're doubling up all of our coal production that we had from before, and then we will double the entire thing again, which is crazy. Crazy amount of coal. All right, this all out. This one out. Let's get to work on this. Now this one again is going to the back two, and then this one will be the one from here. So we'll just do the same thing again, but this time in this direction. Whoa, hello. Okay. Mobs out of nowhere. So precise, everybody. It's so precise and works so incredibly well. Well, I love that. Love that explosive ammo. Very nice. All right, back to work. How is that aligning to the grid? Maybe a little bit left. A little bit left on that one. Just one little notch over there. Yeah, still kind of teeters in a little bit, but we'll do what we got to do. All right. Hold down control, rotate, click, rotate it out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right there. Take all these out. Looks like it's going to end up going through, so we'll go vertical. And then we'll go this way. And we'll put the miner back down. Hopefully the same way we had it before. Yep, there we go. Take this one out. Oh, hold there. Take this. This one out. Just wait for a minute. Again, hope you don't mind if I speed up, everybody. I actually play games this fast, usually off stream. I slow down on the stream, just so you guys can see what I'm doing. Once I've done it, a couple times, I think you gotta get the gist of it. Then I speed back up again. Again, I hope you don't mind. If you have any questions, you say, Kismet, how you do that thing? I'd be happy to tell you. All right, let's go ahead and actually transition this over here. Then we could run it over to this one. Just to try to keep that line kind of hidden as much as we can. I feel like we want to take this back edge out here. And this edge here. Kind of flatten that out a little bit more. And this way. We could really spend some time working on that transition and make a ramp there and all that kind of stuff. I'm not really going to worry about it for right now. Just want to make sure that all my stuff is good. We'll come back when we have a lot of faster belts and other things like that later on. Right now, we are just trying to make this so we can extract maximum resources right over here. Again, we'll get this one lined up. We'll go over here. And we'll give it a nice eyeball. Usually it's one down from whatever you think. That's usually my rule of thumb, and actually it worked pretty good, as you can see. Very cool. All right, all of our stuff is rocking and rolling. Let's not forget to overclock this one over here. Let's get it going. Now we got 300 pumping out of there. Double check all of these. This one's 300. Up and over. This is going to be quite the awesome train. And make sure that this one over here. What's up, Fred? Be a good boy over there, Fred. You be a good boy. Back in now. All right, now we have doubled up our coal and we are massively backlogging it. Not only into here, but also into these boxes. Now, this is not enough output for backlogging everything at this point, but it creates a thing down the line where all I need to do is just update the lines, update the extractors, and then this will be running at 600 at its maximum speed. And we are actually just one phase away from being able to do that when we go into the next phase, which allows us to do our aluminum belts. Our aluminum belts go from 480 to 700 plus. So, man, it really goes really fast. And all I really need is 600 when I get into that higher phase. But the thing is, the extractors that I need are actually later on. So it won't be an issue. But you want to let this backlog for a while over here. And you want to think about what your current inputs are, right? So 300, 300. 300, 300, right? So that's 600, 600. You combine that together, 1,200 right now. 1,200 coal we are extracting. And that coal we're running to each side. It doesn't matter to the train. The train doesn't care what side you have the thing on. It'll still just load it, and then when it gets to the other side, you can have them on either side. Doesn't matter. Just whatever's convenient for what you're doing. So we have 8 on this side, and let's go ahead and take our train for a little ride here. And we're going to go ahead and see how well this works. Let's go. Perfect. A little close on that corner turn, but we'll see how it works out. Of course, we'll run trains on here, and we'll see if our corners work well. Do they crash into each other? That kind of stuff. We'll test all of that. All this hard work is paying off. We need to take a break here, too. Holy mackerel, 4 hours in. Right here is going to be a real close spot, but that looks pretty well. Here also, if one train's coming from the other way and books out a little bit too much, they might ram into each other. Again, if we need to move them away from each other a little bit, we can definitely do that in those transitions. I've left a little bit of space there to do that, and then the same thing over here. Go right around those, and then we're here, drop off. Very nice. Okay, now we know how many things we need. Currently, we have 4 of these over here, and again, I'm just going to pick some colors at random, just to make my job really easy, so I don't have to count these over and over. And we're going to go ahead and move around our transitions here, and we know that we eventually want to have 8 of these. And this is why we thought toward the future and left ourselves plenty of room. Awesome. And again, we'll use some other colors. Just random colors. Here we go. And some different in the back. Purple. Alright. Because these 2 go to one extractor, these 2 go to another extractor, etc. And we're building in the stuff for the future, right? Future expansion of our line. So we might want to, again, think ahead to make that happen. Okay, and then here. Okay, that looks pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, now we need to make this transition work over here. And we'll go ahead and bring this forward. Bring this down until it matches up to the edge of this one. That's how I like to do it anyway. And we'll move in a bunch more of those. And then transition back to here, but a little too sharp there, huh? Too sharp. Yep. Move it 1 back, see how it likes that. Our running center track. Moving that transition back further. Alright, very nice. That looks good. And then again, just in case, 2, 4, 6, and 8. Alright, nice. And again, we're going to work on our outputs. Now these are just going to be double outputting here. H, walk that down into position. H. Make sure we're on the correct outputs. We are. Alright, that's all looking good. Let's get these down here too while we're at it. Holding down control so I can snap to the previous box, then I hit H and I'm just down arrowing. Bring it to me, and then again, H. They've taken off the snap restrictions in 1.1, which is awesome. Definitely makes it nicer. They should have never had them in there in the first place, personally. But, you know, hey, you know, if they're going to give us something awesome, I will take it. And double click. Double click. There we go. Double click. Very nice. Keep going. Okay, that's all good. And this is easy on this side because we can just transition those up and over. All right, easy, easy. Now again, putting a storage, not only the storage in here, but the storage here. So this can get out of here as fast as it possibly can. Now, sadly, the double outputs don't work all that well, both in the boxes and also on the exits of the train stations. I hope they fix that one day, because those should be working like splitters. They should be running out at double speed, whatever the speed of the belt is. That's how those definitely should work. And hopefully they get those fixed, because they used to work that way. They used to work actually fairly well, where you could run 2 inputs in a thing, and it would be whatever your belt speed is, 480, 480, and you combine that together, and then 480 out, 480 out, and then you could split it and do all your math that way. But don't rely on those boxes anymore, because they're not working right now. Okay, so this is the way that the train needs to go, because the train station is that way, right? So you want to make sure that it goes this way and then turns around and then goes back that way and ends up at the thing. Actually, it might be going the opposite way now that I think about it, because this one's facing this way and that one is facing the other way. Yeah, we might have to flip that side. Well, we'll find out, because we're going to put the train down. And then we'll ride the train and see if the other one is facing. I might have done that automatically, because I did a push-pull train before, and they usually put them in opposite directions. It's easy to fix. We just swap the ones at the end and at the end, and we'll have to adjust all of our inputs. That's okay. Again, always good to troubleshoot all that stuff as you go. So this is going to go here, and then we are going to have our cars after that, and we need the equal amount of cars to the amount of stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 4. A little easier than counting to 8. Now, for every 4 of these you should have another engine on the back. Now, personally, I like to just put 2. So if I need 1, I add an extra, just so that I know we're at the maximum speed. But you really only need to add 1 if you want to be super efficient. But for me, I like to add 2 to get that maximum speed. Okay, so this is going to come in here, and we're going to go ahead and pull it into the station. Just enough to where it's not quite at the end. There we go. Not quite at the end, and we are going to go ahead and name this train. Train menu. There we go. Name of this train is Coal Train 01. All right. And so that's its job right now, is just to pick up the coal. And you can see that's a big train. I told you we were going to scale all this up, everybody. We're going to start with big stuff instead of starting with smaller trains and expanding it. We're just going to start with the big train. Again, I like to change it up each and every playthrough. Now, the name of this is called Coal Drop-Off. And we have another station on the other side that we don't really have a name for yet. But we're going to go ahead and get on our train here. Going back the other way. See how our train does. It's good. I feel like that's a little close there. It's a little wider, so there might be a little close here. Again, we can just move it up just a little bit, create that curve a little wider. This part here is really tough, because that whole part there is constrained by the terrain, and normally I don't constrain the terrain at all. I just go and I do what I want to do. Notice, by the way, it's going faster than 120 on the downhill, so you will gain a little bit of speed on that downhill. Right now, 150 faster. Yep, it is going the opposite way. Glad I double checked it. All right, right through here we go. 160 right now through that transition, and the train station should be going this way. We're going to make sure the train goes all the way out of the track. swapped it around the wrong way. That's okay. We're going to take this out. We're going to take this out. Then we're going to go ahead and find where all this just went. Hopefully, find the box, into the trash, take all of that. And so we're going to go ahead and put the train station in on this side. Going this way. There we go. We can take this out. And then we're going to call this part coal pickup. All right. Yeah, I've been playing for 4 hours without a break. I should have taken a break, but that's okay. We've got this. See, when you get on a roll like that, you want to stay in the zone of what you're doing. I've got to kind of rearrange how we're doing all of these. And again, this is not that difficult, again, if you have this kind of issue. Very easy to change it around. That's why we did all of this work. I like to take this out and reconnect it. That's just me in my old school ways. And then, again, we'll need to go in and redo these. This is purple. This is blue. Again, I'm just picking the colors randomly just to make sure. And then this one needs to swap the other direction now. Swap that way. This one, say, green and green. And then, I don't know, red and red. There we go. Again, it just makes it easier for me to see over here. So now we'll go to the first one and say, uh-oh, okay, we can't do this anymore. We don't want it to go there. We actually want it to end up back over here. Again, if we miss out on all those resources, that's not the biggest deal, everybody. Right now, making sure that this is going the right way is the biggest deal. The thing that's most important. All right, my headphones did die after 4 hours, which is actually very impressive for headphones, especially wireless ones. And then go ahead and swap our headphones. We'll get this done. Oh, wrong button. And then we'll take a bit of a break here. Headphones. There we go. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to do it this other way. So we'll take this out. We'll take this. Actually, we might want to move it so it's inputting. Oh, I do have it inputting on that side. I already did it. Okay, cool. And then it'll just do this. Then into this one. And that one. Now, these ones still have the resources in there. Remember, it's all the same resource in the end anyway. So it's not that big a deal. And then this one's really easy. Instead of going that way, it's going to go into this one. Easy. All right. Easy, easy. Now going the other way. Actually, it looks better that way. Anyway, all right, very nice. Got that taken care of. Same thing on the other side. We're going to just reverse the directions. The way our stuff is running here. Our foundation back in. And this into input there. Move this one. And then this one into there. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. All right. We got that looking good. We tested it out. Now it's time to run our train. Now this is the load side here. And then the other side is going to be the unload side. So let's go ahead and make sure we've got all of this running nicely into here. Like that. And we want to make sure that we start up all of our power. It's looking good there. Now we need to reconnect our power off of our station here. I think our power's on the other side, so that it reconnects back into the system here that we had before, but we had it on the other end. So we're going to go ahead and bring this down, put it in the center here. And then we'll just find any connection over here that we had before, and that will actually run all the way back through the other way and start all those back up again. There we go. Let's just kind of take a glance so we can see stuff flowing in. Yes, okay, those sides flowing. And then we'll run slide jump over here and over here. Very nice, very nice. All right, see, that wasn't too hard to adjust. We got that down. GG's. Again, showing you ways of if you have an issue. Now, I didn't have that issue on purpose because I didn't think it through because I automatically did a push-pull train I was talking about before. But I want to have them both going in the same direction so we can have multiple trains that are not going to have to switch or do any of that stuff. They can just go around in a little circle like we have it now. And it doesn't matter how you put it in there. I do like to have a maximum of 300 input in any of the train things, so that's why I've got those doubled. But right now, we're actually only extracting 300 until we get the higher end stuff. But why not build it so that it'll last and that we won't have to come back and redo it later on when we do scale that up. And that will be the maximum amount of coal that's ever going to extract, right? So that's going to be 2,400 coal in the end. And we also have our thing coming right down through our foundation here. Because we backed this up where this is actually running right into this. So we'll definitely need to flatten that out a little bit and run that up over the top of this. And then maybe we could transition either on the side there, or we could... Well, this is going to come down, so we'll want to flatten this out a little bit. Let's just do it while we're thinking about it. We can just use our foundations here, and we'll just run it like this. Yeah, we like that. Yeah, we go down a little bit more. Yeah, then we build in all of our, look at the ring planet there. We build in all of our supports and stuff. We could build a little support that's sitting, it's actually sitting on top of the other train station. And this train is going to go up over the top of the other train as it comes through too. And then, you know, when you get a lot of that stuff going on, everybody, it really looks cool later on. Because you're building up that complexity. And again, you're starting simple, and then the more stuff you build, the more complex it becomes, but not because it's complex, it's just because there's a lot of things going on. There's a difference between complexity and a lot of things. Like when you see my factory here, everybody, eventually you'll be like, wow, that's really a lot of stuff going. But really, I just did it one little small component at a time, and then it goes ahead and builds to that larger, massive factory as well. And again, we'll let that go ahead and run in there. And now we have our coal pickup. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get on this train. I'm going to go up here. You know you can drive the train from the back? Now you do. All right. Now, if you notice, I have the trains off the end. I find the trains off the back is way easier than the ones in the front. And the reason why, I'm going to mute the game while we're going. The reason why is because when you go to do your train stations and you have multiple train stations, you usually have to accommodate for these empty spaces of the train tracks, which takes more resources, more time, and so on. And your time is your most valuable asset. So the best thing to do is just add them at the end and just move your stop back just a little bit more. Now, I'm actually going to have this stop before it goes into the whole train station here. There we go. And the reason why is so that it can go into this station and then go to the other station. But actually, this is not its first stop. The first stop would be the pickup, and this is the drop-off, right? So if you want the drop-off to drop off, you want to set it to unload. So we want to go to each of these and make sure they all say unload. Right over here. And again, I have these color-coded so that we know groups of two. And again, the coloring doesn't really mean anything other than that they're grouped together from that extraction node. The extraction node is being split into two separate trains. Like that. There we go. And our goal is to get this stuff out of here as fast as possible. So when the train comes in, it's not stopped by the thing. So it's also backlogged in these here. Now, once I have these set to unload, all I need to do is go in here, or I go to train directly, but I can just go in here and say timetable, go to the coal, and pick it up, and then come to the drop off and drop it off, like that, and then go, and if I did it correctly, the train should pull into the station eventually. Because, remember, I told it to go pick up the coal first because it doesn't have any coal to drop off. So what it's going to do is go pick up the coal, and now it's running on its own. I don't need to do anything. If we get up here, we can see. Get over here on this side. Get over here on this side. There we go. We can see the train going way over there. So now, instead of having to go over there to, work on my coal all the time, all you really need to do is tell it to go pick up the stuff and bring it to you. Why do you always got to go all the way out to your power all the time? Oh, wait, something went off. Oh, I got to add more to my power. Oh, there's something wrong with it. Oh, there's something like this. So this is a great combination of a modular base, which is at the node, and then also a base that is a central base as well. And I like to use a combination of both of those things and use all the techniques, whatever's best for that particular situation. And, of course, develop new techniques as I go along. So in this case, that coal is going to come in, and we're going to be extracting around 1,200 coal right now, which is a lot of coal. And we're going to let it backlog, so we do have a backlog. So when we do start up our compacted coal, we're going to have a massive amount. And, of course, we have plenty of space right here to build that compacted coal. I always build it up off the water, not on the water itself. This way it allows me to maximize my water extraction as well, because you don't want to have all of your production over the water because you're wasting those spots where you could be extracting it. So we're going to go ahead and let that do that. And then these fuel generators, instead of feeding fuel in there, we're going to feed turbo fuel. And that's why we're doing all of this. And we want to let this run, let it backlog, let it do its thing, keep extracting. And it's just going to do it forever because we have an endless source of power, right? We have a what's known as a perpetual source of power, where the oil never runs out. The oil will run forever. And it never has, it's never running out of fuel or never running out of oil. Because we have it slightly lowered so that we have the pipes always filled, and it's running very, very consistently. And that fluid is being run down. First, it's being run along the trains, and then it's being pumped up into a higher point, and that higher point flowing down into our machines, right? So it's always higher. Like you can see right here, we've got the storage, and the storage is running down, and then running it into sections of it. And each one has its own storage, which you can see runs all the way down this part here. And each one is sectioned off because you don't want to just run it down 100 of them, because the ones at the end are going to have a lot of problem with it unless you have enough throughput. And then the 600 pipes are sketchy at best. Oh, here we go. Our first drop off. Get on this side. Oh, it's cool. It's cascading. You see it cascade all the way down? That was cool. Back up some more. And away it goes. That's a big boy train right there. And that's going to bring the maximum amount of coal that it can from those coal nodes in the long run. And that's what I'm doing. I'm maxing everything out while I'm doing it the first time. The great thing with the nodes as well, the node extractions that I'm doing, again, the storage and the stuff, I can add more and double it up because I can work in modular style and just keep adding more stuff when I add more extraction later on. I have faster belts and all that stuff. So thinking toward the future, it saves you a massive amount of time, that's for sure. So there we go, everybody. That is for sure. As well. Yeah, Evolve Van Life. You can help support the Evolve Van Life. I'm going to build out a van as a broadcast studio and travel around to all the famous gaming locations. Is going to be awesome as well. There you go. Oh, you're talking to Whist. Okay, well, next time say, Whist, check your Discord messages, because how would I know the difference? So there you go. What's up, Gaming Skull? It says, hi, Kismet. If you have a choice between Commando or VATS build on Fallout 76, what would you pick? Commando or VATS build? Ugh. That's a good question. I don't use VATS all that much. Even in Fallout 4, I don't use it all that much. Sometimes I do, just for fun. But most of the time, I just hold down the right mouse button, aim, and then shoot them in the head, and they're dead, especially the Overseer's Guardian. I mean, depends on what you're doing with that build. It's not just, having the build, but how are you going to play, right? Are you gonna be doing a lot of sniping? You're gonna be doing a lot of hit sniping? You're gonna try to cripple them? What are you trying to do in there? I would probably, I'd probably go a commando. Because again, I don't go VATS all that much, but that's me. That's how I play. So it's really all of the sets that you use in games like Fallout or Oblivion or whatever you're playing, any MMO that you're playing, is based on your game style and your play style in there. So if you're playing a certain way, like you're trying to be stealthy, well, obviously, doing heavy guns and clanking around in your power armor, probably not the most stealthiest of approaches. Probably want to have yourself a little sneaky gun or a little sniper rifle, then have a lot of sneaky stuff, probably not have any power armor because this way you're not clanking around, and then hide in the shadows, and then when dude comes walking around the corner, bam, you're dead. Just like that. Or snap in the back. Again, it's all about gameplay. It's how I would look at it there, the Gaming Skulls. All right, here we go again. Again, I watch it work a couple times, everybody. Now look, it's all in sync. All in sync now. But I like how the first time it did it in a cascade. I never noticed that before. I just thought it's up. Oop, bumped it. Just thought of a good idea. All right. Just thought of a funny thing to do. More love for my subscribers. All right. Okay, so we got that going. I just have random moments, everybody. And I write that stuff down so I don't forget. And I get around to them eventually, like the off the rails command that I added. Okay, so that is good. We're going to let that run for a bit. We're going to get up high so we can enjoy the view of how our factory's coming along here. Again, we tore down all of our other resources, and if you notice, I haven't needed any other resources than the resources that I already built. Remember, this is not on the server, so I'm not letting it run off stream. It's only what I've done so far. And again, if you don't need the resources, there's no reason to spend 10,000 hours building 10,000 plates, and I'm not really using the resources. It's not very an efficient way to play the game. And again, remember, efficiency first, everybody. Okay, so we're going to let that run for a bit. We're going to bring some fun up for you guys right over here. And right over here, the words on stream right over there. All right. And then, of course, you guys can de-scramble the words. The more I see you guys working together, the more Kiscats I'm going to shower you with when I come back after taking a little bit of a break. Because otherwise, my doctor's going to yell at me for not taking a break. Back in a bit. back, everybody. How we doing over here? Oh, look at this. Oh, you guys are on your way. Let me go ahead and see if I can help out over here. Let's go. Let's see. H-E-U-R. I don't know. I'm just going to throw some letters together and see what happens. Rune. Yeah, there we go. I got one for you. What? Ben. Look at Kismet's on fire. On fire. I'm locked, though. I'm locked. There's 4 more. Get all 4 of those. Gonna give you 5,000 cash right there, everybody. Come on, let's go. Hurt. Oh, I can't put it down. I can't put it down. Somebody else type it. I'll try to type it if I'm unlocked. There we go. One more word, everybody. That's a R or a T word. It's got to be an R or a T word. Throw down a bunch of R and T words. Runt. You already got runt. What? T-H-M-E. I don't know. T-H-E-U. Oh, so close. Oh. So close to that one. Oh, but I'm still going to give you a bunch of kids cats for crushing it, everybody. Nice job. Nice job working together. So close on that one. So close. All right, let's get back to some Satisfactory. Having some fun over here. Man, this game is fun. Let's get back to it. Right over here. Now, we have installed our coal train over here. Get it going on. It is awesome. And I've been letting it run there while we were off doing some stuff. And we can see that our coal has already maxed over here and is starting to max over here, in which it'll start to act like, uh-oh, I can't put any more in there. But the main thing you want to do is have this outputting as fast as possible, getting all that coal out of there before the train comes back again. That's definitely what you want to do. So you're maximizing your train usage and also your backlogging of your trains. So we're going to go ahead and start to build out some stuff over here. Now, one of the things we're going to need to know is how much compacted coal we're going to need. So, oh, here comes the train again. Do your thing, train. We're going to go over here and we're going to figure out how much of this fuel we're actually using for power and how much we are using for our other stuff that we have going here. And you can see over here that this is actually bringing in the crude oil producing fuel. Turn that down just a little bit. There we go. And one of these over here is producing our plastic and our rubber. So that leaves us with just these ones, not this one. We'll not count that one there coming through. Now, each of these down here have been split, just like I split those other ones there, into 300 and 300. So every one of these is, in theory, 300, right? So as we're running these upward, you can see we got a bunch here we're not even using yet, which we'll get to those later. Every one of these running up is 300, right? So we can very easily count these as the throughput, but I'd also bring it down a little bit from that 300 just so you have that extra fluid so that all of your stuff is going to work out fine and keep those pipes nice and full. And you can see we're doing double outputs with the pump at the top because this, again, has a little bit of extra oomph because of the output here. It's going to push that up 10 on its own. So we're just going to keep that pushing up into that top part. So this is 300, that's 300, this is 300, and that's 300. So we have 5 300s going over here. And then the 6th one is being used again for the plastic and rubber. So if we take 300 times 5, that's around 1,500 oil coming out of there. That's being used up here at the top. Let's go over here to our hyper tube. Boom, right over here. And we're going to take this back up to the top. Like that. All right. A little sliding this way, a little up and over. Look at the cool train. Train station there. Okay, so 1,500 is our input. And then over here, we can see that our output is about 40 per minute times how many ever groups of these we have. Again, remembering that these numbers you should always kind of cut down a little bit. You don't want to cut it down too much because then if you're cutting it down, you'll have a massive amount of excess. But you want to cut it down a little bit just to make sure that you're okay in the end. Now this one over here is stopping and starting. I can see because the fuel has maxed out, which is what we want. We want to make sure that we have backlogged a lot of fuel and it keeps it running nice and solid. And again, when I see those, I should see just a few of them, not all of them. Like this one down here, looks like all of them are off. That's not good. See, when you see all of them are off, you know something's up. What's going on here? This looks like this one is not on because it has no power. Okay, this is troubleshooting. Let's run that there. Oh. There we go. And then I want to troubleshoot what's going on with this one. And we'll run this out. See if we can find some power connectors. Where would my power connectors be? Probably in the front here. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe that one. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to connect this in somewhere. Could actually have it go back this way. Connect into that one. Alright, now we do have some higher level power poles. We can just upgrade this for now. And we're just going to run that over to there for right now. There we go. So yeah, that is have that backlog because again, I didn't power that up. So again, one thing caused the whole thing to go off. And again, if you have one of them going off, that's one thing. But if the whole thing's going off, then you got problems. And this one's running out and is running to the end. We should see a sudden spike in our power. Let's go look at our power poles over here. We should see a spike in that power when that starts back up again. Yeah, we can see all of these are off, which is not good. And we'll want to see this start to fill in. Oh, a little bit. And those are starting up now, back up again. Again, it made a bunch of fuel. It ran out of the ability to get rid of the excess, and then it stopped because it could produce no more of the output. But this is running out of here faster than it's producing it, so eventually this will eliminate that whole line of items there. Great way to also get tickets, by the way, too. You're just getting rid of the byproducts of stuff. You end up with a bunch of tickets. You can buy some stuff in there. And these are all back up and running. And again, just keep these running really, really well. Now, if it turns yellow for a little bit and then goes back to green, then you know it's working. But if it stays yellow and just solid yellow, you want to check it. Okay, so that'll get that going again. And we should see this start to widen out. And eventually, because I'm actually using less fuel than I need for my stuff here at the end, it will start to backlog that as well. And you can see that they've started up. Now, if you don't want them to start and stop and all of that, you want them all to just fill the pipes, you can go ahead and just remove the side lines here and put the lines back in. You can also go over here and turn it off like this and let it just kind of backlog, which is what I'm going to do. Just go ahead and let those pipes all fill up first. Right over here. Like so. And then these ones off. Now the interesting thing about these is they will still backlog, by the way. They'll still backlog even if you've turned them off. It'll still run all of that stuff in there. Even if you've backlogged it and turned the thing off, which is what you want to do. You want to fill up all of these first. Fill up all the pipes. Make sure the pipes are completely filled. And then go from there. Right? You want to let that kind of pre-fill first. And you can see, look right here. There we go. Good separation there in that. And then we want to see this completely separate all the way out. And then all the way back over here. And this should start backlogging as well. We want to get that, let's say half full. And then we can turn that in, although we can let it fill all the way up. And we do have a pump on this, right? Yes, we do. Okay, we got a pump pulling all that there, pushing it up into here. And then it's going downward into there. I put a pump. You don't necessarily need a pump depending on how high you have this up. But I use it anyway, just so it doesn't backlog this way, so it's pushing it in the direction I want to go. And you can see these are starting to spread out a little bit more, meaning that they've got rid of all of the excess that we had before. And again, we want to have all this kind of fill up a bit. This is more than a buffer. It's more of a fluid balancer, where it'll keep that fluid fairly balanced. We want to make sure that all those pipes are completely full. And again, eventually we'll see a bit of a spike in our overall power. Now remember, we took out our coal power, so our power actually went down to 8,500 right now. And we're going to let this run for a bit. Yeah, look at it go. Yes, all the way down here is good. Then we're going to start to see this one separate here. Once we get all that pumping. All the way down to the end. Again, we have to fill all of these up first for it to absolutely be full. All the way down. This one's full. How are we doing over here? That one also full. Yeah, these are all nicely separated now. Wow, I did it while we were doing other things. And then this down here now full. That's basically what that's telling you, that the internal part of this now is full. But what you really want to see is that this is full. You want to see this all the way at the top. Oh, Matt's doing it right now as we're watching it. Perfect time. And then it's going to go back down again, and then back up. And then maybe a little bit down again, and then again. Oh, a lot down, and then back up again. So you want that thing to be all the way full first. Before you click those on. And you wanted to make sure that it's going to stay full too, that it's not doing this up and down. That's called sloshing. You don't want that sloshing in there back and forth. You want that all the way up, and you want it to stay all the way up. Getting there. Oh, so close. Now the reason why it's doing that is because it's going through the buffer, and the buffer is filling up as well. Oh, there we go. Completely full. No, not totally yet. Still doing a little bit of wobbling there at the top. Now it's completely full. That's what you want to see, everybody. You want that fluid to always be full in the pipes so that it's flowing evenly to all of the different pipes. And I'm going to let it backlog a little extra. Always a better way to start up than to wait over the log, because it takes even longer if you let it run into the machines to backlog that far and then balance out all of your power. Your power you don't want to mess around with, everybody. Your power you want to have very well balanced as well. And I'd wait for this to kind of fill up about halfway, and then you can start it up, because then it will have a good balance of all that fuel. So we'll probably let it go all the way, because we're going to be busy doing other things. But we'll go ahead and get that going. Now, let's see how many groups of this we have. So this, again, is producing 40 fuel each. And this is 5, groups of 5. So we take 40 times 5. This is 200. All right, so 200, 400, 600. There. So how many is this? Set of 2, 3. So there's 4 or 5 of these. I think there's 5. So right there. Right there and right there. So 5 sets of 200, which is 1,000. That's 1,000 fuel being produced there. Very nice. Did we unlock our bigger boards? Okay, so we made ourselves a note, a big note, that's 1,000 fuel, right? So this is 1,000 fuel being produced here. And we'll want to go ahead and, of course, bring that number down to, say, 800 or 900. And then that will help us try to figure out what we want to do over on this side. We're going to go ahead and get our orange foundations here for some production. Do we want to put a road in between here? I kind of feel like I do. Let's go ahead and snap this to the blueprints and try to figure out what side that's on. Let's turn it on this side. What I mean by turn on this side is that the power connector is on the inside. On the inside here. Yes, okay. So it's on the inside when it's that way. Okay. And then again, we'll do some more of these. Power connector. Power connector on the outside. That's on the inside when it's facing this way. Yes. All right, we're going to create a bit of a gap here so we can have some power runs down the middle of this. Again, you can see I'm building very big in this playthrough. Very large. All right, not enough concrete. We'll let that concrete run in there while we go ahead and run some power lines. Good stuff. Oh no! What happened, Crazy Aussie? What happened, bro? What happened, big brother? You were just talking in the chat earlier. Unless someone went and took your name and is pretending to be you. That's crazy, Ozzy. Hopefully you got that resolved, brother. Oh, we got overlapping foundations here. Because that Z texture is fighting with each other. I can see it. Okay. Let's go ahead and run some power. And get it to grab a hold of it. There we go. Down the side of this too. Kind of cross connected through here. I love running the power in the foundations because it's easier to manage and to see. Yeah, let's say here. And the yellow just means roads, everybody. That just means that's where my roads are. There, or yeah, there's good. And sometimes I'll do it through the actual blueprints, or sometimes I'll just do it like this, which then ties way out to this road here. which is then tied into all of this power and then all this power down below to our trains and stuff. So again, that now just cross power ran it all the way down that way. And then all the way along here. Okay. So we want to go ahead and work on the next part, which is our refineries. Okay. Now, what we want to do is create some turbo fuel. Now, turbo fuel needs compacted coal and fuel. So it does 22.5. So if we go in and say, you know what, we're just going to cut this down to say 900 fuel, right? Just so we have our, make sure we have enough in there. And actually we go as probably as low as 950, but we'll just say 900 divided by 22.5, which is exactly 40. Wow, imagine that it's exactly correct. Imagine that. I just randomly guessed that, by the way. I'm actually going to make a note of that it was such a good guess. Over here on my Satisfactory spreadsheet. Right over here. Over here. It's going to let me type. 900. Oh. There we go. Oh, it's typing it in white. No wonder I can't see it. There we go. Weird that I picked that one spot where it's typing in white. 900 divided by 22.5 equals 40. That's white. All right, what are you doing to me here, game? What are you doing to me here, spreadsheet? 40 refineries for turbo fuel. All right, so based on what we're extracting right now, and this is the most oil we're ever going to extract from that area for now, but we actually have some more oil coming down the road that we're going to go ahead and take this extra oil that we have and transition that back into this. The stuff we're using for the plastic and for the rubber, because we're going to need a lot more oil for doing a lot more plastic and a lot more rubber later on. So we'll want to make sure that we can do that later on. That's why we're kind of reserving that other oil for that way down the line. And you'll see me do that in a bit. But we want to go ahead and make sure that we know how much we want to do. And again, leaving that extra to keep the pipes nice and full so we don't have our power going on and off. It's less power, but really not an issue, everybody. There's more coal I could go get. There's more oil I can go get, and I can bring it back, and we can keep scaling and scaling and scaling to an insane degree. Okay, so roughly 40 refineries should do it. But we want to also figure out how much each of that is per set, right? So say we take a certain percentage off when we're running it out, right? So say we're producing, each one is producing 40. The 40 times 5 is 200. And we say, you know what, we're going to do 180 divided by 225. And that's going to be 8. So again, if we have it dedicated and we're using smaller clusters than using large clusters make it more difficult to transfer fluids because fluids can only go up to 600. So the better thing to do is to do it in smaller clusters where the 200 becomes each section, each of the 5 sections becomes is feeding one set of turbo fuel, right? And the next one setting the next set of turbo fuel, and so on and so forth. It's a way of overcoming those limitations of the speed of your pipes and belts and all of that stuff, is to do it in smaller clusters. So in this case, we're going to cut 20 off on each one. And if we say 20 times 5, right here, 20 times 5, it's actually taking off 100, which is what I already did when I went down to 900. See how all the math works out there, everybody? Again, just trying to show you how to do all that math. So again, we have 5 of them. We take 20 off, and that it should be a throughput of 180 divided by 225 right here. So we're going to do them in clusters of 8. So again, we're going to take these, and we're going to run over here, and this will be our first input right here where the fuel will actually not go to the fuel generators. It'll go past and go here. Now, one of the greatest reasons why you do this also is that if you have a lot of excess power like I do right now, and you can see it over here, you can see I have a massive amount of excess power. I'm using 2,500. Actually, it's down to like 2,300 now. I need to have that gap so I can actually switch it between this and the turbo fuel. Now, the turbo fuel is much more efficient fuel, right, than just regular fuel. That's why you want the turbo fuel, because it's more efficient and it works better. But the downside is you also need compacted coal. So you need to take your compacted coal, convert that, and then that's going to be a limiting factor as well, based on how much compacted coal you have, how much you can process, and how much you can get into the machine. So, but we're going to start with our first cluster of 8, and that will that'll get us started. And eventually, this pipe will not go to here; it will go up over the road and end up on the other side over here, which is where our turbo fuel is going to be. And again, you can build this all together. I mean, you can build this 1,000 different ways, but I'm going to build it this way because I feel like doing something a little different. Let's go. And again, we'll color code this out with the orange. Right over here. And we'll have that come straight across, end up right here. Okay, so we're going to try to line this up when we start this refinery run here. I'm going to line it up just like this. So that pipe can come in and go straight into here. Like that. Now, of course, we want it to be lifted up. All of our fluids should be up a bit. So we want to go ahead and think that's going to come down. It's going to end up going in just a bit. Let's say here. Like this. It's going to come down there. It's going to turn. Oh, right again. Say the center of this foundation. It's going to come down, turn into here, and then it's going to run down this way. Like this. Okay. And that kind of frees us up to put this really wherever we want, because we can just line it up. Man, pressing all the wrong buttons. Just line it up however we want to line it up. So we'll go ahead and say we'll line this somewhat center to one of these foundations. Got to also think about the compacted coal coming in, because the compacted coal also needs to be run along the back side of these lines. So I would probably move this, say, half a foundation forward. You don't want it to be too far away, but you also don't want it to be too close. Kind of a mixture of both. All right. And this is just going to run down into each of these lines, but we either need to run the line under or we need to run the line below. And I kind of feel like we might want to do a horizontal vertical thing here. Let's see how we do if we do something like this. And maybe go this way. No, that's not really going to make it kind of how I want it to be, where I want it to be kind of a sharp, where it goes straight across, comes down, and then goes into a thing. So it doesn't really work as well here. I think if you put it up higher or on certain machines, it works a bit better. But again, the horizontal vertical function is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. What can we do? We could probably bring this out and up if we wanted to. I kind of feel like I'll just lift up the resources. I like to lift up the item resources. Oops, I switched my thing here. The lifter. The item resources like this, because it's easier for them to lift up over the top of stuff than it is for fluids. Because remember, fluids have a flow to them. And we really just want this to go down like that. Maybe a nice little curve. There we go. And then, again, we want to have 8 of these in a row. So we're going to go, hopefully, in the right direction here. There's 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's 8 of those right there. Now, what we want to do is maybe feed it into the center and then have that center actually go in both directions as opposed to just coming in and then going all the way to the end. This way, it doesn't have to go 8 machines down before it gets to the last one. It's only got to go 4 machines in either direction to fill it up, but it's going to run half as much. So you're still going to have the problems with the machines at the end, but a bit of less problem if you think it through and say, okay, what if I just bring the thing straight down, run it into the middle one, and then run it into all of those. So we could bring it down, and instead of going that way, we could say do something like this. And then we'll have our sensor pipe here. And we'll just run that out a little bit. Like this. And we'll have this try to align to that. Apparently, not want to do it without a pipe in there. Let's do something like that. There we go. Okay, so now this is going to align to the overall center coming down and aligning to there. Now, of course, I would take this out and run it more like that, or you don't have that extra segment. And that's basically just going to go right there. Now, if we're going to do that, we might as well, again, line it up off of the thing, because this way it'll actually fill that one up straight away. Now, another thing that we could do is we could put them on both sides so that it is cascading down into both of those at the same time on the inputs. And then on the outputs, we could merge the outputs together. We can also put the outputs facing each other and bring the inputs in on both sides. I personally prefer to do it on very much like I'm doing over here, where I'm putting those inputs in together at the same time. Which is very, very useful, especially when you have double inputs, which is what this has. So I'm going to turn this around the other way, and we're going to go ahead and think about our double inputs over here, and we'll pick up them blueprints and snappy some more over this way. And so again, if we wanted to, say, bring in our resources like this, and of course, we're going to need to split it all the way down. It's going to, what I call a true split it, right? It's going to run it and split it right here. And it's going to split it like this and then also run it. So it's going to be 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. So it's using the entire splitter at the same time to basically double feed the items that are there. But we still need to get, of course, all the fluids to run along here, and we want them to run at a higher level so they can run down in there. So let's take a look at our fluids here. And we can go ahead and say, do this. And one down there. Run that under there. As you can see, that kind of clips in there a bit, which I don't really like. Right there. Now, we can also just say, you know what, forget that. We can just go ahead and bring this to the bottom level, which, you know, I usually don't do all that often. But you can see that that actually is going to help a lot. But what's going to happen, though, if I do it really close like this, though, is that when I try to run it to the next one, when we take this out, and we'll flip it around the other way. Oop, this way. Take this one out. Get in there. There we go. When I run it to the next one, and say I have a pipe already in here, it'll be real obvious once you see it. See, that's going to be in the way, right? So if I try to run this forward, it'll be in the way. But if I'm really good at what I do, I'll just go ahead and basically reverse this process by bringing this one underneath here, like this, and potentially when you run it to the next one, like this, you could run the thing under there, and it's not going to touch the pipe, like that. Also, I could rotate the way that the pipe works, which is what I really want to do. I want to do it like this, and the reason why I want to do that is so that I can input both sides. Now, when you have your splitters here, you notice that it didn't snap. If I take those splitters out, then you can see that it does snap a bit better. And then also, this pipe is a bit smaller and it's much further up, so we know it's not going to touch our materials that we're running under there. And we can actually move it over as well if we wanted to. Move that over. We can also move the pipe closer, and I'll show you what happens when we do the pipe closer. Usually I kind of set it out a little bit, but we'll move it a little closer, say down the center. Like this. Again, we'll put that back there, run this. We're just fooling around here, just give you an idea of what can be done. And then again, snap there, and you can see that that's way too close. You can try all your different modes, but I don't like it to be that close, so again, we'll move it back out where I had it. So it does have plenty of room to go in there. In fact, we'll move this back just a little bit, kind of crowding that just a little bit. Take all this out. All right, and then we'll take all of these out. Oop, try anyway. Take all these out, take this one out, take this one out. And we'll want to go to this first one and say turbo fuel. And the reason why is when I'm putting these other ones down, it'll automatically remember what it is that it's making. So I don't have to do each individual one. In this case, I'll put this one down, and you can see it's already set for turbo fuel. Save you a lot of time, especially when you're doing a whole bunch of these. If you can get them to go the right way. We should pick up the orientation, too. That would be nice. Okay, easy. Again, we got double inputs here, so we're going to go ahead and do it this way. And then we'll want to think about where the center of both of these are. Now, the biggest problem of this, everybody, is the fact that the inputs don't line up. It's not like you have a reverse building where you can say, okay, I want that input on the other side and this input on that side, though that would be cool. Where you can reverse the inputs. You have like a left and a right side version of it, and you can go in and reverse it. That would be super cool. But what you want to do is make sure that the actual pipe input is across from each other, like that, right? And then when you run your line down here, like that, and you go to run your stuff here, this is lined up just like that, right? We can probably move that a little closer too. Your biggest problem is the fact that you're going to be using a lot more splitters because this part here does not line up to that part, right? So you got all these problems. Now, I would choose the pipes over anything else because that just makes it easier when it comes to your fluids. And your fluids is the thing you want to make the easiest of all the stuff. Absolutely. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take another one here, and we're going to hit H on that one, and we're just going to nudge it back just a little bit. Take this one out, and then now that we've got the one nudged back, we'll put that back there. And then we'll take a look at this. And we can see we're getting there. Maybe one more. That just acts as a template. There we go. Walk it into position. And there we go. Now it's symmetrical on both sides. Very nice. And we'll go ahead and run these down. Now these should all be aligned because we aligned the first one. And now we're basically going to be doing double inputs as we go. And we can run a line at the bottom. Now I can also just raise this up even higher to where our stuff is also up off the ground above the pipe as well. Which is what I'm going to do in this one so that those lines are not all right here in my way. So we just got to make sure that our stuff is up high enough, and then all of the mergers and whatnot will line up eventually. So, or splitters in this case. Just going to do this and this. Again, that's about that height. So you can just run it across there. Let's just put this on this side. On that higher side like that, and it clips a little bit on the edge. I'm gonna go a little bit higher, say something like this. Take this out, just to kind of make this really well elevated, like so. Okay, we'll take all this out. And then we'll want this to match up to the top there. Ooh, a little too close. Yes, definitely too close. So we need another bump this way and another bump so that both sides are not too close like that. Now that actually will work, by the way. If you do that, a lot of times that will work. Sometimes it won't. But that will work. But the problem is that it doesn't look good. And that's a big problem. I don't like it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this out. And we're going to take this one out. We're going to take this. And we're going to turn it the right way. We're going to hit H. And we're going to go 1, 2 nudges forward. Like that. We're going to take this. We're going to line this up way out here. And then we're going to go 1, 2 nudge like that. Oops, or we're just going to not put it down because it was in the zoop mode. Try that again. H, 1, 2. Left click, left click. There we go. Take all these out. Take all this other stuff out. And we'll try that over here. And we just look at how this lines up over here. Way down there. Showing you some cool techniques here, everybody. Oh, pipe is too long. There we go. Okay. I feel like I might need one more nudge. Oh, the pipe should be only one nudge. Yes, pipe is only one nudge, where the machine needs to be 2. This is where it's at. This is here. Because this one didn't move. So that nudged twice, this nudges once, and then it will be in the center of what we're doing. There we go. And then we should have this, and this, and then get our splitters in here. Yeah. There we go. Look at how beautifully those line up. Okay. Much better. We'll test this side. This side still too close. That's interesting. This must be offset. That is definitely not right. This one is offset just a little bit. Causing that. Sure we get that nice and aligned, and we test it from the bottom up. There we go. All right, now we got this way up here, and we can run this, and again, have it where we can run underneath there if we want to, work on all the machines, and it'll be up out of the way, just like that, as well. So, do I like that? I think I do. Because what I'm going to do is do this for everything else down the road. And we can make a blueprint for this, but it's not going to be, it's going to be too large, I think, to fit it in a 5. Now, I might be able to fit it in the later one. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it actually is 5. We might be able to do a blueprint on that, and then we can just set it down and have it already pre-made as well. And again, we could make the oil extractors one blueprint, and then the piping connection another blueprint, and then we just flip it around on the other side, and so on. Usually for fuel, you'll see that a lot of times I don't bother to make blueprints on it because you do a lot of working and reworking of fuel. A lot. I say we think about it. I'm going to go ahead and take another break here. I can tell I'm getting a little dizzy, so I'm going to just take a little break and think about it. And then when I come back, we're going to do some more, everybody. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and bring up some more words on stream for you. I'm going to walk around a little bit more. I can always tell when I'm pushing myself a little much. Didn't take a break for like 4 hours, everybody. So take another little break and then be back. Feel free to descramble some words while I take a break. And I'll be right back. Try to be back, everybody. There we go. Rested up just a little bit. Ready to get back to it. Let's see if we can get this puzzle done, though. Almost there. I got to press some buttons over here to get to the chat. What do we got? What? Lolly Row. What? Year. You guys already got that one. Earl, you already got. Real, you already got. Lay with an E. Row. I tried a bunch. All right, well, you got it done. At least here's 1,000 Kids Cats for working together. Nice job, everybody. Nice job in the chat there. Let's go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. Again, sometimes, everybody, I push myself a little too far. I got to take me, if I'm not taking my proper breaks, I got to take my breaks, everybody. I really got to focus on that. We're going to try to focus on that a bit more throughout the rest of this year. We're going to get it going on. All right, holding down the control, snapping that in. Okay, so we got this going up overhead. I like that. I like it. We're going to extend that up a bit so it's not touching those pipes. Then we're going to go ahead and put the rest of these in here. Hopefully have them going the correct direction. Hold down the control, the snappy. Right in there like that. Oops, turn the game sounds back on again. Like so. All right. Now, all of our pipes should line up nice and easy. Yes, I like it. And again, just snapping right to it here. And now that you guys got the gist of this, we're going to go to it right over here. There we go. See how easy it is to run those pipes? That's what I really like about having them up like that. And then it really helps you because it doesn't backflow the fluids. The fluids just go into the machines. And so that's pretty good there. And again, we could build a grouping of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is about 5 wide. We might be able to get that on a blueprinter. Let's go see what we can do here. Oh, wrong thing here. We're going to go here and Mark II blueprinter. Oh, we need some of our frame stuff over this way. Let's go. Wee, slidey slide. Woo, woo. Hey, there we go. Way over here. We're not running these in the dimensional depot. We're going to take some of them and run them in manually over there. Actually, we'll probably do 2 stacks. I think it might take 2 stacks. Let's put 2 stacks in there, and then this, I've upgraded it once, so it should take 2 stacks of that stuff. Okay, back this way. We actually got a hypertube here, but I think it goes way down that other side. It does. All right, look at our stuff coming together over here. Now, we're working on our turbo fuel right now, and we're trying to upgrade it. We've got our trains going. Big old train for our coal there. And we are running this. We're not going to run this on the front anymore. At least not yet. Actually, we'll probably bring that in a little bit too. We're going to merge all this. Now, when it's coming out, everybody, I usually just leave it at the same level and just put a pump at the end, pump it down the other way. And if I'm going to run it into another machine, then I will pump it up. But what we really want to do is have this turbo fuel merge together and then come up into a storage tank. So we're basically going to make a storage tank in the reverse direction, where that storage tank is going to do fuel there, run the fuel here, then go into the middle of all of these, output these, and we'll merge the output from the other side to here, and then go back into the storage container, and that storage container will backlog, and then that will then go to our stuff over here, right? So again, we'll have all that squared away, and that's why I turned the output this way, so that I can just have this side just go straight over there. Now, the output of the turbo fuel is much less than the actual fuel, but the turbo fuel itself is 2,000 megajoules versus right over here versus an output of 750. So it's more than double, and it's basically producing more overall if you think about it, because even if it's at half, but it is 2,000 versus 750, it is a massive boost in your overall power. You can run more of your stations overall because it's going to use less of the turbo fuel to keep it running versus the amount of fuel that it's using. So that's why you go to turbo fuel in the first place, is to scale all that up. Okay, and so we got all this going, and we'll want to run all of our thingies here. So we're going to do this into this direction, and you can just do this right through the middle of here and see how that's going to line up. Oh, no, we've got some problems now. Again, you always run into some sort of issue. I don't think that's lined up, because this should get in here and work. Let's see. Let's see if that's lined up. No, we are going to have that issue. Yeah, see, we have the issue of the outputs are too close to each other. Ah, see, I didn't even think of that till just now. And that's okay. We can adjust that as we go. What we need to do is we need to leave a little bit more of a gap between each of our machines. So I'd say probably nudge one over here and see how we like that. We'll take this one out and that one out. And again, we'll just go ahead and hit H, nudge one over, like that. And we'll have to readjust the other side as well. And again, over here, and hit H, nudge one over. And then we will redo our pipes first. Snap that in. Pipe here. What the? Oh, because we nudged it. Huh. Nudged it the other way. We need to nudge it another one. Because we nudged this one. We'll have to nudge the other side. Probably by more. Alright, because it's going to be like 2 nudges. Because it needs to end up here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that seems excessive. Amount of nudging. This one line. Oh, this one's the wrong way. I knew there was something wrong there. This one had turned the wrong way. There we go. All right. That was something weird there. Again, that's how you know there's something weird going on. Now, it doesn't remember the orientation. It drives me crazy because it's always kind of trying to trip you up all the time because the orientation's not getting picked up. And it does that to me all the time. One of the big things I hope they will change in the future is that when you pick up a building, it will remember the orientation. All right, there we go. We got that going on. And we might need to nudge this more because this might be right next to the other one. And we don't want it to be right next to it because it's going to be hard for us to put in this. As well. Again, we'll want that to be right underneath there. Yeah, see, it's a little, still too close to that one. Again, trying to run the line with it really close like that. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Yeah. Yeah. Now, it'd be nice, again, if you could switch the inputs and the outputs the other way. If we could switch the inputs on this one, boom, and then they could sit opposite from each other, that would work awesome. We could also just make the inputs and outputs be separate, 2 separate lines. I prefer the inputs to be split than the outputs to be merged. Right, so you turn it this way, and then you have the merging, because then you have to run 2 lines of pipes and 2 lines of inputs on both sides, as opposed to running 1 line of inputs and outputs on this side, and then you only have 1 line of output because there's only one thing outputting as well, which is the turbo fuel. So much smarter to do it this way, but don't like it for sure. Don't like it. It's too close. It's too close. So maybe another 2 nudges. So we already did 1 nudge. Let's see how we like 3 nudges. And we're going to try to put it the right way this time. 1, 2, 3. How do we like that? Try to line that up in both directions. Yeah, then we have a little bit of a gap there that we can run. I want to run this in the right direction. Like that. And we do want to see if it's actually running from one to the other. We have a good offset. And then also you can run in between here and leave a little bit of room. You can try to jam these together, and that's what most people do. Oh, look, my train running down there. That's a big boy train down there, brother. That's a big boy push-pull train, too. So yeah, you can try to run them real close together and just jam them together. I'm not a big fan of that. I like to leave some human room in there to get around. So yeah, I like 3 nudges. Let's go with 3 nudges. See how we like that. Oh, we can just take out this part. Leave that part in. All right, 3 nudges per side. So we're going to go here. We're going to do this one. We'll hit H. 1, 2, 3. And this is a bit more advanced than just slapping them down. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We'll see if we like that better. And again, it'll still work if I have it all running into each other. It just doesn't look good. 2, 3. Again, you want to figure all these issues out on the first set, and then all the rest of them be easy. Just a duplicate of this. Like this. We're going to put our blueprinter down here. Maybe we could do these. This is a total of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we'd have an issue doing the last couple. We could just do a group of 2, and then 2, 4, 6, 8 in the blueprinter. And then, how long is this? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say 4. And then you flip it around the other way. And then line up the pipe. And then you flip it the other way. You line up the pipe and you're already good to go. Yeah, and then you could nudge it back into position, and you'd already have the thing up there at the top. Again, just visualizing the blueprint and how to make this easier. Now, again, we're just testing it here first to make sure that this stuff does not run into each other on the next one. So I do a group of 2 here. We'll do this. You don't want to leave these lifters in here. They will definitely screw you up, so definitely want to fix that later, and we're going up 4. Take this out. And like that. Yes, much better. Much better. Like that. A whole lot better. Okay, so we got to accommodate that by doing it in groups of 2s. So we'll put 1 down. We'll nudge it by 3. We'll set up all the piping. We'll put it down, and then we'll have another side which won't have any piping at all. It'll just be 2 of them with that offset, and we can set those down. And that'll allow us to do the whole entire row of these, because we're going to do a whole bunch of these, everybody. Each one of these, this is 8 times 5, right? Because we have 5 of things over there that we're going to be transferring over here. So we want to figure it out before we build all that stuff and then say, oh, wait a minute, our things are too close. Oh, God, now we're going to tear the whole thing down and redo it. You want to kind of prototype it, which is what we're doing here. And once we get this down, down the thing, and we'll be done. That's what we'll want to do. All right, and let's go ahead and get our blueprinter down. Missing rubber. Apparently not running rubber in there either. All right, back over this way. Our coal is very diligently working over there. Diligently working. Now, I want to work on the turbo fuel first so I know how much coal I'm going to need later on. And then also I'll double check that what is the limiting factor. Is it coal that's limiting me, or is it the fuel that's limiting me? later on. So let's go over here and grab some rubber in there and run whatever extra we need in here. For some reason, it doesn't have enough in the awesome sink. And luckily, we have all these extra resources laying around that we can use. All right, this is looking good. We're just going to bring the blueprinter over here because this is where we're working. So this would be a much better way to work this. We'll just put it right there for now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with our refinery in the center of the location here. Okay, so that's the center there, and if we go 1 this way, or 2 that way, or we could start in the center, and 1 offset there, and then the other one offset by 2. Could probably work on the outputs as well. So we have both the inputs and the outputs at the same time. Again, have these going this way, and I'm matching it up at the same direction over there. So 1, 2, 3, like that. There we go. So we could have the merging of all the outputs, just kind of merging down the line, and then we can just keep running that line down in either direction. We'll put the pump at the end, but really we want to do this here based on what we've done over here. Again, that we prototyped out over here. And this is how much away from here? 1, 2, 3. It is 3 over from the edge of the back of that. Okay, same thing over here. And again, I'm using the white line right here as what I consider to be the edge. And we'll go here. 1, 1. Oh, gotta hit H first. 1, 2, 3. Boom. All right, and now we know where we want that to run. We're going to go over here, and that will be our primary pipe. All right, and then again, our lifters, we're going to go 5 up. So yes, I have been going for 6 hours, but I did already take a break. Look at me go. Look at me go with my break. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That, make sure that this is connected up there. Take this out. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put in our cross connects over here, which is not going to work because we have this in here. Let's do these first. There we go, and then this here. That there. Notice, by the way, I'm not putting any foundations down. This way I can just set it down on the foundations. And I don't need to build in a big building or any of that stuff on this stuff, because eventually this will get reworked again as well when I get to my much larger blueprinters where I can integrate a lot more of this stuff together. We'll get to that later on. But we got that in first. That is a much better way of doing that. And then we know exactly how this is going to end up. Right underneath there like this, and this is going to end up like that. And then again, aligning it from both directions. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't even need to put our lifters in, because we know what's up with what's up. Put the lifters in last. They automatically are snapping into that position. And then we have our inputs. Nice. Okay, like that a lot. All right, that's going to pre-do a lot of the work for me there. And then on this, I don't even need these in supports, because now I can just connect this one to the next one and so on. And then over here, same thing. I can just connect it because those are already pre-done. Very nice. Probably on the ones on the other side, I'll just probably just put those down myself and just kind of offset those once we have all the piping and everything in there. That's going to take care of that. We could also run our power automatically right here and right there. And then this will already be here, so we can then connect it to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. And we'll have an extra power connector there to take the first one and run it into the rest of that. That's awesome. All sorts of good. Again, this is expecting it to input on this side and run that way. Now, another thing that we can do on that input is to bring it into the center instead of running it all the way down to the end. So, how could we do that? We could have it run down and then run up into the pipe, which is not a good idea. I'll probably just let them run across all of them. Again, we're going to have excess fuel, so we should be fine. And just running that all the way down. We'll let that run all the way down. Now, same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and run a nice little pipe. Pretty close. Let's say right here. Where's this pipe? Yeah, okay. Run this across here. And again, we're making it so we can chain these together. It's a lot easier. This does not need to be really far out, just a little bit. Again, this could be in the middle or it could be at the end. We only need, on this particular one, we need turbo fuel. Now, these are already going to be set for turbo fuel. And again, allowing us to chain them. Again, turbo fuel has no other output. So that's pretty much it. That's all we need to properly chain those and make sure that they don't run into each other on the other side in theory. But we're going to find out. Now, another thing I like to do on my turbo fuel is I like to color it in red. I know, right? Because it's turbo fuel. Now, really, you should color it in yellow on the way in because on the way in, it's actually not this. It's actually our fuel coming in, and then once it goes through the machine, it will come out as turbo fuel, right? So this part over here is actually the input, so we can go ahead and just color this yellow, like this. Also, I usually color inputs certain colors, red or green, depending on how I like to do it, but in this case, we're just going to do that, and then this is going to be coal, so what do we do with our kind of dark gray that we were going to use? Maybe one of these. How do I like this? And very often I don't bother to color it in. More about making it work than anything else. But, yeah, we'll go with the gray. How about that? Nice little gray. And then this is the output, which, of course, we will actually make red. Like this. That actually is turbo fuel coming out of there. Okay, and then of course the things are red as well because it's making turbo fuel. This is regular fuel going in and coal coming in as well. I like to use colors very effectively in that it kind of reminds me, okay, these are the inputs, these are the outputs, so forth in there. All right, let's go with that. See how we like that right over here. Turbo fuel, fuel refineries, refining, like that. Let's see, two turbo fuel refineries, there we go. Two turbo fuel refineries together with pipe and item inputs and merged outputs. All right, seems good. And then we're going to say refinery over here. And we're going to set it to red or turbo fuel. And maybe a little darker red. There we go. Maybe a different color red from another thing. Maybe a real dark red. My other stuff. All right. So we'll save that blueprint. And in theory, we should be able to go right over here and take all this out, right? We just take all this out and say, you know what? We already got a blueprint. We don't need to we don't need to do it one item at a time. We should be able to just pop that blueprint in there and make it happen, Captain. We're gonna cover this up. Again, that fuel is going to come right through, going to end up right here, and this is the outside of that there. And so we should be able to aim the front of this right at us, turning off our blueprint mode. There we go. And again, this is the back, and this is the front, or the output side. And again, this is not going to run into this. This should be over enough where it can run by the side of it. And then this should be back far enough to where I can go ahead and merge all of these later on and run them into their own storage. Right, like that. Okay. That looks pretty cool. Oh, I should say, on the actual blueprint, note, they are nudged 3 snap points apart. Just okay, someday down the line, I come back to this and I wait, how many nudges did I do? Well, I wrote it in the notes, so I'll remember. There we go. Trying to get better. Oh, and I actually forgot to say that this was a Mark II, MK2. Blueprint, 2 turbo fuel refineries, so on and so forth. Save that over. Now, if you change the description, it will just update it. But if you change the name, it'll make a new blueprint. So I just changed the description over there as well. Okay, so we got that going. And now we should be able just to grab a couple of these. And hit H to line those up. It's going the wrong way, of course. As always. Then we'll hit H right there. And then see we're lining up this with this. Pretty easy. And then we just do this, hit H, 1, 2, 3, because we remember how many nudge spots it is. By the way, notice it is picking up the turbo fuel. And if we did this correctly, it should just go right down in there, right down in there. Very nice. And then the only thing we need to do is these other 2 over here. We need to set the inputs, line that all up nicely. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just do a little manual work here as well. And connect those into there. That into there. And that's all we should have to do there. And then let's see how our offsets are doing. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I forgot to get run these to here. And then run this to there. And take these back out again. And now we're looking good. And then this one to there. And that looks great. All right. I really like that. That worked out good. Now we can do this a lot faster than doing them one at a time. Very nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to need another power for this one. So this one actually should have its own power line. And the reason why it should have its own power line is so that it can connect to this one, and this one can connect to that one, and this one can chain to this one, but still have one left over in case I need to chain it to the next one. So that's one of the things we'll want to fix on the blueprint when we go to do the next one down the line, is that they will have their own individual connections, like this, and allow me to chain the ones from the other side and all the other ones. So again, that's why you put it down, you do like a little bit of beta testing. Now I can take that one up and replace it with the one I'm now saving, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave it there because we already have it wired and it's good to go. All right, then we're going to go ahead and do some more blueprinting here. And again, really cool when you do it without the foundation. Make sure you do all your connections, though. Very easy to forget and miss a connection when you're doing your blueprints, especially when you're doing them in multiple thing here, multiple blueprints here. We got to auto connect. This would auto connect that stuff to over here. Wouldn't that be wild? Let's find out. Just nudge it into position. Kind of looks like it already has the offset. 1, 2, 3. No, not quite. And then this, and let's see what happens. Did not auto-connect it. All right. I don't know what that auto-connect does, but just in case it screws up my blueprints, I'm going to go ahead and just put it to blueprint mode. There we go. Or default mode, even better. And again, get the thing going the right way with the arrow pointing toward us. Nudge it here. 1, 2, 3. Go. Now we can just go to town on this. We don't have to mess around. Don't have to mess around over here. Oh, backwards. Come on. Right here. Always trying to trip me up. Come on. There we go. Always trying to trip me up every time. 1, 2, 3. Nice. All right. Just trying to see how fast we can do that. Remember, we're doing them in sets of 8, so we really only needed that 4. But that's how you do that. You just kind of put it down, line it up on the white edge, the edge of the borders, and you're good. Okay, now on this one, since these are all going to be combined, we're going to go ahead and combine those. Okay, or not. I'm going to combine those in a weird way, apparently. Instead of just combining it from the side there. What is going on there? That is not lined up. Oh, boy. What is going on? Try that again. I could have sworn I nudged it right together. At the same thing. But that is not actually lining it up for us. So now we know that if we put this right like this, that actually is not the blueprint lineup. You got to look at it like this and nudge it forward a couple. And then go 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we know. Troubleshooting. Troubleshooting. Now, it's okay to block the output there because I'm not going to be using that. Okay, all the rest of this good. Again, we're going to be doing a lot of turbo fuel, everybody. So we want to definitely make sure that we have ability to do so easily. 1, 2, 3. And then our last one over here, holding down control, then hitting H, 1, 2, 3. Like that. We'll go ahead and do the piping first. So this to here. That down in there. This down in here. Just makes it easier when you're trying to run piping and stuff to do that first, because it sometimes snaps weird. Let's grab this. Nope, not that. Just the splitter. There we go. And make sure we have it lined up under the pipe and then it's going the right way. Okay. And these ones already have theirs, so we just really need to do these two. There. Sure it does have that on the right side. Yes, it does. And we probably should remove this out of the blueprint. That connector. That connection that's already there, because we're going to need to take it out over and over and over again. And so probably best just to take it out in the raw blueprint itself. You don't end up having to take it out every single time. Right here when you're putting in this other one from this side. Let's go do that while we're thinking about it. Again, we'll just take this part out because the one on the other side is going to end up in there. And we'll go ahead and save that. And again, improving our blueprints, iterating on them is the way to go. That's the best way to go. Just keep iterating and iterating on it until it's smooth like butter. Okay, so we got all those connections in. Again, always put your lifters in last. Oh, we didn't do this one. We didn't get this one in. Again, this one has that there, and we'll get this going under here, like this, 2, 3, 4, like that. There we go. Glad I double-checked all of that. And then our lifter should automatically snap. It sure does. There, up there, and we already got those two, which are done for us in the blueprint. And we're all good. That is connected and looking sharp. All right, that's going to run real nice. Okay. So, what is the rate at which we need to put compacted coal in here? At 15 per. So, we're going to bring up our quick search. 15 times 8 is 120. All right, well, we've got belts that go 120 and faster. So, that'll be fine. Now, if that was 1200, our belts wouldn't be fast enough to put it in there, which is why I like to do it in groups that make it the math really easy, right? If you're doing like, 83.7 into stuff, it makes it a lot harder. That's why I made it in groups of 8, because it's what I call the Kismet's rule of 8, where you have your perfect equilibrium, like a infinity symbol, between all of your machines. You have the exact amount of machines that make the numbers way easier, right? As you put them in. A great example is 22.5 times 8. 22.5 times 8 equals 180. So we know that we're going to have 180 fuel coming in at that rate. It makes it an even number instead of a decimal. That's really the whole key to this entire game, everybody. You want to make it work well, just get those numbers to line up. And they have spent a massive amount of time, the developers of the game, making sure those numbers work out at some point, depending on how many you're using and in what the ratios are. So very, very cool, I think. Now we just need to do some power connecting up here, where we're going to connect this one here. Look how nice this is going to be. Nice and easy. Connect that. Already connected. And then cross-connecting the ones we need to cross-connect. And we're all good. We are all good. Those are all connected. Looking good. I like how the wiring is, too. It's not clipping through anything. Very nice. And again, we could run these all down into the ground, but I really like doing these power pole things. I go back and forth whether I like them. I like over long distances. I like it to be through the foundations. I don't typically like it to be up like that. But what we're going to do is actually run this one underneath here. We can run it to that one, or we could run it to this one here. Now we got to think, if we're chaining the power down to the next one, we need to see how many connections this has. This has 3 connections, so we could keep it going that way, which we will do. But we don't want to stop ourselves from doing that. We can also upgrade it as well. I kind of feel like this is the one we want to do over here. We'll go ahead and take this, run it down underneath here, and then we're just going to zip it across here. It might be able to reach. Let's see. Sure does. There we go. All right, now we don't have to worry about it. It's under the foundations. The only wire we have to look at is this one wire, which is perfectly coming off of there and not touching anything. Very nice. That was just luck. All right. Now we have that power, and these actually have power. So these are actually ready to go. But we need to do our compacted coal. So for compacted coal, we need to go over here, or actually we can just do this, compacted coal. And we can look it up, and it will tell us which one we need, the assembler. So we need both sulfur and coal. Now we're bringing all the coal in, and it just so happens that we have a pure sulfur node nearby. How convenient. That we are going to run all the way over here. We're just going to run the raw node itself directly over here. We could use a train and all that stuff, but that node is just sitting right up here, over here, and we could just run it down. We can actually run it underneath our foundations, what's known as a sandwich level when you're running a bunch of lines under there. Just run that underneath there, which is why I have it up a little bit, and then I can run it wherever I need it to go, doing my compacted coal over here on this side. So for the compacted coal, we need an assembler. We're going to go ahead and put our assembler down. And I like to go into the machine and really take a look at this. Now, again, this is coal and sulfur. This is an alternate compacted coal right there. I don't have the regular compacted coal, because this is coal and sulfur. Where's the regular compacted coal? That's interesting. Huh. It says alternate. I typically don't use alternate blueprints. I usually use those only in special playthroughs. Usually I do everything is the stuff that it unlocks. So anyone who's doing what I'm doing can do it both on console or on PC. I think that unlocked in what we did. That might be just an incorrect way of their saying that. Because when you go to do your turbo fuel, you should get the compacted coal. Where do we get that compacted coal? I can't remember. We didn't scan any computers. We probably got it from the MAM. When we went and we did stuff here. Yeah, I think that might be in the next phase that you get the other compacted coal. I can't remember. Man, it's been so long. But yes, it's typically in the MAM that we get that because that's also where we get the turbo fuel. So we're going to go in here into the sulfur line. And yes, we're getting the compacted coal here. But it says it's an alternate compacted coal. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Or they changed it. Never noticed that it said alternate compacted coal. But that's the kind of compacted coal I want, though, because I have sulfur and I have a lot of coal. It definitely is going to need a lot. It's going to need a tremendous amount of both of those things. Look at it. Look at my train station here. Just absolutely packing that full of coal right now. But nice. All right. And what do we feel like doing here? We're going to do road or we're going to do construction. Kind of feel like we might just give this all to the train station. Right here. We're just going to go ahead and run a few of these out just to make it where I can get over here. Again, you can see I have them all, the foundations color-coded for manufacturing, for trains, for roads, and so on. Really super helpful, everybody. Again, I just came up with that on a few of my playthroughs. I said, man, it'd be way easier if I just colored this ahead of time, and I know and don't have to remember what the heck it is I was doing on that particular foundation. And this is going to be factory here. We're going to make this a little longer because we're going to bring all this coal and run it over here. Okay, so again, we're going to go ahead and figure out what are the inputs, 25 and 25, and the output is 25. Okay, so very good. So the output is 25, and the input over here is 15. So, again, we need 15 times 8, so we need 120. So over here, we need the output to be 120, so we take 120, we divide it by 25, and that's a little, decimal there, right? 4.8. So it's basically just below 5 of these. And again, if we were creating, say, double that amount, maybe it would, the math would work out. So let's say 240, 240. We can see that math still doesn't work out, right? What about doubling that again? What about 480? Oh, man, what the heck? Right? So again, your doubling gets crazy over here. Now, if you take 600 and you divide that, which is the amount that eventually we're going to be running out, but if, say, we combine two nodes into 600, you can see that it runs to 24. So the math of the fluids and the compacted coal are different and can make it difficult to make it the same. But we're doing groups of 8, so we need to go ahead and do 25 times 8 again. Output, which is 200, and it needs about 120. Right? So over here, again, if we take 15 times 8 times 8, it's 120. So again, we can say 120 divided by 25, and we can just create a little extra, right? Create a little extra compacted coal, which is 5. By the way, we can also take any extra resources and run them into the dimensional, or in the dimensional depot, but also into the awesome sink to generate us extra resources. So if you took a little bit off of every single resource and took that resource and ran it in a dimensional depot, you'd end up with a massive amount of tickets very, very quickly because you would have basically that any overhead or any overflow would automatically go in there. And you can set that up through your smart splitters and all of that. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to let it backlog so that it always has those resources at the ready. So instead of doing 120, we could just do, say, 5 times 25, right? So 5 times 25 times 25 would be 125. So we'll just make a little bit extra in the thing. So we would basically take originally a kind of an even in and an even out. So say we go in and we do 5 times 25, which I already have. So we say, okay, we need 125 going into this section, right? And then we take 125, again, I know this is a lot of math, and times that times 2, that's 250. We times it 3, 375. We got 500, 625. So again, we actually hit above that 600 that eventually we're going to extract. So again, you might go 4. And then you can also siphon off some of it, some of that coal for other things. Say you wanted to use your sulfur also to make some explosives or novelist or whatever you want to do. You could use that extra 100 overhead that you have left over and use that coal over there. You could also use it for making steel and all that other stuff like that. I have a separate pure node coming in for steel that I'm going to be using separately. But again, you can leave a little bit of overhead for other manufacturing. So that's what I'm going to be doing in this particular playthrough. So again, we need 25 or 15 times 8, which is 120. And we're going to do 25 times 5, which is going to give us 125 with an extra 5 of that compacted coal. So we are going to do a whole bunch of these. Right here. So we're going to do 5 of these together. Like this. And we probably want to set these up in groups in their own factories. And let's see how many can we do in total. So we have right now 300 times 4. And eventually we'll have 300 times 8. But right now we have 300 times 4, which is 1,200. Okay, so 1,200 divided by 25 means we can make a total of 48 of these assemblers. See, we're getting to big numbers. If we wanted to use all of the coal, we could do 48 of these, and then that would actually be producing 25 times 48, which would be 1,200 because it's 25 in and 25 out of that number. But also we would need, not only are we bringing in 1,200 coal, we need to bring in 1,200 of the sulfur. And we can't do that much sulfur right now because we don't have the belt speed and extraction speed to bring out that much coal. Right now, we have a maximum of 480 because that's the belts we have. And that's typically why I skip over these belts that I'm using right now. I usually skip over these belts. Also, it just takes longer and more work to make these materials for making these belts. These level 4 belts. Let me show you the belts I'm talking about. These level 4 belts, you're making yourself a bunch of this encased industrial beams. It's not too hard, but you have multiple steps of the process that are making these case industrial beams. When you set up your aluminum, you'll have aluminum coming out of your ears, everybody. You'll just have so much massive aluminum plates that you won't even know what to do with it all, usually. And that steps up from 480 up to a 700 plus, which is faster than if we extracted out at 600, which is the maximum amount of that coal is ever going to run. That belt's going to be faster than anything that's going to run out of there, and would be faster than anything that we would run into these. So at some point, we're going to definitely need to think, hey, we need to go to the next stage. And this is the moment. This is the exact moment in which you say, wait a minute, I can't run this fast enough to actually scale up to doing that. Now, one of the things I could do is go to a sulfur node and get 2 sulfur nodes, right? So one sulfur node that's coming in at 700, let's just call it 600, and then get another sulfur node that's running out at 600. Now I got 1,200. Now I can match my extraction over there as well. Now again, we're also limited by our fuel. So again, we're going to take each one and make a cluster of 8 per one of those over there. If I get up here, just to show you over here, we have 5 of these over here. So we have 5 clusters of 8, right? So we know this is 5 times 120. You're like, Kismet, you lost me at hello. But there you go. So 5 times 120, this is as much compacted coal as we need. Now remember, compacted coal comes in at 25 in and 25 out. So the number's really easy. It's 1 to 1, right? So if this says I need 600 coal, basically, that's it, right? That's how much coal I need, 600. Because, again, it's 1 to 1, right? So 25 coal in, 25 compacted coal out. Well, actually, this is compacted coal that it needs, but you get the idea. 25 coal in makes 25 compacted coal out. Same thing with sulfur, 25 in, 25 out. So, again, the number is a 1 to 1 comparison, so you don't have to do any math or any of that stuff. You can just say, I need 600 coal. How much coal am I bringing? 1,200. So I could actually, for half the amount of coal I'm using right now, I could do all of this turbo fuel. And I also have all of the fuel already set up, so I can just run the fuel over here and I'm done. I don't have to do anything. And I'm going to have extra fuel, so if I want to package fuel, I'm going to be good. I'd probably end up with a bunch of extra compacted coal, so if I want to use that for other stuff, and I have 600 coal left over on top of that. And that is how you think very, very far ahead, everybody. Absolutely far ahead. But again, if I wanted to double it again, which I could do, I could get more oil. Well, I couldn't do it from this oil because that's not enough oil. But I could use the geyser oil and extract that and try to double it up again. And then I already have the coal set up. So when I scale up my coal extraction, it will all double again. I know, crazy. Crazy. So we'll have a whole bunch of power, and then we can instantly double all of that power just simply by running in more oil, running in or just upscaling our extractors, and then upscaling our compacted coal factory, doubling our refineries, etc. You get the idea, but for right now, we're going to do 5, and we're going to be good. So let's get over here on our assemblers and see if we've done any assembler lines over here in our blueprints. Let's see. We've got some factories over here. Have we done any assemblers in our factories yet? These are our mega blueprints down there. See? Oh, actually, we already have some here for the compacted coal. The only problem is, again, you see I'm missing aluminum. It'd be nice if you could pull it up and it would not put down that particular item. If you pull it up in the blueprinter. Like this over here, we'll go save this. And I'll show you what I mean. So we'll say confirm. And then we'll say, hey, we want to load this. And I think it used to do this. I can't remember. It's been so long since I tried to do it. But if we go in and we say, hey, we have this previous thing that we want to do, and it says you do not have the resources to load this blueprint. It'd be better if it loaded it, and then since you don't have the resources, it just did away with the thing that you don't have, right? It would do away with the belts. It would do away with any lifters or whatever, or poles or whatever you didn't have, and then you could rework it for the level that you're at. But again, this is why I'm just showing you why at this point, why I always go to the next phase so I can do my aluminum. Now, I have plenty of power. It's not like I'm really hurting for power or anything else, but I would like to get that aluminum going. So we might want to stop doing this and say, you know what, we'll get our aluminum going, and then we already have our assemblers going here. And you can see on this particular one, I'm doing 12 assemblers as well, but we're going to kind of scale that down to 5, and then we're going to scale that as well. Scale that down to make it into smaller sections in this particular playthrough. But you can see that I've figured out all the math. The 750 divided by 25 equals 30 of these will be needed based on the amount of oil. Now, last time I used all the oil, where this time I'm not using all the oil. This time I'm using a reduced amount, so this math is going to be different than the last time. Now this over here, same thing, 6 assemblers. So we have 600 divided by 15 equals 24 of these will be needed. See, so if I'm doing 6 assemblers with the compacted coal, I'll need that as well. But again, we're going to do 5 just to reduce the overall overhead and keep extra fuel so we don't have it going on and off and on and off and on and off. That sucks. That sucks for sure. Okay, so we don't have that option. We don't have the option of our faster belts. So we can reduce it again down to use the belts we have now. But again, I'm not going to bother to go to aluminum. We're going to do it in this stage and work with it in this stage. But that's really what we should do. We should definitely go to that higher stage. Okay, what else do we got? Factories that we could use as a blueprint for this. Okay. I should have took all my new blueprints and called them... should have put MK2 in the front so I know the ones from before and the ones that I'm doing here. Let's see. Do we have anything that we can grab? These are all with aluminum. Yeah, these are all aluminum based runs. Yeah, I might want to mark it Mark II blueprints, Mark IV belts. That'd be a great way to mark that as well. Yeah, this way you would know the difference between the two. Obviously I've used some of my factories already. Oh, over here. Yes, I did start to mark them like that. Yeah, look at me go. Okay. I should have done that on my turbo fuel thing here. You know what? I'm going to pull this back up. We're going to be consistent. Let's go. This is MK2. So we know. And what's going to do is save a duplicate of that same one. So we'll want to manage that real quick. Q to go into our blueprints. We'll go in here, and now we have 2 of these. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of this one without the MK2 in the front. And there we go. And then apply changes. Now we have the proper one. All right, so we have a bunch of storages already. We have smelters. We have constructors over here, but we don't have any assemblers. So let's go ahead and do our constructors. Oops, not like that. Want to load our constructors. There we go. And again, this is the factory that's running over there right now, all of our constructors, and we have all of our supports and stuff. And this is a modular factory. And we're going to go ahead and tell it to remove the whole roof here. That's going to make this easier to manage. Like this. Okay, and you can see we have our constructors jammed in here in a nice set of, looks like 10, yeah. Nice set of 10, and we're going to hit G to just get the constructors first. There we go. And then FG to get all the mergers over here, and G again to get the splitters. And then G again to get all the belts. If you didn't know you could do that, now you know. I rarely do. I'm kind of old school way of playing the game where I have done this over and over and over again and do it in the old school way where you didn't have these options. You didn't have all these options of like that, everybody. Again, you can just pick exactly what you want. Now, I think there should be an option, select everything but. Everything but the foundations. Because that's usually what you're doing more than you're just limiting this. Is you're doing, I want to select all of this but this one thing. Personally, I think that would be awesome to add that as well. All right, and there's the center of the factory. Now, I believe the green was input. I should have probably looked. Let's go over here and look at our other factory. Again, I do a lot of sliding. I find sliding sometimes to be faster than anything else. You've got the skills for it. Again, look at that momentum just carrying me over here. All right. Oh, well, ran out of jetpack fuel, though. Get up here, jetpack. Now, the cool thing is we're also going to be able to package some turbo fuel, which is going to help me with my jetpack. Okay, so red output, green input. Now we know. I can tell because that's running out over there. just double checking, making sure I know what I'm doing over here. Green is the input. Damaging fix-it property again. Slide. We could take the train if we wanted to. And slide. Slide. Okie dokie. Now we're over here. And we're ready to get going. All right, green is our input. So we want to think about that. We want to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and be inputting some stuff over here. Now, we definitely don't want to just be doing one input, though. We want to be doing 2 inputs. One of my favorite things they added is these conveyor wall things. I absolutely love them. I think they are awesome when they snap properly. And there we go. So we're going to go ahead and put that in there. Now, the problem is with these things, too, is you put them in a certain spot. They don't necessarily go straight into the machine. Let's take this assembler out. Actually, just put one over here kind of randomly for a minute. That's going to help us pick that up over and over again. We're going to try to line this up. But you can see if it lines up to the thing, it doesn't quite line up perfect, right? So you would want to just have it come straight in. But you need to leave a little bit of room for the splitters and for our ability to put multiple of these in. Don't think I'm going to get 5 in here, though. It seems pretty tall order. We're going to see what we can do. Right there. So we can go 4 across. And then we could bring it around maybe for a 5th one over here and merge that one. Maybe a 5th one this way over here in the corner. To merge back this way. Got enough room to merge these. We have to get this inputs around and back that way. Now, I think we'd better on this side. We could get these inputs to come around this side and maybe merge there. So maybe at the ground level here, we could take this and tag this onto the end. There we go. And again, it kind of merges into what's going on here at the end of this line. And then we would need a second line up. Because we're going to probably lift the back line. Then that would come down here. And then that could go into a final lifter here. So something like this. We wouldn't need our splitters down here if we did this. See, so that gives us more room up against the wall. So we don't have to use a splitter. If we have to use a splitter, then that's going to be offset even more, which you don't want. Again, just looking at the layout of the factory of how much room I have to run this in. This is going to be a merger. Like that. And then this will merge. Again, you want to kind of think about the layout first. This will have to merge this way. So, it'd be better if I move that over by 1, because that's really close to that one. Can I get this to nudge over one little spot? Let's see. Like this, hit H, nudge it over. Yeah, I think we can get that in there. All right, that looks good. We'll take all of these out. I'm going to center that in the building. And the funny thing is, now we have enough room to run it around that other side if we wanted to. That other side has a ladder, though. This side does not have a ladder, and so that ladder is not going to be going through the end of our thing here. See, this side does not have a ladder. Where? Oh, way over here. But this side does, see, and that would be going through the belt. So you want to kind of think that stuff through, too, if you care. If you don't care, just run through there. It'll work just as fine. It worked just as good. All right, and then this here is going to move over. And then you're very close, but it's still doable. And then this here Could actually merge this way too, by the way. We could just have it merge here. And then not have to be so close. And then do something like this. And then this would go out that way. Very nice. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. This would go like this. And this would merge this way. And the output of this is 120, everybody. So it's not... It's actually 125. But the output of it is... It's nothing compared to these belts. If we scale it down like I'm doing now. Again, normally I would scale this way up because I'd have faster belts. But no reason to do that if we don't need to. All right, 2 inputs over here. We're going to need our compacted coal right here. One of the things I like to do too is copy it, and I like to open it and then paste it so you see it actually physically change. A lot of times you're copy pasting this stuff and then it doesn't go in there and you don't know, and you start it up and then it's like, why is it not working? And there you go. And there you go. Okay, I think this one, we're just going to straight lift that one just to get that started right away and see how this works out. See if we can just get this to... Yeah, how are we going to do that? That is way too close. Way too close to that. So... Yeah, so it's affecting our layout here. Because that is going to be really, really close, and we need to lift it up. So, what we need to do is to improvise this a little bit and have this come in here. It's going to be the same no matter which one we lift. Let's bring it in from this side. Okay, that goes into there. This goes here. And now we're running it down the line. But the problem is, if the next one is a lifter, it's going to be blocking that there. So this needs to move back, but we don't have enough room to move it back over there. So the smarter thing to do is to switch where the inputs are. So we'd want the inputs to go here, and we could actually chain them this way. We'll want to chain these one after another if we do it this way. I'll show you what I mean. So the inner one that's coming here, we'll just go and run this inner one here. Like this. And that will come in from the side and run into here and run into there. Now, if we want this one to go to the next one, we can't put a splitter right here, right? Because it'll block that. So we could put it back like this, or what we can do is try to lift this and get this to be lifted as well. Can't do it because it's on the edge, but this we could just lift up. There it goes. We can just lift up over this so that it just starts lifted already, and then we can go ahead and put in splitters here over here. Now what that's going to do is create a bit of a gap though between this and this, and if we could nudge this either back a little bit or forward a little bit, that would help us, but we'd really be jamming up against the edge here. And I don't like to do that. I like to be able to see it. Usually about this much gap is the minimum amount of gap I like to have. You could really jam it right up on a thing, though. But I like to have the minimum gap so I can see that it's actually working and whatnot. So this is just going to cause us to have to put an extra thing right there just to accommodate the compact space here. And again, this one down here has a problem also in the fact that it's going to run there. But here's another little trick that we could try. We could go ahead and say, you know what? Let's go ahead and put this one as a lifted one like this and put the input this way, up like this. And then we could move this back. Now, because we put a lifter there, that's going to be potentially blocking. Let's see how I like that. And then splitter in this way. That just makes it. Okay. And then we could lift that up over there and split it the other way. Yeah, actually we'd want this to be back just a little bit. Could double lift it. I'm running through like 100 different scenarios why I'm doing this, by the way, in my head. 100 different ways of doing it. Now, I can make it all work in the end. See, this is too close to this. See, that's why you'd want to back this up. And you'd want to do something more like this. But the problem is this would have to be real close to that. And the output side would be really awkward. But you could go like this. 1, 3 from this side. With this here. And now you've got that. And you've got this going there. And now you've got them alternating. Bottom and top, see? Now you got this coming in out of here. You got 2 inputs you're able to run in the same compacted space. This is really the mastering this game, everybody, is figuring out to work within your space limitations right there. And we know that's going to work because we already got it to work on the first 2. And then as we run it down, we'll just alternate the same alternation of the thing here. So we could just do this real quick. It's really easy. Like this. Again, just doing the first one as the low side. And then the second one will be the upside. Like this. 1, 2, 3. And second one here. Hopefully I'm lining that up well. Yes. Like this. Again, there's 20 more other ways you could do this as well. You could also put a different input here, but we're not going to do that. This is not going to be an input. And then same thing here. 3 up. Do this. And then I would run the bottom lines first. Before you put in all the lifters and everything. It's going to be easier. Run all these lines first. And then we want another splitter here. Input this way. Or actually, we don't even need a splitter. We could just have it going around the corner like this. Less things I need to add, the better. Run this long line. Like this. Lifters. Lifters. Line with the lifters all the way down. We figured that out right there. Again, coming in from the side, much better than coming in from the front because we can let that run. Now, the cool thing that we could do, if we really wanted to, is that we could keep this going, right? So we could, now that we already have this already set up, we could go ahead and have this basically transition out of this one down and keep going because we could chain multiple of these together because we have such a massive amount of input. Now, how many of these would go together? It would be the speed of the belt divided by how much you need, right? So it would be, say the speed of the belt right now, 480, divided by, say, 120 is as much as we need. We could do 4 of these together, and it would chain all of it in, and it would just flow in all of that stuff, because as it filled all of these, the excess would then go out the other side and go to the next factory, and the next factory, and the next factory, and that's a modular style, and that's how I like to build mine, everybody. It really cuts down on a lot of line running and whatnot when it can go from one thing to the next thing, We'd also go vertically if we wanted to. we could go ahead and build a alternate version of this that feeds from the other side. And it feeds from the other side, and then so I can go out of this side into this, out of the other side into this, and go back and forth and back and forth. I'm just going to go ahead and build this horizontally for this particular one because we're going to have it run out, and we'll run it down horizontally there in this section because we got lots of room, no big deal, and we only need a total of 5 of these in the end anyway. So we've got all that figured out, and we want to go ahead and see if we can go ahead and chain this out the side. But again, we've got this corner belt here that's going to be in our way. And so we can just go ahead and run that stuff underneath, have it come up right outside the inputs, and then run into our factories, which is what we're going to do. But we could, if we wanted to, try to chain it through. We can also have it chain through and loop back in, where this one chains out, goes straight out, and this one goes straight out, right? And then we can have it come down into the next one. And then also when it goes out, it splits and comes back, and then actually does this last one over here and comes in right here, where you could just into there, and then this one here at the bottom, into there, or straight into here, whatever you want to do. So one here, and then one there. You could totally do that as well. There's like so many different combinations, everybody, thousands of them. It's kind of like Legos, everybody. There's just massive amount of combos that you could do. Now, speaking of power, now inside, I typically don't do this inside buildings where I put the power pole up there because it sticks beyond the top of the building. Not that this is already not going to stick beyond the building. This is why I have these little supports so that these little things that stick above are above the stuff that's above the support, so it doesn't go into the next factory. That's what these little supports are all about. Again, leaving that gap as well so you can get up under there if you need to, and then jump down, jump in that factory, do everything. You'll see me do it in all these other factories there, big time. All right, so I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like we got that all going. Did we put this one to compacted coal? We did not. There we go. All right, we're looking good so far. Yeah, liking it, liking it. Now's a good time to save. Liking it. With a capital L, capital I there. Like it. All right. What else? Got to figure out our power. We're going to do that in a bit. Got our inputs looking good. Got to color our inputs. We know which one is the input. This one here. And we still have our output in the back, which is going to go around and end up that way. Now we could also aim this output so that it is on the side of going out into here. And again, we can also chain this one to the next one to the next one when it comes to coal. Because again, if we're doing, say, 120 coal, we could say, okay, how many of these until we run out of belt speed? So we take 480 divided by 120. It would be 4 of these that we could chain together and just run it from there, and then it would just run the compacted coal all the way down. We wouldn't have to worry about it. Compacted coal in any kind of item, I would much better trust on the belts and trust for chaining than fluids. Fluids usually get screwed up. It starts sloshing. It starts, you know, going on and off and on and off. But compacted coal would be fine to max that belt and run it down there. Now, me, I would turn it down to 3. So I would do 3, and then I would do 2 more, and then those 2 would go to the last 2 as well. That's just me. Or you could put 2 of these on the other side and 3 on this side, whatever you want to do. Whatever floats your boat. But we know we need 5 of these, 5 groups of 8 there because we have 5 fuel things going over there. Again, we're trying to, you know, sync the blueprint. So this goes with this goes with those other ones. And so on. They're all kind of connected in the way that the math works, the way it works out. Okay, so this is all good over here, and eventually we're going to run out, by the way, of our belts that we have, our resource for our belts. Okay, and we need to get this over here to go over there. Like that. Okay, very nice. Oh, swings a little wide. A little wide, touches that edge, but I can't see outside. We'll just say we took a saw to it and cut it out a little bit, and there we go. There we go. We say we can just cut that little edge out of there as well. Yeah, because that's inset a little bit. Yeah, it happens. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. And there's the 5 we need. We need an input of 25. So, again, 25 times 5. So, 125. We need 120. So, we're going to have an extra 5 each one of these factories. And that adds up after a while. You do 15 of them. It's 15 times 5. Right? So, 15 times 5 is 75 extra coal you got laying around. That you can use, or you can just run the dimensional depot. You could run it into the awesome sink. You can do all of those things. And I could cut this down a little bit because I don't really need this corner here, so I could take that out. But I'm just going to leave it, give us a little bit of space in here to run in and out of here. Now we'll also want this compacted coal to go out and end up in a storage, which is why we might want to leave this here and look at our storage. Let's go over here and save this, though. Probably be a good idea. And end up doing that again. This is 5 assemblers. Compacted coal. All right. Stackable. Yeah. Assemblers. Truncate this. Compact coal. There we go. Let's see. Stackable assemblers. 5 stackable assemblers. 5 stackable assemblers. For making compact coal. Using Mark IV belts. 480. Stack assembler for making compact coal using Mark IV belts. Seems good. And then assemblers. Now we're making this for a specific reason versus making it more generic. Sometimes we do. I'll make it more like real dark gray. That works. Compacted coal, stackable assemblers for making 480 input 25 coal sulfur. Maybe we should be putting our numbers in here. Output 25 acted 25 times 5 equals 125 compacted coal. Again, putting all our math in there as well. So the input is 25. The output is 25 times 5 as well. So we need an input too. So the input is 125 coal sulfur because the output is 1 to 1. So it's going to be 125 in, 125 out. And there we go. 8 refineries. 8 refineries need turbo fuel. Turbo fuel refineries. Am I typing today? Refineries need 120 compacted coal. Which the math is 15 times 5. Something like that. All right. We'll just save it. If we have to adjust that, we'll adjust it. Yeah, this needs 15, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yes. Okay. Again, you make a whole bunch of math notes in there, so when you come back later and you're like, okay, how the heck did I figure that out? What was the math of that? This way you only have to figure out the math once. Leave yourself some notes. GG's, you're all good. You can also put it on the outside of the building so that you're like, okay, that was my math. This is what I'm doing. This is how much the inputs are. This is how much the outputs are. We're going to be labeling all of our inputs and outputs. We're also going to be using our throughput counter and all of that stuff in 1.1 when we get to the giant mega building. When we get to the real, this is just the mini mega building we're doing now. We're going to do the really big stuff for sure as we go through and we get into the later stages of the game. As well. But we want to go ahead and try to get this stuff going a little bit earlier this time. Again, trying it at a lower tier of resources to see how we can make it work at the lower tiers as well. All right, so we're going to be using the Mark IV belts. We're going to get all this stuff going. And again, we could chain it over there. Now, we want to save and store all of this. So we save this here. And we want to load our storages here. And we want to see if our storages, which I believe are, have an input where the output is. Yeah, right here. Not in the exact same spot. But we could bring it up, run it over, run it into some storages, and we would be good. Then it's going to run in that side, and it's going to run out over here, which would be perfect. Because then we could take it and we could run it right to there. Then also it will backlog all that extra compacted coal. So all of a sudden our stuff goes off. It burns up all the rest of the compacted coal and fuel. And then it starts to backlog compacted coal because all of our fuel generators are off. And then when we start it back up again, okay, now we got a lot of compacted coal. We can just run straight in there. And whatnot, or we could use the compacted coal for other things that we need down the road, or use that excess to get things started on other ones. A lot of stuff. So that's what we're going to do there. So we're gonna kind of do these vertically, but we're not going to just do a huge vertical stack. We're just going to do a double level of each of these. The compacted coal will be horizontal, and then with the storage over top, and then the storage will then chain its way down to each of these. And again, we'll set these up in groups of 8 and then chain them as long as we want to chain them. And if we need to, we will go ahead and go into the ground underneath, come out at the end as well. So that looks pretty good to me. I'm going to go ahead and clear our blueprint designer here. And we're actually going to clear the designer itself out of the way because this is where we're going to build. So we want to go ahead and line this up nicely over here. I love how easy it is to put them foundations in now. All right, don't need these anymore. These out of the way. And let's go to town on our little factories over here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and grab our new assemblers for compacted coal over here. And we're going to turn off our blueprint mode. There we go. And we're going to aim it to where the inputs are on the side here. We know it's the inputs because it has 2. I forgot to put the thing in the front. Oh, boy. All right, hold on. We got to get a blueprinter over here. Now, actually, this little spot where we took it over for the... railroad over here is probably a good little spot. Move it this way a little bit, away from the lines over there. Yeah, there we go. We use that. That's good. Temporarily. And we'll want to go back over here before we make a whole bunch of these. Bring back up our assemblers. And put this wall back in. There we go. Save that. And just in case we need to iterate on it, it's over here now out of the way. Doesn't matter where I put that blueprinter, it's always in the way of whatever I'm doing. It's pretty funny. Okay, arrow toward us. This is why we put the blueprinter there in the first place, so we'd know the direction of where we want that to go. And again, eventually the output is going to be up here, and it's going to output and come down. That's where the storage is going to be. We're going to go ahead and leave a nice gap here. I like to leave at least 1 foundation gap, sometimes 2 or 3 foundation gaps. It just makes it easier to manage all your stuff, right? Manage how your stuff's going to be flowing, and you can run in between there and whatnot. Whenever I create an access way as well, I mark it in yellow for a road. like this. So I know that's kind of an access road, or that's why I put that gap there as well. Now I'm going to show you a cool trick here, everybody. I'm going to show you how to... Oh, we forgot to put the thing on there. We forgot to do the power. My bad. Hold on. We got to get up here. And we've got to get this in here. Got to put the roof on. We're going to need that later. Again, I just say that I've gone in with, you know, drill or whatever tool of choice, and drilled out all of this so all of this can go above there as well. So let's put the ceiling back on, and then that'll let us go inside, and we'll be able to run all the power ahead of time. There we go. Kind of feel like I want to run the power on that side, and then this one. That is all these, and then here, this one. Bring this forward. And we'll just line this up off of one of these. Let's say here. Line that up there. That one there. And line it up off of this one. That one. Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing a connection somewhere. This one. Knew there was something funky about that. There was not enough lines connected. This one. There we go. And that one. There we go. And that one. This one. They're all on the right side. So that should be 4 there. And this is the 5th one. Going into here. And then we're going to need some way of connecting the power down. But we'll probably just do this. Or we'll connect the power out this way. But we can't put it in there because it doesn't let us go beyond the build limit of the thing. We could inset this, which would allow us to do the power. We could also run this down in here into this corner. Kind of like this. And I'll leave that off. And that reminds me that there's power down there. And the reason why I'm going to do that is so that I can chain it to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. Chain those all together. And it's going to be front, it's going to be that way. Better idea. We should connect this into the front. So we should push this forward. We got this coming through. This stuff's kind of in the way here. Could get it here in the corner. Right there. Yeah, it's not going to let us because we need to put one out here. Do that. Don't like the corner. Don't like the corner because it just adds to more trouble that we'll need to do. Actually, we could take this out too. Make this a little easier on ourselves going in and out of there. There we go. So this side would be better. We'll make it work. A lot of room in here. Not a lot of room, but we're making it work. Okay, maybe in this back edge would be a better. Because we could go, say, here. And then just run that to the back edge. And then we could chain it in the floor, in the back edge of it, underneath the foundations. So we'll do that. That seems good. And then we also have the ability to go in and out of here and work whatever needed to do there. I love these big doors that they added. Very cool. Let's go see how we like that. All right, we're going to go ahead and save that. Confirm. Over the one that we did. We're going to take this one out. Also, we're going to take this out. And maybe we want to leave a 2 gap. And not really. Let's just take these out. And then what we need to do is have the foundations out so it sits at the foundation level. I just put it down to take a look at it. And it definitely needed some work. Okay, and then again, we can nudge this into the foundations this time. Oh, and actually we have a connection right here. We can go ahead and run this into here. And we'll be doing our priority power switches later as well. Should be able to get over here and connect it right there. Put all these back in. Okay. Come on. Yep, okay. We go up here, we should see them all in yellow, meaning they're all getting power. Okay, we didn't miss any belts, we should be good. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is something really cool, like I was talking about earlier. I'm going to grab this. We're going to put this over here. Then we're going to go ahead and make some foundations on this side. Go all the way across. Like this. We're going to get up here on top. And then we're going to use our modular style to go ahead and grab our storages. And go ahead and line this up. And because we're so awesome at modular building, it sits perfectly on top of that other building, just like that. And it's also colored blue, which means storage as well. I actually got to fix this thing as orange there. But that's okay. All this is the actual storage and the output of this compacted coal down below. And we'll go ahead and add some more of our big boy stuff here. We'll turn our blueprint snap on. There we go. A lot of foundations going down over here. And again, this is going to come out of here. We got this so we can line all this stuff up if we need to. A little bit lower, and then this will run into there like that. Very nice. Look high enough. Nope. One more step up. Nice and straight. All right, looks good. Now we'll be able to make our compacted coal and do it there. Now we want to get our compacted coal to run in here. So again, going to make myself a nice little area there. Too bad you can't pick up middle mouse button swatch color too. Like when you're in the customizer, you hit middle mouse button and it automatically picks that color up. That would be super useful. That would be useful. Yes. Yes, yes. Again, run that out to the road. So what we need is we need we need coal and we need sulfur. Not compacted coal, but coal and sulfur. So what we're going to do is we're going to run all of that underground, out of the way, where we don't have to look at it. Who cares if it's ugly underground? We don't have to look at it. We're good. Now I'm going to go and pull out a corner here so we can see what's below here. Oh, look how we're going to fall to our death. And then we'll go ahead, and I like to make a 2-level, where it's 2 levels down below. Gives you lots of room down there. And we're just going to go ahead and put ourselves some foundations here. Pull out the wall. And then we're now underneath here. And you can see that we have all this, what's called underruns or sandwich levels, where you can run it through your logistics level is another thing it's called, where you're running all of your belts back and forth from wherever they're coming from, right? In this case, they're going to be coming from the train station way over there. Not too far away, though, much closer than it was. And we could have built this right next to the train station if we wanted to, but I'm going to bring it over here so it's lining up to how all my turbo fuel is lining up. Much easier to bring it over here than it is to put the turbo fuel here and then run the turbo fuel all the way across. Because these are items and not fluids. So something like that, and then we can use, again, our awesome conveyor walls like this. And we want this to end up just like that. And we can see we could run it that way and then run it over there. So what we want to do is count these down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now the great thing is once you set this up, it will actually be a great of great use when you're running other lines, and now you already know the distances, the max distances, and you don't have to think about it all the time. And again, we'll run that along that. I don't know, I might come back in colors a different color than yellow, but we'll go with it for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now also, we could split these as we're going along. Oh, I knew I was going to run out in case industrial beans. We could split these as we go along and actually have them go in and then go around the inputs that we're going to have here on all the other ones that we're doing as well. But all out of the stuff I need here, so we're going to slide back this way. Use our jetpack to get up out of here. Oh, that's not the way. We put the thing back. Oh, right here. There we go. And we're going to need more of this. Now, again, we could run out of this stuff that we need. Oh, there's a train. Get on it. Get on that train. Whee! How'd the train take me over there? We could actually run out of these belt items that we have here. But I think we're good for the moment. We have a ton of them in there. Eventually, we're going to need to get that whole process going again. And actually, that whole process is going to become obsolete because when I get to aluminum, I'm not going to be using any more of those. But again, I said I would do it each step of the process and use the various level belts at that start of the process. So that's what we're doing over here. Again, each phase of the game. I guess I could have called it by phase too. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 of these blueprints. Okay, so we're coming over here and we are running more lines. That's what we're doing. And we might want to look at where we're running it over here. Let's see. Number 1 is about here. And we can merge those other ones into this same line. So we might want to say, okay, we'll go with this. Let's see if we can jetpack out here. Uh-oh. Almost out of fuel. I'm really not hurting on packaged fuel, that's for sure. The funny thing is, everybody, I think so far ahead that the packaging fuel right now, but eventually I'm going to package turbo fuel in the same exact thing. Because the way I built it, let me go up here and show you. The way I built it is it's at the end of the line right here, right? So whatever fuel I put in here, that's the fuel that it packages. That's called really thinking ahead, everybody. Because when I put it down there, I thought, oh, when I run my turbo fuel, it's going to package my turbo fuel instead of this other fuel that's packaging now. So again, thinking through to that next thing. And normally I would package the fuel over here. But in this particular playthrough, I thought, well, wait a minute. If I package it over here and leave excess, I can go ahead and package it right by where that is and whatever fuel I'm running down there. And when I run the rocket fuel later on, guess what? It's going to package the rocket fuel. So very, very useful to think very far ahead like that. All right, so we've got this right here. Now, right now, this is running really at 150. 150. Off you go, train. This is running at 150, and we got a bunch backlog. Because we have the 300 split in half, in theory. But you know, it usually goes below whatever that is. And the input we need is 25 times 5, which is 125. So we're actually doing it at a lower rate than what we're actually inputting. The inputting is 150, the outputting is 125. And there's also like a time difference between the time in which the train goes, grabs the stuff, and brings it back. So you also have a fluctuation. So you want to leave yourself a little bit of a gap there, too, if you don't want your power going on and off. I'm explaining this quite often, everybody. Now, another thing that we can do here, instead of going over the thing, which I just thought of, I should have thought of it earlier, but now I'm thinking of it, is that we don't even need to have it going over the train, though going over the train is really fun as well. We can just have it going under the train. That seems a little close there, but I think we get her done. It's going the wrong way, too. Go that way. There we go. So we just have it going under the train into our underruns down here. And again, we might want to go ahead and figure out which one that is. So I think it's this one right here. And we'll just run that out. You can always replace those later with some road ones. Yeah, or we might want to just do it now. Let's just do it now. Sometimes later never comes, everybody. It never makes its way to you. So you might want to do it now. Which side do we have this on? We have it on that side. Look, I actually did it accidentally correctly. And this is so we can run our power lines and then also separate sections of the base so we can work away over here. Okay, so we got that done. Again, we were running our stuff this way. And then this is just like triangulating the stuff here. We want to take this one out. And we want to take this and run it this way. Just kind of aligning all of my stuff in the underruns. Over here, and we could just align. Now, I'm a big fan of doing like 3 of these, but we're going to try to really be nice with our line runs. We're going to try to make them all as clean as possible until I get bored of doing it as clean as possible and then do it however I feel like. Which happens. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sometimes it's easier just to do the thing, and then sometimes it's easier to say, okay, or whatever, later on. All right, and then this, really not a good idea to do it like that. Better idea to do it like this. It's on the foundation itself, and thus it's going to align better. Should be more like a merger from both lines down the way. Yeah, we'll just make that a merger because we're going to have another line come out and that's going to merge in and run to another part of the factory. We'll think that through. Very nice. Okay, so this should be our coal, not compacted coal. This is our coal here. And this should go here. Oh, come on. And we should see our coal Start to come down the line. There we go. Already ready to go. All right, coal going down there. We want to see that coal. Another reason why I do this in the road, by the way, is so I can get up out of the thing. We should see that coal going all the way to the end, eventually. Let's see if we got... Oh, did we connect the merger? Yes, we did not because we left the line in that we had before. We got to connect the merger. There we go. All right. Coal going in. Coal being distributed. Very nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. This all has power going into each of those. Great way to check it is just to see if you see it, because again, if it doesn't have power, it will not go into the machine. Unless it's actually power generating. If it's a constructor, it needs power. Okay, we're going to leave that open. We're going to chain that to the next one. Over here. Good. All right, 50% of that done. Now remember, once we get one done, then we can just do all of them in this sequence, which is what we're doing now. Getting them all lined up nicely. Okay, now we need sulfur. Now, we don't really have a backlog of sulfur, and we need to go ahead and run our sulfur over. Probably good to create a backlog of it, and we might create a backlog at the node itself. Oh, there's our train again. Train's doing its thing. So we're just going to keep working our way over here to our sulfur, and we're going to create... upgrade the extractor, unless we already have. I can't remember if I did or not. And we no longer need this anymore either. Let's go up here and check it out. Okay, no, I did not. Okay, so I did not set up any storage or set up this with our blueprints. All right, time to get it done then. Best time to get something done? Right away. Let's go. Ah, wrong way. Get in there. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfectly lined up in one step. Every time. I know. It's awesome. I invented it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Figured that out a long time ago, and it is awesome. I like to align the node to its own grid. Like this. And then let's see if this is nice and straight on here. We're going to aim down here, by the way. And then look how beautifully that lines up to those foundations. Every single time. It's perfect. Very nice. We're going to go 2 back here. And then we're going to go ahead and put 1 here. We're going to put 1 there. We're going to do my new favorite thing. Eat this tree! Explosive ammo for your nail gun. It's pretty sweet. And then we're going to go ahead and take out all of these foundations. Actually, we'll go ahead and hit G just to make sure we don't accidentally hit the extractor, because we want to leave the extractor there floating for a second while we go ahead and put in our blueprint for our extractor. Yeah, there we go. And that's what we have these foundations for. Allows us to line that up perfectly to the extractor. And you can see the extractor is now inside the blueprint. Now, you can't put the extractor in the blueprint on the blueprinter. So you have to figure it out first and then remake it on the blueprinter so you have the dimensions. Or if you're like me and you know it's going to be perfectly aligned to 2 foundations because I know how to do that, then you're already good. You can just start with your 2 foundations and then work your way around it. Me, I typically will build it first at the actual node or any node to get an idea of what I want, and then I will just remake it in there. Also, we just connected this to our power runs, which are running down here, and then over here. And then, of course, we'll want to go ahead and chain that power out there for now. And we will rework all that power here in a bit. So that's already good to go. Now, I might want to go ahead and create a bit of a backlog of this while we're at it. So we'll go ahead and say 9. And it's not going to snap. It's in blueprint mode. Get out of blueprint mode. There we go. We're going to create a nice little... oh, wait, like this. No, more like this. Do that way. Do this way. Much easier. All right, I'll show you why it's easier. Because we can go get the storages, and we can snap it to the front. We don't have enough steel beams. Huh. Yeah, missing steel pipe and steel beams. So we got to wait for them steel pipes and steel beams to run into the thing. Yes. Or we can just go get some. Steel pipes, steel beams. Let's go. Vertical modular factories are awesome. Let's go. Just hopefully I remember by the time I get there. Steel beams and steel pipes. Let's go. Another trick, too, is when you get all the way over here, if you've forgotten, just try to make that thing again. Just try to put it down like this. It'll be like, hey, bro, steel pipes, steel beams. And again, it's actually running the steel pipes and beams into the dimensional depot. It's just not doing it very quickly right now. You can see that. Oh, it's got. Oh, that's too much for my dimensional depot because it's not storing enough for me to do that. So we'll get some steel pipes. You sure do get a lot of resources when you're out and about, don't you? A lot of stuff. In fact, we can go ahead and take some of this stuff. Put that back away in there. Oh, that's actually maxed out. What about some sulfur? Can we put that in there? Yeah, let's put a couple stacks of sulfur in there. What do we care? Let's see. What about a little bit of this? What about some grass? Are we okay? Or leaves? Those leaves in there. Clean up our inventory a little bit. There we go. Now, can we make the thing? We absolutely can. All right, awesome. Back to work. Gotta put this thing away before I take out someone's eye, like including mine. And jump. Again, we could use our hyper tube. But I find it's usually faster just to slide jump. That is a cool train. Oh. By the way, you can jump off this thing and just use your jetpack if you want. And then right before you run out, you start to climb. Faster to climb, I find. Ladders are really great for this. Of course, we could also put a hyper tube here. Make a train go up here if we want to. All sorts of ways of doing it. All we care about is making a massive amount of storage. Now, sometimes I'll build the blueprint with the storage built in as well. Or I'll put it up above where it sits on top of the extractor, which I did last time, which was really fun. But I do like to change it up each and every playthrough. So this one we're going to do is very simple. We're going to go ahead and see where the input is, actually on the back. So we're going to make the arrow point away from us. Right here. Then hit H. Yeah, right over here. Nudge this over here. And very simply, just take this, run that right into there. There we go. Now all we need is a bit of power, and we're off and running. I don't know why I have 2 poles here. Definitely don't need that. Okay, what do we need to do? I kind of feel like what we want to do is extend this out now. Like this. Get up here. And then make ourselves a big old power tower. Where'd you go? Right here. Big old power tower. Right here on the edge. There we go. And I'm sure we've got a power tower down there somewhere. And if we don't, we can put one down. We're going to need it later. Over here. Can we just dip onto that one? Sure can. Is that one connected to anything else? Is the question. Probably not. Let's see. Oh, well, it is getting power. Yeah, no, it is connected. It's probably double backing this way, and then this is connected over this way. Honestly, I can't remember how I have that connected. But we'll, it looks like our factory is still running over there. I'll have to go figure that out later. Right now, no big deal. I'm going to take this. And we're going to see, where's our input? It's on this side. All right, we got tree problems. Not anymore. Man, I love that thing. Probably the most I ever used that nail gun. And it is very, very fun. All right, so we're going to put this here. Run our power lines across here. Very nice. I could run it underneath as well, everybody. Just kind of cool to kind of let that run like that. Just looks super industrial strength. And then also, we just get the urge. Oop. Get it. We can just go ahead and ride the rail. Very nice. All right, over here, it's going to run some outputs. Over here. Going to change the way that we're running our output here. And we are going to look and see where we want this to go. Probably back here, actually. So we can get this to a line down there. Now, see, I can't see anything because there's trees in my way, but I'm going to fix that. Oh, or maybe not. Maybe I'm totally going to miss. And then I might miss again. Alright, that's it. Now you asked for a treat. I remember this one time I was watching Kismet, and for 12 hours he went around and he was just blowing up trees. Hey, sea fish, what's up? It's my new favorite thing, everybody. Blowing up trees with this explosive, explosive beam things, the nail gun, explosive nail gun ammo. All right, we don't need any of this anymore. We're gonna decommission all of this stuff. That's out of here. We'll get rid of this ladder, and we'll rework all of this. Now that we have this up here, well, we might come back and add some supports later on. For right now, we want to get this sulfur going. We can get our compacted coal going. And then we might even get some turbo fuel going today. That would be amazing. Okay, we're going to run this out. We're going to run this down. That's exactly what we're going to do. All right, we'll go over here. And we're going to say we want this to come on out of here. Like that. And we'll dip down here. Tell it to come on down. Alright. Feel like we want to go a few foundations out, though. Let's go ahead and take this 3 foundations out. Gonna get up here. We're gonna get up here, slide, and jump. Better idea. Take this. Run it right down the center here. And then much better. All right. Bonsai! Look out! Jetpack for the win. All right. This is what we call the old switchback. Where you run it one way and then you run it the other way. And I could run it this way, I guess. And then run it the other way here. I think that's just going to make it underneath here. Let's go ahead and send it right here. And we're going to run that under here. And we could move it over this way, though. How do we want to run this? Maybe way over here. Just away before I hurt myself. Maybe a little run line right here. Now, another great thing about running color foundations is that you can see the color from underneath. So, if I want to run it along this line, I know I've already colored it in for doing that thing. And then the same thing here. I could go ahead and run this across. And then say, hey, I want this to run over here. And end up running along this line. So, we're just going to go ahead and use whatever we got. We're going to go ahead and run a single line. And we'll go ahead and turn this like this. Turn that. Run this down. Let's see if we can get it to go over here. Not close enough. Okay, so we might need to dip it over here first. This. Turn it off straight mode. Ooh, nice curve. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Very cool. Nice little curve under there. Yeah, I like that. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, okay, that's perfect. That was just luck. But I'll take luck any day of the week, everybody. And then maybe a cool little curve action here. Yeah, a little fun curve. And then straight down that way. 1, 2, 3. Oh, messed up. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I always like to run maximum belt distance because then it's just one big segment. Makes it easier to do my job. Over there. Now we should be seeing some sulfur come along the line here. If we got these all connected properly. We need to go ahead. We need to go ahead and reset up our ability to get up there would be the first thing I would do. Get up there. Right like this. And like this. And we've got our train here. So let's go ahead and do something right off the side of here. Nice and straight to the ground. And we'll make this match up at the top later on. Right now we just build it up nicer than we had it before. Oh, I love this ladder. Really great. One of the greatest additions to the game. I happened to end up right under my power. Again, once I get up here, I have the jetpack, so I can just jump off. And that's not how I'm going to keep that, obviously. Just going to do this. And we'll take this out. Don't need these ones. This is for our primary power. Don't need these ones. Work that back. And try to figure a better way of doing the ladder here. And maybe right there. Show you a little trick. On the way down, use your jetpack. Grab it. Run it, jetpack. Down. And then, hopefully you have enough jetpack left that you don't splat. And now, you have a nice ladder. It runs right where you want it to run. I played too much 7 Days to Die, everybody, and that's why, if you notice sometimes, I don't make the ladder go all the way to the ground. My bad. My bad. There ain't no zombies out here, at least not yet. And I can make it go all the way to the ground because I'm the only one going to use the ladder. Zombies are not going to climb up the ladder and try to get me. At least, I don't think so. Might keep an eye out for them just in case. Now, this is going to put me right here underneath the power that I have so I can climb up here. Again, we could do Hypertube. We could do all that. Hypertube draws power all the time. So I feel like that is the huge downside of it. But I could actually make it where the Hypertube is not drawing power. Where the Hypertube is my ability to turn it on and off through the priority switches. We might do a bit of that here. Wow, I love the train tracks. The train tracks turned out amazing. A lot of little curves in there. I do prefer my trains to be as straight as possible, but we did the train tracks today. Pretty fun. Oh, here comes the train. Go do your thing, train. Normally, I don't build it down. I build it way up above everything, so I can just run it straight, which would be the smartest thing, the smartest way to run it. This is not the smartest way. You saw how much time we spent building it. Again, if you're taking a lot of time building it, everybody, that is a cost. It's a cost of time. Big time. All right, so we run that down. Now we want to get this started up over here. So I don't think I've connected the power completely back here because this should be starting up, or I forgot to connect a little tiny spot right here. There we go. And we want that to go ahead and be running and be backlogging a bunch of sulfur. Always backlogging while you're working. Now, if I go down here and if I did it all correctly, and I did it my way, we should see some sulfur show up on our little cool curved belt here in just a moment. Let's wait for it before we move on. Now, what's going to do is move through all 21 of those boxes, run down the thing, go down the thing, and then end up right here on the line. There we go. It's always some small thing like that, but at least I caught it before we doing all this other stuff and then realize, oh, wait, it's not backlogging that sulfur, which is what I wanted to do. All right, so we got our sulfur line running, and grab some of these trees while we're down here. Now, watch out, there's some baddies over there who definitely will want to try to wipe me out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. Like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring this down by 1. I'm going to take this blue one. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to run that like that. And what that's going to allow me to do is to backlog this a bit this way. I can just get up there with my jetpack. Like this. And then I'm up above the baddies. Again, you can see I'm following the blue thing here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Sometimes it's just faster to do it this way. You come back, run all your lines second. As long as I don't make a mistake. Make one mistake, you'll be doing all that again. Okay, so we're in the storage area of my base. I can see that we have the coal right there. So I want to go ahead and try to get. We have this running on the inside, so we want to run the sulfur in there as well. Now the problem is the sulfur also needs to go to all the other factories that we need. So we should probably put all 5 factories down, figure out what the offset is, run it in from the back side. Since these ones are running this way, you'd want to run the sulfur straight across and then over. So let's go do that first. And we'll let that sulfur backlog right over here. Okay, now this is going to be the easiest part. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's check the blueprint. Oh, okay. Matches up with the blueprint. How nice is that? Very nice. And then again, we'll put in our compacted coal right over here. aim the arrow at us. If we can find it. There it is. And then nudge this where we want it. I always nudge a little further and then back just to make sure. And there we go. And we're going to take this out. Go ahead and pick up one of those. Just because I feel lazy and I don't want to color it in. Run that along there. And we'll take this out over here as well. And there's factory number 2. And let's put in number 3. Now, we don't want to do too much of this in case we figure out, oh, wait, we want to do it like this, right? Well, that's why you want to keep that going, but this time I'll just go ahead and run the foundation. It's colored in this way. Actually, probably don't even need this ones here at the end anyway. Just have a little bit of room there, so there's 3. This is going to be number 4. Again, this is when it really starts to be fun, everybody. Oh, not enough materials. They're not running in there fast enough. Oh, look at the sunset coming through. All right, we got to run back for more materials. Now, again, I could just let it run in there over time, but I'm right here. I can just grab it. Another thing that we can do is we know that we need 2 more. Is we can go over here. We can clear the list. And then we can just say, okay, I want 2 more of these. And we can see that we're going to need a lot more than what we've got. So let's just go ahead and fill up the rest of that. We're going to need some plates over here, though my plates will fill up real fast. We'll just go ahead and speed it along a bit. Same thing here with our concrete. Anything else that we might need down here? I think we're good. And right back at it. This is why I have central storage for me right there. Because we're starting to get beyond what the dimensional depot can handle. We're getting to the big building now. The big stuff. Again, compacted coal over here. Turning off our blueprint mode. Making sure our arrow is pointing toward us. Hit the H. Nudge that into position. I got a middle mouse button, that one back there. Run that across there and do one more. Now we're really filling in our factory over here. Like that. These all look, oh, I've been playing for 8 hours. Look at me go. Yep, these all look good. And again, we'll add all the storage and everything on the top. And then because the storage, by the way, is all outputting on the same side, we can chain all of that together if we want to, or we can split it into 2 separate rows. Again, our belt speed is really what's limiting us right now. And we want to go over here. Little mouse button, that one. That actually worked out really well. Okay. So, our very first spot where we're going to be doing our inputting, right here and right there. This is inputs. Input. It's right down here. Oh, we have a thing here. How convenient. Almost guessed that perfect. Let's just make it a little longer. And then go ahead and say do this. Actually, we really only need to go to here. And then we can just remind ourselves that this is where we're going to run our lines. That way. Take out all of that. Now, see, we squared it off in the direction we want it to go. And so we will line this up like this and like this. And now we kind of run back here a little bit. Bring this forward a little bit. All the while, making compacted coal while we're doing this. Or not compacted coal, sulfur. We're getting to the compacted coal. It's also doing coal, too. 1, 2, 3. Where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 6. I want this to go. This will have come in from the side. This will want to go this way. Maybe this one is a double, so it can line up a little better. This. Out and go in there. Okay, now the thing is we want it to keep going down the line. So we'll want to split it. So it will go to the next one. Like this. Love the curved one. That's so cool. It's so cool. All right. All right. Let's go down here. Keep bringing that sulfur forward. And again, we'll probably come back and rework this whole underside for these other factories. But right now, we're just trying to get it to the in factory. Necessary this one. You can just do a straight one like that. Okay, and this is going to be the coal, which will be the first coal, so we'll just turn it this way, and we'll run it here, and then we'll split it. Default. You know what? We'll do it in the double. This lines up nicer. There we go. And then our splitter. Dang it. Took it off the bar. Splitter. Put it here. And maybe a fun little curvy one. There we go. Just for fun. And again, we're going to bring the line of the coal over like we're doing on this one here. Okay, and then we're going to do that a whole bunch more times, but for right now, we're going to just do... I ran out of resources. Of course I did. Right when we had the final connection. This is the final countdown. Final countdown. Again, we're going to run out of this stuff eventually. We're going to need to get all of our factories back up and running. But while we're at it, and while we have tons and tons and tons and tons of these resources, and we're going to run some of those in there. All the sulfur we can throw away. We can throw this away. Yeah, throw a couple of those in there while we're doing these. See, ultimately, everything you're doing, you're going to replace it anyway, or upgrade it at least, because you're going to make faster belts. So that's why a lot of times the most efficient way is just get to the end. Just get to the end of the game, and then bam, you have all the stuff unlocked, and GG's. You all good. And we'll run that later. Now our sulfur coming down the line. Yep. And then that sulfur is going down here. Oh, where's our... Did I close up the opening? I could have. Oh, that's underneath the... Oh, that's because that's underneath the next one. That's how come I closed that up. We'll just take out the road here. I got it colored yellow, so I know it's a road. See? Very useful. Oh, I hear things going on. I hear things are happening. Things are happening up here in the chat, everybody. Look out. We got some compacted coal pumping out of there. All right, very nice. All these are looking good. Now, very easily, we can get up on top of the building. Right up here, and we can just glance. This is another reason why I do this, everybody. I don't need to be in the building. I can just glance at all the lights, and all the lights are green. We know they're all running perfectly right now, and you can see that it is running that up into our storage up here to the upper level. And then if we go over here, we can go ahead and run this out right down into here. Very nice. Let's go ahead and get our lifter nice and lined up, hopefully. Like, let's say down one. And let's see if we got her good. And there she goes. All right. Should be running that down in all of those places. Always look at your lifters. Make sure they are actually working. That one looks like it's working. Okay, over here. Now remember, it's running at 480 right now because it's backlogged in that box. So it's going to just run it at its maximum speed. Those all look okay. What we need is we need some fuel. So we're actually going to cause some of our power to go off right now as we go ahead and divert this. And this will run until it runs out of fuel. And that's okay. What I'm going to do is go ahead and take this and actually bring it up by 2. That's not 2, that's 3. Why can't you just do 2, game? There we go. It snaps you to 3 when I don't want it to do 3. We'll just go up by 2. And that'll just bring it up a little bit further. Actually, we can check out what our max line is right about there. Let's do it off the road. Again, we know it's a road because it's yellow. And then over here, same thing. Just going to divert all this fuel. Very close. All right, let's say right here looks like a good spot. Again, nope, not 3, just 2. Relax. Relax, game. Again, keeping it at the upper level. And then running it right down into there. I don't like how my power line is. I don't like it. Not doing it. Where's all this power lines going? It's going out over there. It's connecting over to there. Alright, don't like it. Gonna redo it. How about way over here? Don't like that either. How about just nice and straight down? Come on, open sesame. Run that power onto the foundations that way. Run this power out to our primary power along the road. now we should see this all starting back up again. Oh yeah, looking good. And again, we just look up on the top. It's all golden. Now see, the rest of these are all red. Now again, it allows me to look down all of these and see if they're functioning or not. And that's why I do that, everybody. It is so incredibly easy to find and troubleshoot if you're letting those things kind of stick above. And you can say you just went in there and you cut it out with a thing and, you know, drill one of the little things where you know, the metal adapter thing, drill that out. Okay, it's good. Just put your own RP in there if you got to, everybody. I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. We can take this off the top of here as well. We can just go ahead and check this out, everybody. All right, let's see if we can see some turbo fuel firing up in here. All right, our fuel is not coming in here for some reason. Why are we not getting our fuel? Why are we not? Oh, because I haven't connected it. That'd probably be a huge part of that. Right over here, I didn't get this connection going. Ooh, almost went away on the belt there. Let's get the actual fuel connection belt running in there. And now we should see it start to slide open. Oh, here comes that fuel. Go, baby. We got a lot of backlog fuel over there, too. Now we're going to hear the wonders of turbo fuel. There it goes. Turbo fuel underway. Very nice. Now we want this to go ahead and run out and backlog so we can go ahead and fuse this turbo fuel in there. Now in this case, I'm going to actually fuse it right here on the side. Ba-bam. And we don't let this run, everybody. Each of these particular factories are self-contained. So over there, we've got 5. Over here, all of these go to those 5. And then over here, we're actually running those 5 over there now. And then these will run to these, right? So again, so it's not all running on one long line. I find that that always gets tripped up. I don't know if the math just starts getting worse the further and further you run stuff. I find if you modular it into a smaller module that it has a tendency to work much better. But you can see this is still running because that still has fuel underneath there. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull this out of here. Don't need to input on that side. I'm going to hit that sucker right in the center. Right, this is 5 across. Yep, right there in the center. It's going to distribute it in both directions at the same time. But before we do that, actually we could build that in as well. That's another idea. Because what's going to happen, everybody, is the actual amount of these that can run is different than what I have here. So I might add more and whatnot along the way. So I need to be thinking about that next as well. But I do want to say, okay, well, this is all of this line. And then, of course, we'll make another row beyond our little road here, we're going to call that. As kind of the road here, too. But, yeah, we'll just say, okay. And you can see we're creating crossroads. We're creating all sorts of stuff as we go along. And we're just grouping these things like that. Now, I'm going to want this to all go here and pump its way all the way down to the end. So I'm going to just go ahead and start with a pump right now. And put that right under there. Then run that back over here because we know we got a connection over here we can use. And now that pump is a pumping. There we go. Pump it, pump it. And then we want it to come out of here and we want it to go up high so we can run it down again, right? So we already got the pump. We might as well utilize the pump. That pump can go up very high, everybody. Very, very high. And we would just want to go ahead and line this up nicely to the end here. Probably not going to be centered, but we'll just go ahead and do our thing. A little vertical deal. Now I'm going to go up 8 meters. Each of these are 4. And then I'm going to use my big boy industrial fluid thingy. I'm going to hit H so I can make it kind of lean off the side if I want. And line it up on both directions. What we're doing over here, a little left nudge there ought to get it. Oh wait, nope, I don't need to do that anymore. Hold on, nope, I don't need to do that. I already forgot. We unlocked some more fun. Let's do the fun right here. Here we go. Let's get this corner right in there. And why that doesn't automatically know which way to rotate, I have no idea, but whatever. And we'll do this. match the one underneath, but I guess if we were zooping it, then it'd be fine. Turn the zooping off. Maybe we do it like this. Yes, there we go. All right, more fun. Let's make it round. And then same thing again. Put it right up here. See, even if you're standing in it, you can hit H, and it will just stay there. Okay? And then you can nudge it. So it's perfectly aligned all the way around. Very cool. We're doing it. All right. And we can actually just line this up if we wanted to. Something like this. And I don't think it's going to let me do it that way, but if I do bring this down, I can work a little bit of magic here. We'll bring this down like this. Are you going to let me get that in there? No, that is too close to the end of that pipe. Am I going to chain this turbo fuel? There's a question. 18.75. 18.75 times 5 is 93. So that's not even close to maxing out the pipeline. So we could probably run all this turbo fuel on its own. But I kind of feel like I don't want to do that. I feel like here's what we'll do. We'll just go ahead and keep these keep them compartmentalized in their own thing. All right, run that up. And that should start to fill this with turbo fuel. It sure is. There it goes. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you run it over there and run your things? Well, you want to kind of let this run out of fuel because when you go in to run this in, it's going to think that this is for the other type of fuel. So I kind of let it burn it all up first. And then we can go ahead, and I'm just going to run a really long pipe here. Up a little bit, just to go ahead and test this out first. Yeah, see, it's containing different fluids. Right, so what we got to do is we got to give it a little flushity flush, full pipe network, flush, and more flush. And then we'll try it again. Boom. And now you got another gaming secret that you didn't know before, and you're wondering why that was not working. Now you know. Aha! Look at that turbo fuel firing up. I love it. All right, now this uses 7.5 per minute, everybody. So if we want to go ahead and run this in here, we need to take 7.5 and divide it by how much we're outputting over here. So what I'm going to do is do myself a solid right here, everybody. And that's right, we're going to put a big old, where is it? Portrait sign. Some sort of vertical sign. Yeah, there it is. A vertical sign that tells us all about what the heck we're doing over here. So this right here is outputting 18.75. Actually, this is 8, by the way. My bad. 18.75. So the O equals 18.75, or the output is 8.75 times 8, which equals, hey Siri, what's 18.75? Hey Siri, what's 18.75 times 8? Thank you. Okay, so that's what that is, right? So we can also go in here and we can say turbo fuel, and we can select that icon. All right, there we go. So we've got this, and actually we should do this, and then equals 150, something like that. So we're outputting basically 150 turbo fuel. Now, if you notice that this turbo fuel is only being used 7.5 per minute over here, right? 7.5 per minute. But if we go look at the other fuel, which is still running on all of these other ones, we can go over here and say, okay, how much is running here? 20 per minute, right? So again, the amount that you're using over there is drastically reduced, maybe to a 1/3. Probably a little less than 1/3 in total. And so this is actually using 1/3 the fuel to power the same things, right? So this is why you work on turbo fuel, because again, now you're going to massively scale up the amount of these fuel generators that you can run with one of these turbo fuels in total. So that's 7.5. So we know that it's running, the thing over there is running at 7.5. So we'll go back over here and we'll say that the gens use 7.5. And that will be divided by 150. Hey, Siri. What's 150 divided by 7.5? And so this one group can run 20 of those over there instead of just the 9 that we were doing. So this basically, because I'm the generators are using 7.5, I'm producing 150. It can basically put down 20. Now I would do 19, so you have the extra, so you can run it and package it. But now we can do 2 groups with one of these things. Now, I'm not a big fan of running it 20 down. That's not my thing. I prefer to hit it in the center or to split it and then run it in double-double. So right now, the amount of stuff that we have over here, we can count these out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right now we're running 7 of them. But we're going to need to combine these. So basically it'll be 20. And this is why I do them in groups of 5, because they're really easy, because you can do 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. Very, very much easy. But we don't really need to run the turbo fuel right now because we're not really using all of that power. So why don't we just have it where it can just backlog over there, really fill up those pipes big time, fill this baby all the way up, and then we'll run it out when we are ready to do that. Now, really easy for me to go over here and go ahead and expand some of these because I got this lined up in such a way that we can do all of those goodies nice and easy. Just like that. So easy, so easy. All right, right there. And right here. Did I do noodle last time? What did I do last time? I think I did curve last time. Let's do curve. Yeah, curve's nice. Okie dokie. So we got that. That seems good there. Oh, this seems up a little far. This is shorter than the other one. That is not correct. I held down control, but it didn't want to do it. All right, now this is impeding on our stuff over here, or is this perfectly lined up? Because I am great at my job. Look at that, perfectly lined up. Now again, this is going to start taking in different types of fuel because it is got that package there. So what we want to do is now divert our fuel. We're going to go back this way. Oh, and I can turn my sound back on. We're going to go back this way, and we're going to divert all of this into a different box. Right? So we're going to go ahead and put a second box here, and we're going to divert this into this box. Oh, wherever it went, over here. Gotta get the right setup. There we go. Put it all into that box. And then eventually we're gonna have another box next to that. And we're gonna take this out now, and we're gonna move this over here. Because we're also gonna want to, oh, actually the other way. Because we're going to run the packaging that we're doing on this one into the dimensional depot. Get over here a little easier. Yeah, you'd think it'd be easier. Get on there. Running that up there. But right now, we're just kind of what's known as bleeding the line or running off the line. It's running all the excess out of there. Now, it's also producing some more fuel, and at some point, it's going to go to turbo fuel. And I want to get over here and I want to go ahead and make sure that I turn this off for a second. I certainly don't need any more fuel. Oh, wrong one. This one here. Let's turn this off. By the way, you can take this fuel and throw it in the trash if you didn't know that. You can actually do it. Another gamer secret for you. Kismet Gamer Secrets. You can throw that right in the trash. Take it right out of there. GG's. Now I can also say package turbo fuel, because that's what I really wanted to do. And then if we have any fuel left over, anything here, we want to get that in there eventually. So it will now package the turbo fuel. And right now we have it paused. It's still got a little bit of turbo fuel going. Still trying to run, even though I don't have it connected anymore. Now we're going to go back to this side, and now that we've kind of got all those things off the line. I love these curves, man. I'm having a good time with those. We're going to really go crazy with those later. And now we want it to go into that other one, which is going to package my turbo fuel and then put the turbo fuel in the dimensional depot automatically. So when I'm running around and I need some turbo fuel for my jetpack so I can go, what? Way up in the air, then that's what we will do. And again, notice that this is taking the place of one of the things here because we don't want to use it for the actual generator. We want to use it for packaging. So the 7.5 that would have went into there is going into this instead. So that works good. Now we want to go ahead and also disconnect this fuel line over here. And we're going to go ahead and put our road back in right there. And the reason why we want to do that is because we want to use all of these as well. Now we're going to go ahead and just leave the last one out. You can see I have one out there, and so instead of using 20, I'm using 19. And that gives me extra fuel to keep those pipes nice and full, right? None of that sloshing stuff. We don't want that. We don't want no stinking sloshing. And we can also go in and say, you know what? Sure, here, how about we just help you out? Speed that up a little bit. We're just going to flush the full pipe network, and you know what? Do it a couple times, because we got a flushy flush, and flushy flush, and flushy flush. So it basically runs out of this, and you can see it's closing down, and it actually doesn't have a color anymore because we're closing that down. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to take this out, and we're going to go ahead and cross connect these. Now what I want to do is run 50% of the fuel one way and 50% of the fuel the other way, which I'm going to go ahead and do by running this way over here and then running this here. Now I've got a road here, so I don't want to do all that stuff on my road. I want to go ahead and just do it over here, which is going to make it a little bit off center, but it's going to be more centered than if I run it from that end and run it this way, which is definitely not what I want to do. And then we're going to run this way. Actually, we could run another one of these a little closer. Let's see how we're doing that, like this. That'll help us snap in there a little better. Get it to rotate, really. No snapping? Snapping being snappy? Fine, you're gonna make me do this. You're gonna make me do one of those, aren't you? You certainly are. Alright, there we go. Now we do this. We take this one out because we don't need that one. Run that back there. I just put that one there so I can align it. And then over here, turn this corner like so. And then because they have this all lined up and I have this extra space here, I'm just going to kind of run it, see how we can run this here. Notice I'm just running it down to a single level and not a double level. We can go ahead and make that into a really cool kind of curvy action going on there. I don't know, just for fun. This is something new in 1.1, by the way. All the curves and the straight edges of pipes that you can tell it to do. And we're just having some fun with that. We'll make that all fancy later. Now here comes the turbo fuel! Go, baby! Oh, mama! That one thing running all 19 of those, everybody. All of them, and my packaging at the same time. Let's turn her on. Let's get her going. Package me some turbo fuel, baby. Now you can also see that I'm also bringing some plastic down because you have to make the empty canisters. But it's just convenient that we have all of our oil here and our plastic is being produced right over there. We're going to just run it over here easy mode. And now that's going to run and run and run. Now what we should do is we should turn this off and let all of the lines backlog. Right? That's what we should do. But we ain't doing that. We're just going to let it take time to fill up. And we're going to come back and we're going to check it and see if we screwed it up, basically. Why do I have these up like that when I should have them up like this? We got to fix this up. What's going on over here? What is going on over here? We got some work to do here. Hold on. What's with all of this? By the way, since I disconnected that, it also is going to disconnect, there it goes, disconnect the ability for it to produce the turbo fuel. Now, I like to do this, everybody. This is a nice, clean way of running your lines. I don't know what I was doing on that first one, probably just testing it out. We're going to make this nice. Also, by the way, while I was doing that, it gave it time to fill up all the pipes. Oh, that's already got power. Where's that power coming from? Where is that power going? Through the box somewhere. Oh, right there. Power pole there. Right there. Where's this one getting power from? Back here. No. Nice and clean. Clean, clean. And then I'm going to put this one in the middle. Clean that up. And then I can run this back here for that hyper tube. Yeah, so much nicer. Look at that. Beauties. Again, you can run it all underground too, where you wouldn't see any of it. But we'll get that going. Now, our power is going to be going like this. For sure. Oh yeah. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Until that fills the pipes all the way up and stabilizes all of our turbo fuel. So again, we replaced the ability, or basically doubled the ability, just by going to turbo fuel instead of just using fuel. Now eventually this should get up to speed after it, because it has excess, and that excess should start to build up and then fill up the pipes and then fill up all the machines and then backlog all the way back to the buffer, and then the buffer will start to fill up, and then the buffer will balance that going through there, and then we should see once again that nice solid line. So again, one set of 8 replaced the other set of 10 of the fuel. So that is very, very nice. Very, very nice. Over here. Again, best thing to do is let it backlog first. But we're just going to let it run, see how it goes. Now, because we don't really need power. Again, everybody, look at our power over here. Our power is way beyond any of the rest of the production. Now, we also got to tie this back into the grid. Going to be vitally important, because I think I disconnected it from the grid here. Back on that other side. Right now, it's just self-contained. The rest of the stuff is not going to have any power. Oh, this one was just for temporary. So we want to make sure that this is powering into the rest of the grid. And I think I had a connection here. Where did I have that connection tying in? Good questions. What happens when you don't run roads, everybody? You can get confused as to where you were running your power lines. Alright, I'm just going to run that there. And I thought I had one over here. Running across here. What was I running that power line? Over here. Over there. I ran some power down the edge here. This is connecting across. Over here. For that. Okay. Oh, that's a good question. Right here. Oh, we took that out. Let's just take some of these out and take a look. Apparently it wasn't down through here. Aha. It's over here. Okay. Already got it done. No reason to do it twice. Cool. Just does not reach. How about if we put it on this side? Nope. Let's go ahead and tie it into the central road. Here. Probably already is. Yeah, it's already tied into the central road that way. And this is every fourth one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, not every fourth one in this case. Huh. Why is the fifth one out there? It should be every 4. And this should go here. 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's all right. That's right. Bad math. All right. And then this should be tied into this. It already is. Okay, I already have it tied in. All right, easy. Again, that should be tying all that together. Now we need to back tie this to this over here. So that is tying in the rest of the grid. How do I know it's not tying into the rest of the grid? Because it's not showing my production. When you go in and you look, I should see the orange line. See, I can see the orange line now. That's showing my production. Oh, and we're using some batteries there for a little bit. Yeah, now my batteries are charging back up again. Because it wasn't, again, tied into the rest of the grid. So we want to make sure that's tied in the rest of the grid and that all of that is getting power. Oh, and there it goes again. Very nice. This is going to take a while for that to get up. Now, another thing I can do is to disconnect it. Like this. You get that one? Yeah. Now, why do I want to do that? Well, the reason why I want to do this is so that this backlogs a bunch of turbo fuel before it does all of this, right? So that this turbo fuel is flowing through there. Now, it has its own power that's being connected through the floor over here that's running all this power that's actually running. So that's running underneath there. And connected into this, and then this we just disconnected it versus going in and flipping every single switch. Much easier just to take out the power lines than to flip every single switch, which I did earlier just to show you, but it is much more annoying to do it that way. Now we need to go in and double check that this is all working good. Now in this particular case, I'm only doing half of the turbo fuel. And you're like, Kismet, how do you know you're only doing half? Because if I look up over there, we can see that this is actually not tied into the output because we haven't done the output side over here yet, right? So we want to also tie this in so we have enough turbo fuel to do our thing. And this is why we have a nice little edge here where we can just kind of go around this edge. And we'll just go ahead and put our edge in for now. Something like, it's too far. Doesn't like it, we'll just do it like this then. And then we'll go ahead, just run along this edge here. Oh, we're in curve mode. Let's go straight mode. And we'll just back it up, let's say halfway. And then and let it do all the rest of the work for us, which is to come in and make that corner there. And then what it's going to do is take the output over here and combine it with whatever we've got. So we have both outputs running at the same time, which is going to allow us to do all of those together because it does not have enough fuel right now to run both sides. This one you don't really need to do. You could just save yourself extra pieces here. You could just take this out and just do something nice like that. Also, that's going to allow us to go ahead and put a pump over here. You don't have to, but I'm definitely going to because I don't like it when it doesn't work. And then we're going to run this over here. We have another connection. We do not. All right, so we're going to go ahead and upgrade that wall outlet, which is one of the toughest things to do and often crashes my game. But today we're doing good. All right, and then this over here to that pump. And hopefully the pump is going the right way. You know it's going the right way if it's pointing this way, right? It's pointing the opposite direction of the way that it flows. So if it's pointing back this way, you know it's flowing forward that way. You can see that our head lift is minimal, but again, those pumps are totally worth it, so they're pushing it in a certain direction, and it can go all the way over here, and of course we're pushing it from both sides, so it'll end up in here. Now we're producing twice as much turbo fuel up there, and again, we're trying to get the turbo fuel there, run it down this line, fill up all of the lines and all of the stuff to maximum, and whatnot over here. Now remember that we took it out, but yet it's still filling up with turbo fuel over here, and we can see what's full and what's not full just by looking over there. But you can see, even though it has the power line disconnected, turbo fuel is unique, or the fluids are unique, in the fact that they will go into the machine even if you have the power disconnected, which is not true for an assembler or a construction thing. If you don't have power connected to that, the resources will not run into the actual machine. So this is a great way to just kind of let this backlog and get every single one of them going. Now I could have went in and took out all the individual lines, each line on both sides, and just left all the poles. I find it easier just to take the poles out because it takes two lines out at the same time. Makes my job a bit faster, and I'll just come back, put all the poles back at the end after we've filled everything full, and then we know that that turbo fuel is going to flow nicely. This one over here does not have my little thing here. Something funky going on there. Straight, auto. Yeah, auto better. Because now we're going to have the thing there. I think we were doing curved over here, and we're just for fanciness, but rather have my indicator, thank you. Again, flowing all of that downward. And then this right here, we're actually flowing straight across into here. Right now, no power. We should probably tie this power into the central power. You can see that that has no power either. Where's its power going? We took its power off too. Okay, okay, now we know what's going on here. Again, where are we running this power? Oh, no, we took its power off too. Okay, so we will take this and run it down over here. Then we will take this power and run it down there. Connect this across over to there, and then tie it into our central road power so it always has power. That one's connected over there, which is then running the rest of that. Now these should both have power again. Yep. Even if this is off, this still will have power from the rest of this, right? Because all of this should be connected. Look at this getting filled up. Look at this. Yeah, now we're talking. Look, all this turbo fuel filling up. It's getting here to the end now. All the way in. Now, if you don't see that fill out, you know you got problems. That's at 50 right now. This should be getting filled out. Come on. Oh, look at that. I called it. I called it. Look at it getting filled out nicely. I like it. I like it. Want all those pipes to be really full. We don't want any turbo fuel problems. And if I want to save some more turbo fuel, I'll just take that last one off and then cut the rest of this line and then leave it for the thing. And sometimes I'll just leave the line like you saw before, where I can then just add it back if I want to later. But we can see that this one is filling out as well. Again, we want that all the way to the top first as well, and that's 50 in there. So again, get that pipe nice and full all the way down and get yourself a nice backlog of turbo fuel, and you should be good. Now again, we can also take 7.5 and do the reverse math, time 19. That's going to be 142 turbo fuel, and we're making 7.5 turbo fuel times 5 times 8. I think it's 7.5 times 8. Nope, that's not right. What's our numbers over here? We wrote them down. Oh, look at that turbo fuel. What was our numbers? 18.75 times that. So 150. Let's check that math. Okay, we're making 18.75. Maybe Surrey screwed me up. Times 8. 18.75 times 8 is 150. Maybe we did some bad math. 7.5 divided by, because that's how much each fuel generator is, 150. Oops, wrong way. 150 divided by 7.5. Actually, we should fix that on that sign too. 20. Okay, that's right. Let me fix my math. You have to do the larger number divided by the smaller number, everybody. Otherwise, you get decimals. By 7.5. Let's do it correctly if we're going to do it. Equals 20. So this equals 20 of these generators it should be able to do. Again, we should start to see this getting backlogged. Not yet. Give it time. Let's give it some time. Now, the great thing about turbo fuel, everybody, is it has no waste material. So there's no waste material that I have to manage. It's not going to have to run that out or have to run in the awesome sink or anything like that. So we really just want to let this fill up as much as we can. And I like to get these at least a halfway before I start all that up. But we might just let it fill all the way up, because at some point it's just going to have all of the pipes full, all of the machines full, and then all of this is going to backlog all the way back to this buffer here. And then this buffer is just going to start filling up because there's nowhere else for it to go except for in the buffer itself. And that's one of the things that I really like about the game once you get that down. But it's still got to fill all the rest of those pipes. Those pipes have to then fill over there, because think of the pipes as a container as well. The pipes actually have so much of that particular resource that you need to fill those pipes so they flow properly. And again, this should really start to kick in here at some point. Oh, how about right now? Kicked in a little bit. Come on. You got this. Again, it's flowing out, filling up the pipes, and kind of flowing in and out until it reaches that equilibrium point. Now, we don't need to sit and watch it, because you know, a pot of boiling water watched doesn't boil any faster, or something like that. I can't remember what the actual thing is, but you get the idea. So we want to go ahead and just let that do its thing, and make sure that none of these are running, because otherwise it'll be burning up that turbo fuel, wasting your time. The only thing that is running is our packaged turbo fuel. And eventually that will max out too, and then backlog all of that, and then that extra also will get used. But it is actually using a bit of turbo fuel over there. How much turbo fuel is it using? Let's see if it's using more than 7.5. We might need to pull another one out. How much is it using? 20. Oh, okay. Hold on. We got to take into account that 20 so that we can let it backlog. So 7.5 right here, 7.5, I will say 20 divided by 7.5 means we need to take 3 of those out, right? So we have one of them already out. We've taken a second one out. Aha! I knew there was something that was going to do something. So we got to take the last one out here so that we have that extra turbo fuel for packaging. There we go. Take that out. And again, that'll allow it to backlog and run smoothly while that 20 is running. Glad I double checked that. I thought it was like 14, but no, it is 20. Very important that we check that. Okay, now we should start to see a bigger backlog over here because we 7.5 times 3 that we're not using. Again, we can use up to 20. 7.5 times 3, do the opposite math, is 22, so it has 2.5 extra over there. But we actually probably want to take another one out, so we have a lot extra, and again, have that backlog. Another thing we can do is just say, hey, stop doing that turbo fuel. Right over there. And then that is going to give it the full amount back and not use up any of it. But it should already be doing it, everybody. It should already be doing it because you got to think that all of those turbo fuel machines are not actually using the turbo fuel right now. They're not actually running with turbo fuel. So this should backlog. But I'm going to go ahead and do this so that the pipes can fill up. And then once the pipes fill up, we can go ahead and try to get this going a bit faster. And again, I don't know why this is going up and down. It should be zipping up in there, but it's checking the whole pipe network first. And we should see it start to go up. There it goes. Went up higher that time and went in the 90s. Now what you want to see, again, the fluid's going to go up and down, but what you want to see is it go up past the 90s into the hundreds. There we go. And then maybe down a little bit. Nope. There it goes, taking off like a rocket now. That's what we want to see. We want to see it just backlogging a ton in there. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to take a break. We're going to let this backlog. And when we come back, we're going to see if it has filled up a bunch more. And if we can go ahead and turn our stuff back on again. And again, I would take a third one out just so, or even a fourth one, just so you have that extra one, right? So say you take 4 out, that's going to be 30. That'll leave 10 extra in there. And again, we're also reducing the amount of fuel that we're using anyway in the turbo fuel itself so that we can do that thing and have that extra buffer in there. Again, you can go in, try to make it perfect. Hey, you're welcome to do so. I feel like it's never really worth it in the end to make that because you can make an insane amount of power in this game, everybody. Just an absolute crazy amount. We're going to take number 4 out. So now we have 1, 2, 3 there, and then, of course, 1 over here that we're not using. And then that is really going to make it so this is balanced and never turns off. That's the big goal of everything that I do. Oh, it's already doing it. The big goal of what I'm doing is that it will never turn off and the line will be nice and straight the whole time. It'll never go up and down and up and down, and then when you get real close on your production and it goes down and bam, your whole production goes off. The whole point is that your production never goes off. For sure. You want that to go. All right, we're going to let that run. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you guys to play while I take a little bit of a break. To stretch my legs so I don't have black feet anymore because sitting too much. We're going to go ahead and run this baby and back in just a bit. That's a hard one, but you guys nailed it. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Excellent job there. Those are some big words, everybody. Big words there. Nice job. All right, give you guys a bunch of Kismets for being awesome. And again, put a 1 in the chat. Make sure everything is working. Yeah, K-Man with the save. I know, that big mobilized word there. Nice job. Let's go ahead and take that out. Look what I told you, everybody. Look, that turbo fuel fueled up while we were busy taking a little break there. I'll just let it run. And we are ready to start up our turbo fuel. Let's go. Let's get back over here. And first thing we'll do is we'll flip this one back on. Boom. I'll go back to running its turbo fuel, and we'll run our power lines again just to save us some time. We'll just run them all first like this. Guess I could have been running these while I was waiting for that to turbo fuel the backlog as well. Could have re-ran them. All right, let's go. Now, I like to plug in the ones at the end first. Now, this actually splits in the middle. Why did I run that over there? This one actually splits in the middle, so it does run right down there. And again, all of these are filled. And we'll want to watch it to make sure that we didn't make any math problems, any math mistakes or anything like that, which we probably did. But we can always come back, we can look at it, say, okay, oh yeah, we need to take one more of these out. We need to balance this out a bit more, whatever we need to do. And like this. We're all going to start right up, and we'll see. We'll let it run, see if it is producing enough turbo fuel. Keep all of these going. Now this is 17 of these. We downscaled it by 3 because we were packaging some of this turbo fuel. And there we go. And we should see our power exponentially go. Oh, look at this. We were using the battery power too because we disconnected the rest of our power from the power grid. Oh man, it actually runs all the way down. That power grid runs all the way down. We want to make another loop connection here. Because this runs all the way down to over there. We definitely want to connect in over here as well. But yeah, that goes all the way down. So that means that this power was off too. See, yeah, there it goes. Whoop! So this whole power at the end was off as well, which means that we were running on battery power that whole time for the rest of our stuff. But luckily we have lots of battery power backlog there, and then of course this is going to make this refill back up in about 15 minutes. Now we're back up to 8,500 megawatts, which is where we left off in the first place. All of our power looking good. Now if we go ahead and do the math here, everybody, we have let's see, 10, 15, 16, 17, which we will do. Let's write this math down. Up here, we have 17 times, this is 5, and this is 9, 9, and 9 again, 9 to the third power. Hey Siri, what's 9 times 3? Hey Siri, what's 27 plus 17? 44. 44. All right, so this math down. Plus this is 44, and that's times 75. Hey Siri, what's 44 times 75? That's not right. 250. My bad, not 75. 75 is the coal power. 250. Hey Siri, what's 250 times 44? 11,000. That doesn't seem right. Then we got some power problems somewhere. Why are we having... Oh, this is the end again. Oh, we never turn these back on. Duh. We never turn these back on again. That's where that power is. All right, back on again. We let that backlog a little bit because we didn't do the thing. Let's turn this on and see if we can get this to 11,000. Again, if we take how many we have of these, how many are running, how much power it outputs, and then take the amount of power it outputs and how many of these we have, we should equal a certain number, right? That's why also we have our battery backup power in case we're screwing around with our power and we disconnect the primary power line, as we did. And let's get all these back on like that. Okay, and again, we should see our power going up, up, up. And now we are at what? Come on, line. Oh, we're at 750. 11,750. Why can I not sample over here? There we go. So there's one of these is not on, or we miscalculated. Because it's just below, now it's at 10,750 power. And another 250 would be 11,000. So, which one of these is not on, or did we miscalculate? Let's go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, and this is 9. So that's 9. And we have 9 here. That's 18. 9 more would be 27. Right? Yes, 27 there. Oh, we took 4 out of here. Yeah, so this is 5, 9, 10, 15, 16. All right, we took 20 minus 4 would be 16. All right, we miscalculated. All right, 16 is how many we have, which is... Hey, Siri, what's 16 plus 27? 43. Hey, Siri, what's... Or actually, I can just do it here in the thing. You guys can see it. 43 times 250, 10,750. So that's exactly what we have. And look at that nice, straight, solid gray line. 12 minutes, we'll have all that power charged right back up again. So there we go. Power back up and running. More power than we had before. Now, the funny irony, everybody, is I'm only using about 2,500 power because I'm very, very efficient in my playthroughs. So we got that up. Now, again, that's just the first one. That's just the first one, everybody. Now, we can do another one, and another one, and another one, and another one, right? So we can do 5 groups of that down the line. And each of those, again, are going to basically run 16 or really 17 of these, because we're going to downscale it by 3, I feel, because, or 1. Yes, we're downscaled by 1, because this is using 20 here to package. This first row is for packaging. The rest of this is not going to package. So we'll just downscale it by 1 or 2. So we'll have that extra bit. Now, all we have to do is just do that over and over and over and over and over again. Let's see if we're having extra compacted coal over here. If we are doing our excess compacted coal. Let's go see. The way we'll know is we'll check this box right here and we start seeing a backlog. Ba-boom. Nice. Nice, nice. And this number should eventually just start going up. 17, 20, 25, 20, exactly. See, it goes up and down, but on the large scale, it should eventually be going all the way up. Again, it'll go down and then back up again. Yeah, there we go. And now it's at 30 instead of 24 or whatever it was before. And so on and so forth. And these are all nice and backlogged here. Our fuel's coming through very nice. And running down in all of that. Very good. All right, now we just need to go ahead and do the rest over here. Let's just get all of our compacted coal factories going. And we'll just grab this one. And we'll grab a foundation, and we'll run this across here. With some zooping. In fact, we could just do this. Let's just do this. It's going to be way faster. Sometimes it's better to put in extra and then take the extra out. So in this case, we're going to do that. We're going to take this middle one out. And this middle one. And so on. Like that. And we are going to need a crazy ton of resources. All right, we need 4 more of these storages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of stuff. Now, again, I don't know when I'm going to run out of this stuff, which may be soon. We'll find out. We're pushing our limits of what we can do because, again, we only produce so much, and a lot of these processes are no longer running. So we got to get those back up and running, especially my steel over here for sure. This will probably be a high priority once we get this running. Oh, yeah. Maybe even before we have it. Yeah. We're probably going to be able to get these going, but then we're going to need to work on our steel production. Hey, it's our train. Get on it. Weep, weep. Choo-choo. Go get me more coal. I love how I'm using the momentum of the train to zip me over here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put down our storages. Aim our arrow forward. Hit the H. Drop it in there. More storages. Hologram it. Line it up. Another one. Again, this is really kind of early game to be really building at this kind of high level because a lot of our dimensional depots are not updated. We don't have all of our processes back up and running, even though we had a bunch of them running at some point. But we don't have a bunch of them running right now. And we're going to need to go through and get those processes going. But definitely worth to throw some turbo fuel down and also get all of your compacted coal running. That's what this is all about here. Getting all this compact coal lined up and running down the line. Remember that each of these down here, each of these is using 25, right? So if this is using 25 in here, right? Each of these use a certain amount of coal, right? So say it's 25 and we have 5 of them times 5. So each of these are using 125, and for 480 divided by 125 is we can fuel about 3 of them, almost 4 of these plants. So we're going to need to run separate lines for the coal and eventually separate lines for the sulfur. But the sulfur also running at the same speed. So 125 there, we're extracting 600, and we're running that 600 directly in here. And each coal line itself has 150, which really has 300. So again, each of those things we can run individual lines for now, and then later we can merge it together into one big line that's running all of that stuff into all of these various places. But right now we need to think about, oh wait, we gotta make sure that we have enough room for all of that as well. I don't feel like I want to put this back right over there so we can get up there if we need to. Okay, so we're going to run some power. That's what we're going to do. That's what I'm thinking of. Go over here. Take this power. That's what I like about the door automatically opening. And again, you can see I made this so I can chain this power along here. I can also run it out, make another road out here and run it out to the road, but these factories all connect together. And then what I'll do is go in and do a bunch of priority switches that can turn the whole thing off if I want. But you never really want your power to go off. Your power you want to stay on all the time. You never want that to go off or turn it off. I find you really want to have that going. All right, we got all of our power connected. We want to go ahead and go back here and work on our output. And again, we'll go right here. That right on that line. and run that straight. No, it doesn't seem straight. Those ones were straight. I had to go one more line down. What the heck? My line is not lining up. Try it again. Not that line. That line. Oh, that's what I just did. Later it gets, the more my brain. I could have sworn I just did that one. Okay, that's better. Much better. Alright, last one. That line. Alright, nice. Alright, so now we just want to start them up in order. So that we know that we've got these running. And backlogging up to there. We're going to go over here, and we're going to jump down in here, and we're going to divert some of this up into here. Oh, we didn't put our things in. Alrighty. We didn't put our lifters in yet. Really put that floor hole back on my other thing here. Logistics. Let's put this as number 6 right now, so I can just switch to number 5 when I want to put the thing in there like that. And we'll just take this one out. And we want to go ahead, take this, take this. Do it back here too. And we want to go ahead and split these lines. Gonna do some crazy curves. Just because that's cool. I love those curves. Alright, there we go. And now we have more going into this one. And it should just start right up, too. If we have it all set up properly, it's got its power, it's got all that stuff. It should just go right to work, everybody. There it goes. Right to work. And then running out of there. And we should see it then connected into the storage up above. And we should see it coming out. Yep, see it's coming out at the end here. Already coming out. Already starting to backlog. Up here as well. There it goes. And again, it's working its way through all the storage. This is 20 storages here. So that's a lot. That's a lot of backlog. Right over there. So now we know we have enough for this one. We can go ahead and build another of our turbo fuel factories over here. And again, we're just building fun little curves and things just for the fun of it. Let's get in here and let's get it going. What's up? Hey, what's up, Poppy? Ball. All right. Let's keep on rocking. right, over here we will do some more roads. Got this facing the right way. Yes, let's go ahead and tie this power down here. Okay, so that one is just going to run this whole one here. So we're going to want to do the same thing over here. Now the wild thing is this, everybody, that this one is the second one here. Over there. In fact, we're not even using the second one, because we disconnected it. Yeah, this is the second one here. And this one actually is going to run down there and run those 20. And then this one's going to run the next 20, and then so on and so forth. So this is going to be running way the heck out there. We're going to see how far we can run it. If we can't run it, then we'll make another row, obviously. But again, this one no longer is running here. This one needs to run down to this next line. So we're going to take this one out. And we're going to go ahead and remove this next one out. Boom. And then run this line down here. And again, we're going to do them all in order. Again, this is 1,000 fuel. We're going to run it to about there. Nice. Like that straight function. All right, how far can we run this? Yeah, about right there. Yeah, back just a little bit. Back just a bit. A little bit of bad, a little bit of good, or a bit of both. Personally, I prefer a bit of both. Guardians of the Galaxy, by the way, for those who don't know that saying. Alrighty. Now we got this going over here. I'm just going to leave that there in case I decide to package some more fuel or something. Alright, so this was running right here. And we'll want to run it over here. It doesn't really matter. We'll want to bring this down and bring it around the corner here. Let's just run it right here. And we need to move it at some point. We can always move it. Now again, notice I'm using it at 2 up. And then this is going to run all the way over here. Again, this is going to be our fuel input. Now that we have this down, this one's going to run here. Now, these are eventually going to run out of fuel. And I'm going to let them run out of fuel because you might as well use up that fuel in here. And actually, not only this one, but I'm also going to go to the next one because, again, remember, that's all turbo fuel. And you can see it because it's all red. See all the stuff red there? What we're going to do is do what we did on this one. And that is cut this one as well. You don't need this part. Take all this out so we have one nice clean connection between this and this. And we'll let that run until it runs out. And then we'll flush it. Okay. Way down here. Now I could just make it all down there and run it down here, which I guess I could do. We could just do that. And then just run the lines to the different lines as we go. This way we got this all nice and put together over here. Put down some more foundations. Has our stuff got in there? It sure has. All right, awesome. Notice, everybody, I was out of concrete. And it filled back up the concrete and the plates by the time I needed it again. But again, you'll see it's at 68 right now. I have 5 dimensional depots running at the same time. Now, another thing that's going to happen later when I upgrade the speed of the dimensional depot, it is going to go way faster, as well as when I upgrade it, it will hold more in there. But really, I just use the 3 upgrades for the speed and the thing. Again, I can pull up the MAM. Let's pull up the MAM, take a little look. Right over here on Alien Technology, you can see I've just upgraded the depot expansion, so it has twice as much. So a bunch of the bigger stuff I'm building it can have that in there. Now this again, this is 300%, so it's not really that worth it because this is 7 more for 100% more. That's that doesn't that doesn't seem, or really 3 times the original amount. Where this actually is a good upgrade. That's like 3 of them, and then it's going to 30 per minute, which is way faster, 50% faster. The upload speed would be 50%. And then this is going to be 60, so that's double. Where this doesn't double. This is 200%, and that's 300%. So, again, this will double here. So the next one I'll do is this one, and then I will do the double speed. And then eventually I will do the depot expansion. Now I don't really need to get down here because again, if I have say 13 depots running, I can run something at 13 depots right there, everybody, instead of upgrading it to a faster upload speed. I mean, I feel it's always more useful to have more depots because it's going to go faster anyway, right? Because it's going to be at 5 times faster, 13 times the speed of whatever you're running. So I could run 10 depots that are doing plates and the other thing, deep plates and concrete. There it is. It was in there somewhere. And these are running nice and rock solid over here. I'd love to see it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and build it right over here. Like this. And we already got our blueprints ready to rock and roll. And again, they added the ability to line up your blueprints and everything. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to make sure we turn off the blueprint mode. And we're going to get this like this. We can just hit H. We can get up here and look this way because this doesn't actually line up like you would expect it to. The white areas here are not going to line up. You want to just make sure that this is nice and straight like this. And again, we could connect all of these together, which we will do later on when we have the belt speed for that. But for right now, we're just going to do that. And we need a total of 4 of these on this side. And again, we'll put it down here. We'll hit H. We'll get up here. And we'll nudge that over. And then we'll go ahead and connect this together. And that's a long stream, everybody. 10 more hour streams, man. I'm telling you, I'm crushing these streams left and right. Kismet putting in the work. Putting in the hard work, everybody. Every day, all day, for the past, who knows, 30 years. Long time. Not that long here on the stream, but I'm just talking in life in general. Oh, this is on my road a little bit here. Yes, yes. I should have set these over. Hold on. Let's go ahead and go to blueprint mode. Let's set these over a little bit. Like so. So that I still have my access road there. Let's go ahead and put this refinery down. Again, we'll just put it down. A little extra space there. Then when we put this other one down, around the other way. Again, I love how you can just nudge it all over the place now. You don't have to now worry about just going one foundation or any of that kind of stuff. And then we got that lined up that way, and now we can go over here and we can line it up like this. So I'd stand here and just look this way, and that'll tell you when that's lined up like that. There we go. So now we kind of cross-line that up so that as I put these other ones here, they'll all be lined up to these inputs. Like so. And then we will go in, do this again. Oh, we got to make sure we do our offset too, which is 3 nudges that away. We want to get these lined up, and then 1, 2, 3. Almost forgot to do that. And then we connect across, because we're leaving a gap in between here for a very specific reason. And then right here, we're going to hit H. 1, 2, 3. That should, again, when we look here and we look this way, it should line up. Unless I move this over. Nope, I didn't line it up perfectly to this one. That was off by 1 little nudge. That's okay, as long as it's now lined up like this. Hit H here. and try to figure out how far back this is from each other. One, two, three. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try that. It's totally 5. All right. A lot of nudging and offsets you need to know. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We can see that it actually was lining up. Again, hit H, 1, 2, 3. And you can see that the pipes have that little symbol that's telling us they're all lined up nicely. Very nice. And then like this. That. Get all these connected first. Very nice. Okay, now we got to do our connectors here, our lifters. Get these all lined up, and it's going to come in this side. Go up by 4 there. Take all those out. And we need to do this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just do all of them, and then we'll come back, take all the other stuff out. By the way, you can just hit G like this and then take these all out like this and then go to the next one. Down control, go like that, and then you can take out multiple groups. I don't like to do it, but you can if you wanted to. I feel like it's a bit awkward. Okay, let's go ahead and do our cross connections. Double click that one because it's nice and close together. Double click. So easy when you got your blueprinting down, and you can just run this real nice. And then our lifters are going to automatically snap into place on this side. Nice, and our last one here. And there we go. All right, very nice. Want something really cool we can do? This. Why? Because we can increase the compacted coal that is running down this line. Because right now we're doing 125. 125 times 2 would be 300. This is a 480 belt. So if we have both of these running, we can actually just merge them both together over here. So let's go over here, make sure that this is running well there, and we'll slide over here, and we'll look at what we got going on here. Can't quite look at my belt when it's like this, but I can look at the side belt. Yep, that seems to be working. And we're going to go ahead and actually let's just run it up above because that's fun. Like so. And then we'll do this here with a merger. Out that way. This here. Just go into there. And maybe something like something crazy like that. Kind of in the middle of my door, but there we go. So what it's doing now is it's merging both of these together. So that's 250. 250. Running down the line. Now this doesn't have any power down here, so it'd be really cool if we could just chain the power from this one over here to this. Wouldn't that be amazing? In fact, we just did it. And then this one to this one. And then chain these two together. And then that one to that one. You get the idea. And this one to this one. And now they're all ready to rock. Now, what we need to do, though, is we need to go in and copy this, because we just put these down without telling it what it was. We could have did the first one and then told it to be the thing. Control V is turbo fuel. Control V again. Over here. Control V. Now, again, it's going to start backlogging that compacted coal, which is what we wanted to do, because we're not ready quite yet for the fuel yet. We'll get that going here in a second. That one's already good to go. All right, we just want to see that compacted coal come running down. Starting to fill this up. Looking good right now. Yeah. Fill that up, baby. Fill that up. Now, this is what's known as a manifold. A manifold goes in a straight line and will basically fill the first one, and then it will fill the second one, which is already done. Right now, it's starting to fill the third and the fourth one. You can see it's getting real close there. In fact, I could probably put some of this in here, so I don't have to carry it around. It's just going to fill up just that much faster. There we go. We got regular coal, too. We don't want to put that in there. That'll mess it up. Or on the belt lines. So again, it's just going to fill that up. So I can kind of pre-run a bunch of that in there while I'm doing the fuel as well. But this is actually already ready to go because all we have to do is take the fuel line that we have over here and run it and merge it into the fuel over here. Now, the fuel line I can actually put in from either side. I don't have to put it in from that other side like I did the other one. It'll run from either side, and since this side is closer to that fuel line, we're going to go ahead and put it right here. Just like this, and have a nice straight thing there. Just give it that nice 90. And then we're going to run this, let's say right here, and we're going to run it up by 2. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing over here. See if this reaches. Not quite. We're just putting that up higher so we can go under there. All right. Got that running. Oh, we don't. We missed, we made it a little boo-boo. Clicked the wrong one. No problem. Try it again. Because I didn't see this moving. It's got to be moving if it's working. All right, there we go. Running down the line now. We can see that separating. And eventually it's going to make its way right into these machines. And we want to see that turbo fuel starting up. There it goes. And again, it'll fill up the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, etc. Down the line. Now we can balance it if we wanted to. We could split it and split it again until they're all perfectly balanced. But that's a huge waste of time. You can just let it run and eventually they'll all power up. And you'll see the smoke start to go out over the top of this, polluting the planet as always. And getting our turbo fuel running. Now, turbo fuel going back this way, want this turbo fuel to eventually end up over there, and we're going to do the same thing we did over here, where we have an output here, and I'm probably going to move it over a little bit more. We have that line run in here. Vertical. That fluid buffer up there, hit H, nudge it into position. Good. And we're going to go ahead and run this straight up into there. We're going to go to this side and we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a pump because we don't trust it. Never trust it. Run that power down there. Tie this directly into the road. There we go. And then we'll get our other side together over here. like that. No longer need this. Nope, don't like it. It's got to go one more forward. Oh, I got it on curve. That's why. Usually you move it forward by 2. 1, 2, and we're going to put it on auto. So we're getting that 90. That's the old school way of doing it. And then we're just going to run this as far as we can. Wow, we're going to run that a real long ways. All right. And we'll put it right there. All the outputs. No longer need this. This is just to make it easier for me to put the splitters in there. Then output here, etc., etc. And then around the bend here. It's 90. And we should see this flowing out now. There we go. And this is all going to merge together. End up going right up into here. Like this. Oh, I didn't put a pump over here. You don't need a second pump, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because I would rather not trust it. Because it's very notorious not working. Run that power line from over there to over here. So now both those pumps are running. Now that's going to push that all the way this way and up into our turbo storage up here. Now, also, speaking of turbo storage, we got a turbo fuel going in there. So I'm just going to throw this other fuel away now so that we're using... Woo-hoo-hoo! Look at that turbo fuel. Man, that turbo fuel is good. All right, yeah, that's some good stuff. So we want to get to kind of fill up all the pipes first, and then once it fills up the pipes, it's all going to run up here into our buffer in theory, and we're going to see this start to go up just like we did the other one. We want to look around, make sure that they're all green. In this case, we've got a problem because I can see that this one is yellow. So what is the problem? Oh, our fuel is not coming in for some reason. We've got some sort of disconnection over here that I haven't, or non-connection, because I haven't connected it yet. And so this whole side here hasn't started up yet because it doesn't have any fuel. There we go. And then this one's going to have some fuel in a second. There we go. And we can see those ones at the end. That's always the way it goes, everybody. You miss that one connection or whatever it is when you're doing blueprints. Because you can't blueprint the whole thing together in the Mark II blueprinter. So there you go. Okay, that all looks good. Always come back, check all your lights. That's why I usually have them in a spot in which I can see them as well. Very, very cool. All right, and again, we want to let this backlog a bit. Oh, there it goes. Okay, backlogging that. Now, while we're letting that backlog, we want to go ahead and use what we already have to go back the other way. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to let this go right to there. Do I want to do a cool little curve? Yes, I kind of feel like we'll do a cool curve just for fun. And then we'll go ahead and use this. Again, might as well, since it's already here. And we're going to use a nice straight one here, so we get a nice 90. There we go. That's there. Run this across here. All right. Now, we want to go ahead and have this end up on this one over here, but actually not on this side. We want it to go into the middle like we did before. right? So we can just go ahead and take this side off because that's not going to connect through there. And then we'll go ahead and run our own line across here, down the center. Well, let's just go 2 in to get started. And again, we'll go 3 up on this one. And then we'll run this until it basically says, you can't run that any longer, which is about there. I'll go back just a little bit. And 3 up. And we have the center of this, which is about there, but we're just going to go right here. And bringing that in at that high stage. And so we can even do this if we wanted to, or we bring it down onto the pipe, which is also very cool. Because you can go and tell it, hey, I want to do horizontal to vertical, right? So I really like the horizontal to vertical function. I think it makes the pipe super cool looking when it's working. But it says, hey, there's a different type of fluid in here, right? Because we've already used the other type of fuel. So it just keeps a little bit in there sometimes. So you go full pipe network, flush it. And I like to double flush it. So really you don't see any of that fuel left again. Then you can go ahead and run that down in there. And we'll start to see the turbo fuel come in and fill that up a little bit. Oh, and there they go already. But we don't really want to do that. We don't want to start it yet. So I think I'm just going to disconnect all the lines here. I don't know what this line is going to. What's that going to over here? Oh, it's going to the thing there. All right, we're going to just disconnect all the lines this time. If I could just click on lines. Oh, you can. I don't think I've ever tried that, everybody. Where I would think it would work. You can just kind of control click, and then control click. Just take all those out like that. Yeah, very nice. And so we took that out so that it will still run the turbo fuel in into the thing here. It's going to do these ones first. But it's not using the turbo fuel. Oh, that one's red at the very end too. Maybe it doesn't have a connection. Get that out. Why is this one red? Something weird with these. Using the curve thing instead of the auto thing, which is why we can't see the thing here. We should go through and fix all these pipes. Let's take this out and this out. I don't like these pipes. Let's readjust those. Again, so we have our stuff here. Want to be able to see that it's actually flowing in there. Okay, those all flowing in there nicely. Took out the wrong connection there. Okay, and again, we want the pipes to completely fill. We want all the machines to be filled before we do anything else. And again, you can probably see that this one is filled because you can see it's here and the pipe is extended there. See, that one moved there, which means that this is starting to fill as well. And then once it fills, it'll start to backlog into those pipes all the way back to the top part. And then again, all the way down. And then once we fill that up, we're going to fill that container up over there, and then we'll be ready to start up again. Now, we just took away half our power, though, so Very important to make sure that you're not using that power before you turn it off. You can see that now we're down to 6,000 power instead of 10,000 power. Now this is why I'm doing this first before I scale up all of my other production. If I scale up all my other production and it's using 20,000 power and I take away a bunch of the power, it's just going to kick off the power. So better to do this before you start to add back in all of your factories. Scale up your power a bit. And then go and say, okay, now I'm going to make a bunch of steel stuff. I'm going to make all of my things of every single part of the factory and really scale it up to that high degree. And I typically use just these oil nodes over here to scale it up even more so. And they do a great job of getting me to about 10,000 power. So again, this is just going to be off long enough for this all to fill. You can see this is already filled over here as well. And again, remember splitting. Oh, we can see those widening out. It's splitting between both of them, both sides, instead of running it from the one at the end and then running it all the way down, which is not a good idea. You definitely want to run this in the middle and then split it to both sides like that. And again, this is actually 18 right here instead of 20. So we've actually reduced it by 2 because one's missing here and then one's missing over there, because normally this would be, you could run 20 of them. And again, we want to reduce that down, let that go ahead and flow in there. And again, we don't want it to backflow that way, so that's why we have it coming across and then going down into the pipe, because it's difficult for it to flow up and then flow back. It'll all flow into the machines first, and then when all the machines are full, all the pipes are full. Remember, the pipes are like storage. It has actual fuel in there. And then it'll go up and then back, and then it has no other option but to backlog all the way back to the container. We don't want it to have an option to do that when we're trying to run our machines. We want it only to go directly into the machines for sure. So that worked out really well. Again, that's just a matter of time letting that run. Oh yeah, we can see it going. It's kind of fun to watch it and watch it just kind of, fill these up little by little. Oh, look, there it goes again. Look at them widen out. That one just widened out, and then we can just kind of watch these over here as it flows in there. And the reason why it widens out like that is because the two things are full, and then the pipes start to fill. When those pipes start to fill, we know it's doing the same exact thing on the other side, because it's coming in and it's splitting, basically splitting it in half. So on the other side, it's doing that right now. See it widening? The pipes, that's saying, okay, hey, we got maximum flow going on. And that's what those little tracks are on the side of it, right here on the side. Those little tracks are basically the distance at which the flow is going. It's getting there. All right, did you notice that this stopped moving? The reason why that stopped moving is it's not flowing here anymore. And the reason why it's not flowing is because it's now filling up the internal pipe here. And you can see that this one is starting to move, right? Because all of the machines are full now. And then this one should widen out on the top pipe because the top pipe is starting to fill. Down here, if we go look at this, we can see that this is already partially filled. But it's not all the way filled. And it won't be all the way filled until this is all the way filled as well. Or getting all the way filled. And again, this is what we want. We want this to be completely filled up, where this is completely extended back. And all these pipes are completely filled. But again, it's got the storage is also in the pipes itself. So just remember that you need all of that in there first before you do all the other stuff. And this is done down here. Very nice, fully extended deal there. Oh, kind of going back a little bit. And come on, you got this. Filling her all the way up. Oh, and again, you have that sloshing going on, right? This kind of sloshing in and out of the pipes. And this is probably the most frustrating part of the whole entire game, is you think, oh, okay, it should just fill right up. right? Nope. It has a lot of other factors that it's calculating. Eventually it will, if you give it enough time. It'll completely fill all the way up in there. Right now it's kind of sloshing back and forth. Now none of these should be running. They're acting like they're running, but they're not, because they're not connected to power. See a little halo of smoke there that shouldn't be there. Shouldn't be there because it's not running. There's no connection. How are we doing over here now? Getting there, getting there. Gonna be a bit. Gonna be a bit. Over here, how are we looking on these pipes? Still low, still low. Gotta make more turbo fuel. Fill up them pipes. Again, we got a long pipe here too. It's gonna take a bit for that to fill up. And then this over here is starting to fill. Yeah, it's just a matter of time letting it run. That's gonna fill up. These are looking good. These pipes are nice and filled, which means there's a good flow there. But again, we want it to be completely filled like that. All your pipes should be completely filled. There should be no gaps, no sloshing going on. You want to make sure that's completely filled before you go, and that you have a bit of extra being produced so that it never diminishes below that top level. I think that's the way I make fluids work, and it works really, really well. Again, always having that little bit of excess just keeps you from having the headache of it, because I feel like sometimes the numbers round off. And so when you go in there and you don't have enough, or you're doing exactly at the thing, the numbers round off and round off and then round off and round off, and then you have that little up and down and up and down. So again, it depends on how many decimals it goes out. But that little rounding of the numbers can really mess up your production. So I would just let that completely fill. And again, it's going to go up and down as it pushes it through and tries to push it up into here. And then this, of course, running down to all of there. And again, we'll eventually fill this up. And it'll figure it all out over time. So what I'm going to do, everybody, is I think I'm going to go ahead and let that run just a little bit, just enough to fill that up. Why is this one not perfectly 90 over here? There we go. Now it's got to refill that pipe again. Well, that's okay. At least we'll have our nice 90 there. But again, we're going to let that run. Let that fill a little bit. I'm going to let this backlog here. And then next time what we're going to do is come in, connect all this together. Boom, have all of our power back up and running again. And now we'll have 2 of these running 2 of those, which means we have 3 more to go, which means we have 3 more of these to go, right? So we can go 1, 2, 3. Or what we can do is we can go ahead and move some of it to the other side. Because eventually we will run into the barrier. There is a barrier out there in the water that you can't go beyond. You'll start taking damage, get radiated. You don't want that to happen. Or maybe you do, I don't know. But we'll go ahead and probably put some on the other side as well as we do these factories down. And again, I'll probably make all the factories first, and then we'll know where the end of the factories are, and then we can go ahead and put some power at the end, or I can always put it on the other side of it as well. It really doesn't matter, because I can always just run the pipes to wherever all of the generators are. And again, we'll go over here and we'll just keep this up right here, and we'll let that run. All right, everybody, I think that's good. We have done what we need set out to do. We got our turbo fuel going. We've got a whole bunch of stuff crushing it. We got our choo-choos going. We brought all of our coal over here now. We're not using any more of our coal power. We're able to maneuver our power and upgrade it, but still keep all of our power going without losing power. That's one of the important things, is not to lose power. And then eventually, when we have a lot of power, we can then, of course, make a lot of materials. And then from a lot of materials, I can make even more power and more battery power and all of that stuff. We can scale all that stuff up again. So yeah, that's why we want to get to turbo fuel again, to get us to double the amount of power that we have now, which is probably about 20,000 power, and that's a lot of power. I've finished the game all the way through with about 20 to 30,000 power. I could probably do it easily with like 20,000 power if I was on a server. See, on the server, I can just build a bunch of factories with, say, 10,000 power, let that stuff run, fill up 10, 20, 50, 100 boxes, doesn't matter, because I can run it 24/7 with resources, and then I have 50 boxes of resources that I can then go ahead and do the next stage, and then use those to run 50 more boxes of resources, and then the next stage, and the next stage, and so on. So that's the big advantage of the power of time, is that you can let it run, and it will just make an infinite amount of resources. All you need is enough storage space to hold those resources, and to hold that extra power, and to hold all of that stuff. Which you can totally do. Look, it's already starting to backlog. Awesome. All right, we'll let that run. Time for the Kismet Love Train. Rolling out of here. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here in the stream. Going to show you the schedule right over there. We're going to be back Wednesday night and Thursday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Rise of the Tycoon Empire in Fallout 4, the ultimate modded playthrough. Having so much fun. Definitely come on back tonight, 10 p.m. and on Thursday as well. And then, of course, on Saturday, back for some more 7 Days to Die with my crew. It's going to be absolutely insane. If you want to watch one stream, everybody, that should be the one to watch. That is for sure, because that's going to be crazy, because we are in the 3rd biome. We're in the desert biome now. And we have to massively scale up our defenses because there is just a massive onslaught of really, really tough mobs. We have to scale up our production too, man. We should be making, 10,000 ammo every night. Every horde night, we should have a lot of ammo going. So yeah, we're gonna keep that rocking on Saturday at 10 p.m. and then of course Sunday, Monday again, back again. The schedule's gonna be pretty much the same next week as well. So we're gonna keep going on this week on Fallout 4. So I'll be back again tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, you can help out the stream, everybody, by just taking a quick moment. Follow those links right there in the chat. Pop on over to youtube.com, unless you're already there. youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Pretty easy. It's right down there. And a little button when you're watching the stream on YouTube. Hit that like button. Leave me a comment. I greatly appreciate it. You can go to twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button over there. Remember, that stuff does help a lot. Allows me to do giveaways and other cool stuff. You can check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the greatest way to support the stream. If you enjoyed the stream, you learned something, you laughed, you cried, you had a good time, then consider becoming a patron over there, because there's a bunch of exclusive content just for my Patreon supporters. So I appreciate you all who do go over there and show that love. Now, speaking of showing some love, I'm going to give you guys a bunch of Kids Cats because you were super smart. You stayed all the way to the end of the stream. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a bunch of love for future giveaways. I think we're going to do a giveaway later tonight. Part of our Fallout 4 Vault Van Life project that we're working on, that we're trying to raise funds to build out a van and then go and travel it like a broadcast studio. I think that would be very, very cool to go to different locations and, of course, be in the real place that inspired Fallout and other games of that nature. See you, Sita. A little tip of the hat to you. We're out of here, everybody. Again, see you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was a long stream, everybody. That was 10 and a half hours. Nice one. Nice one. All right, we'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. I'll see you on